Today on Divorce Court.
My childhood affected my relationships in a big way. It makes me become a runner.
When Michael runs away, it makes me want to just run after him.
Drinking is getting out of hand. It causes a lot of problems.
I don't think I'm a mean drunk. I do feel like that I can get a little aggressive.
She thinks I'm messing with a BBW when I'm not. She thinks they're more attractive than her when they're not, and it brings her self-esteem down.
So I don't understand why you are attracted to these big women. I'm not going to become, a bigger person for you.
I just want to know that, let you know I really love you and I want to be with you for the rest of my life.
If Michael don't change his stubborn ways, then we won't never work out.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Donkoya Brown and Michael Summers. The two of you have been together for 2.5 years. You've been engaged for the last 1.5 years. You have one child together, but you're not quite sure whether or not you should get married. So you come before me. You've taken my compatibility test and given me your marriage license with permission to tear it up should I think your union is ill-advised. Ms. Brown, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me how we got here?
Okay, well, first of all, me and Mr. Summers, we met when we were kids. We were in middle school. He was a football player for the football team, and I was a cheerleader. And we were talking, puppy love for 3 years straight, and then we ventured off into our own separate lives. And years later, about like 10, 12 years later, he hit me up on Facebook, texted me how I was doing, and I was going through something, with my ex-boyfriend, and it was very devastating at the moment. And so I needed that type of comfort. He was special, he was very respectful, and that's how we started talking. And then from there, we basically just hit it off.
You hit it off and bloomed into love. What were you going through with your ex?
Okay, so my ex-boyfriend, he was very disrespectful. He was like a streets kind of guy. He wanted to be in the streets and, party a lot, and not, be committed to me.
Right.
So, he would, bust my windows out and, cut up my clothes and set my clothes on fires. And, he would throw things at me. He was very abusive, verbally and physically.
And physically abusive.
Yes,
I'm so glad you're out, Ms. Brown.
Yes,
I am. I'm so glad you're out and you're doing well and you see strong and together and you survived it and you didn't stay in it. And I just want you to know I'm proud of you for that. Mr. Summers, you were helping her out?
Yes, I was.
Good for you. Good for you. Now, Mr. Summers, why don't you tell me a little bit about your background? Because I think that you're coming from a background that doesn't help being in a relationship. So why don't you tell me where you're from and what went on?
Yes, ma'am. Well, my background was pretty. I was in foster care. So I was in between houses, different families, different group of people. So I was running around a whole lot.
How many different foster homes were you in?
I was in about 5 different foster homes, about 3 different mothers. I have all types of fathers. I have all types of siblings.
Just out there.
Brothers, yeah, I call brothers, sisters, cousins.
So no stability at all?
No stability at all, no ma'am. No ma'am.
Not until you were an adult?
Not until I was about 18 and got out of foster care to be able to be on my own.
Okay,
And then from there, I started searching for a family myself.
Right. Ms. Brown, why don't you tell me what's going wrong in this relationship that leads you to question whether or not you should marry?
Okay, so in the beginning, we were both going through the same thing. Basically, he picked up a couple pieces, and that would make me admire him even more. Not only was he my childhood, friend, he actually showed me how a woman should be treated. And so everything was going good in the relationship. We were connecting, we were communicating, there was no problems. I ended up getting pregnant, and then I think that's where a lot of it went down a little hill, just a little bit. But it was more so lack of communication. He started running away and not, talking to me. And he would just...
Now, give me a story about something that occurred in the home which caused him to make a break for it.
Okay, so sometimes I'm drinking, and sometimes I can be a little aggressive when I'm drinking, but it only comes from when I was, for instance, one day I was out at the bar and I come home and there's a whole bunch of people in my house, his friends and stuff, and I don't like people in my house. So when I come home, I'm scowling, I'm like, well, I don't like this, I don't approve of that. And so it will go from there, it would just turn from, it would just shoot straight up. He say his words and I say mine. And I usually, when I'm drinking, I say the same things when I'm sober. I don't think that that's really...
Ms. Brown says she says the same thing she's sober when she's... I don't even believe her. And I don't live with her. So, Mr. Summers, why don't you tell me what she's like when she's drinking and how it's different from other times?
When she's way different from now. When she drinks, she's totally different. Her voice changed. One time I'm outside with my friends. She's out, at the bar. Gone, till well in the night. So I'm outside. I'm chilling with my friends. I'm having a couple beers, just hanging out. She pulls up straight from what are you doing out here? Get in the house. What is wrong with you? You do this. I'm like, it just blew up from there.
Baby,
I'm like,
back up.
Yeah, we just got back. I'm just outside. I'm just having a good time like you was out.
I don't just pull up.
She just pulled up and just straight went crazy.
What was the reason?
Well, one of the reasons was because, like I said, I don't like people, like a lot of people in my house. Like, you got these friends that they are not, like, they're not really your friends. And I don't think that he should hang with them. Like, they're bad influences, and it...
Do you think if you were sober, you would have approached it differently?
No.
Yes.
Yeah, I would have maybe approached it differently, but I still would have said the same thing.
No, she...
I still would have felt some
Sometimes approach is everything. Okay. Do you know what I'm saying? It's not what you say, it's how you say it. And liquor doesn't make you any more intelligent, doesn't make you any more reasonable, doesn't make you any more persuasive. It makes everything more exciting, more irritable, larger, and more irascible, right, but not any better. Okay. You with me with that?
Yes.
Yeah. Because I'm not different when I drink.
Yeah,
Mrs. Summers?
She doesn't say the same things.
Oh, I know she does.
Yeah, she calls me all types. She'll call me foster child, adopted baby. She'll like, why you hanging around them? You like boys and you, She won't say this when she's sober though. This is only when she's drunk. She'll say stuff like that under the belt, like lower.
Below the belt.
He does
stuff
the same
to make me run.
Beside the point.
He does the same thing.
I do it after I run though. After I run and I'm fed up and I'm mad. I'm like,
whether he runs away or not, he still does the same thing. It's just different cases, different scenarios, but he still puts me under as well.
Okay, and I'm sure there's probably a lot going back and forth. Now I want to talk about your inability to communicate because of the running that you say he does.
I can be a little controlling at times. But it works out in the end. It plays its part, And
it's not working out. If it was working out, you'd be in a church somewhere exchanging rings. You're in here talking to me about him. So it's not working out. So, Mrs. Brown, you say he's a runner.
Yes.
Why don't you give me an example of a circumstance where some conflict occurred and he just ran off?
Like, for instance, sometimes I will say, like, get out, I don't want you here, and I'll pack his things for him or whatever, and then he'll leave, but he'll leave and go way back to the other side to his other, like, family or whatever, but they got a different, like, outlook on me, and he runs... Like, when he runs, he's like, I don't know, like, I'm afraid that he's not going to come back, so I try to, like, work it out or whatever, but instead he's like, no, I don't care, whatever, like, I'm done with you, like, he don't never want to, like, communicate with me. Like, I mean, sometimes I do have, like, a little bossiness to me. I can be a little controlling at times. But it works out in the end. It plays its part, And
it's not working out. If it was working out, you'd be in a church somewhere exchanging rings. You're in here talking to me about him. It's not working out. Okay. Mr. Summers, why don't you tell me what happens when you decide to leave the circumstance?
I run. I've grown up in group homes. I've always ran. If I felt like it wasn't right in this home or with this family, I run. I'll run. I'll just run away from
someplace else.
Somewhere else to make me feel happy, make me feel, good about myself. As when I was a kid, I wanted to just be happy, run, play in the playgrounds, come home to a cooked meal.
Right. Yeah.
So.
What do you do when she breaks up with you? What do you do? I know, so don't lie. Tell me what you do.
When we're on a breakup, I run. I'll go to one of my siblings' house, and I'll be all on social media.
You go straight for the other women.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. I go for other women.
There you go.
Because it's with me. It's like I want a family. I'm growing up. I want a family. I want a household. I want to raise my own family. I want to have something I didn't have. Mm-hmm. So if I feel like when I run, and I feel like it's done, like when I run when I was a kid, if I feel like I'm done with her, I go try to find another female to try to make my wife. I want a wife. I want a family.
That's not fair on my part because
and it's not. I don't jump straight into the relationship though. I don't jump straight into the relationship. It's just like getting to know another female.
But if you're searching for another female, why are you instantly so quick to run to another female when you just got out of a relationship?
I be feeling like I'm done with you. So
well, let me ask you this. I'm going to talk to you both about I feel like I'm done. I am going to talk about that. But Ms. Brown, you have an insecurity about the other women that he is in contact with because they're not of the same physical type and size. Tell me about that.
Yes, so I'm connected to his Facebook, and girls, like when we're separated, like it'll pop up on my phone, and these girls be like BBW, like big, beautiful women, and they're not my size, and it's just like they're always bigger than me or chubbier than me, and it's just like, why are you, if you want to be with that type, why are you still trying to try to make it work with me when you do decide to come back home like that?
Well, let's ask him, okay? Mr. Summers, do you have a particular type of woman that you enjoy, and is she thicker?
No, she's not thicker. My crush is built just like her. She's light-skinned just like her. I don't like BBWs.
But you don't mind.
So why
I won't mind. I mean,
it's a
woman.
Like a
little. Yeah, it's a woman. I like a little junk in the trunk. I mean, what man doesn't?
I got you.
But that's not what I want to marry. That's not something I want to.
So why do you always go talk to them then if that's what you want? Because I clearly don't have a choice.
I don't talk to her.
I got you.
First of all, Your Honor, I never really sat down and talked to his family. I've been around them, but they always gave me this little stink eye or felt like.
Because the first impression of they got with her, she was drunk. And they didn't like her from there. They haven't seen her since.
Do you feel his family doesn't like you?
Yes.
Why?
Because, well, first of all, Your Honor, I never really sat down and talked to his family. I've been around them, but they always gave me this little stink eye or felt like, because I wasn't the one for him because I've never met him. But when he runs off, ain't no telling what he tells them because they're only hearing one side. So when they look at me, it's like.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I understand. Mr. Summers, does your family not like her?
They don't like her. They don't.
And why not?
Because the first impression of they got with her, she was drunk. The first time she was drunk.
No, that wasn't
so
the first
she was,
time.
like I said, she was walking around with the voice, prancing around like a little schoolgirl. They didn't like her from there. They haven't seen her since. And then every time they see me, it's when I'm running away.
And you tell them all the bad stuff that's happening. I got you. That's a common mistake, but I get what's happening here. Now, we got to remember, this is a before your vows. I looked at your compatibility test, saw nothing that alarmed me. So I want to take a moment, and I'm going to start with you, Ms. Brown. I want you to tell me, and by extension him, give me a 30-second sales job on why Mr. Summers, above all others, is the man for you.
Mr. Summers, he actually showed me how a woman should be treated. He's very respectful. He spoils me mentally. He gives me, the satisfaction that a woman should need coming from my man. Not only is he my childhood friend, he's my lover, he's my best friend. And he takes me, he motivates me, he supports me, and he pushes me to my success on being a medical assistant, which I want to be as far as my career. He enables me to actually push harder and do better.
A+. Wow. Now, Mr. Summers, there's a lot of pressure. Because she showed up and showed out with the professional love. So, Mr. Summers, I'm going to give you, take a deep breath. And I'm going to give you 30 seconds for you to tell me why Ms. Brown, above all others, is the woman for you. Go.
Well, Ms. Brown, she's the woman for me because I love everything about her. In the morning, if she's not happy, I'm not happy. I can't go wake up and go a day and be cool if she's not cool. If I can't make you happy, her happy in that day, I can't be happy. She makes me smile. She's everything I wanted. And when I was looking for a wife, she's everything. When she's sober, she's just the perfect. she's just she's the most perfectest woman in the world to me. When she's
What do you
beautiful.
like about her?
She's beautiful, long hair. It's like I said, she got everything going for herself, like a medical assistant.
You started out at a B, and you tumbled all the way to an F. You brought up that she's drunk, she's everything I looked for, she's got long hair, and she's light-skinned.
Yeah, and she's got everything going for herself. She takes care of kids, her household. Like, she backs her man up. She backs me up with everything. Like, I want to be with her for the rest of my life.
I'm gonna grade you on a curve because you're a dude. I'm gonna give you a C- just because I like you. It wasn't that good, but I think you really care for her. I really, really do think you care for her. And I think you both care for each other. What I think the problem is you don't have a script to read off of. I think neither one of you had an opportunity to have a stable family and a stable relationship, and I think that the community that you're in does not support stability, and you don't understand, like many people who come in here, what a commitment is, how you make one, and how you nurture one, and how you keep one. So now I'm gonna teach it to you. I like you people. You're good people that came out of bad circumstances. First of all, you need to be cool, calm, and collected. You got a guy who came from a circumstance where there was no stability. The last thing you need to tell that man is to get out. To get out is not a solution to anything. If you want this guy, just because you're angry in the moment, it's not a get out. It's like, look, give me a minute. Then let's sit down and talk about what I need from you and why I'm hurt and I'm upset. It's not an accusatory moment. It is a moment to connect and to confirm, not to confront, but to inquire. Are you with me on that? Mr. Summers, I'm going to say this to you. To the extent that you tell your family all the negative stuff you have, but don't call them up after sex and say, hey, she really knocked it out of the park, they're going to have an uneven picture of her. They're not going to see your love, and they're always going to advise you as if she's an ongoing negative as opposed to. So don't run home. Say, you don't want me to leave, baby. You don't want me to leave. I'm going to stay right here because I love you. I want you to calm down. You need to put down the bottle. If you can't handle it, put it down.
Yes, ma'am.
Just put it down. I think you're fabulous people who just got a rough start. I want you to press the reset button, put down the bottle. Stay away from telling your relatives about all the bad stuff she does. Love one another. You hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Here's your marriage license. Go on down there and get it done. This matter is adjourned.
I feel the judge gave me some good advice in terms of, talk to her about my family about, how to talk about her and, how I love her.
I think
better.
the judge's advice was also good because I'm going to put down the bottle just a little bit more, not be so aggressive and not kick him out so much and love him, and we can go from there.
Thank you.
Today on Divorce Court.
I have lots of trust issues when it comes to Mackenzie.
My girlfriend has insecurity problems as far as her thinking that I'm going to leave her for a man.
This is my first relationship, so I'm really scared of being heartbroken.
It really irks my soul how much she loves attention from other people, and it's not me.
As far as her thinking that I'm taking advantage of her and talking to other females, it's not right.
I wish my attention was really enough for her.
I actually do plan on marrying the girl.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Mackenzie Wiltbanks and Priscilla Lopez. The two of you have been together for 2.5 years. You are, however, having conflicts and concerns. Hence, you are before me here in Divorce Court today. Ms. Wiltbanks, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why you're here in Divorce Court today?
We're here today because of Priscilla's communication problems, and I would say insecurities.
Okay, tell me a story that would let me know what's going on.
So there was a guy that I was talking to. I was dating her, and he was still interfering in the relationship, trying to talk to me. I was trying to push that away, but everything that I did, this person was still popping up. So it led to her being insecure, feeling that I wasn't there for just her.
Right.
I wanted someone else as well.
Right. When you say he kept popping up, what does that mean?
Say I'd block him from a social media, he'd come into my emails, or he'd text from different numbers, or...
But yeah, doing all that kind of winding around, but you never gave him any encouragement, you didn't... Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Okay, well, the first couple times I did respond because of some things that were said. So I obviously felt bad and felt some type of way that...
Guilty, and you were
Yes.
concerned, and so
Yes.
you did respond.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ms. Lopez, is that an accurate recitation of what occurred?
Everything she said is pretty much the truth.
Are you concerned at all about this guy or her attraction to men in general?
In the beginning, when I seen certain stuff as far as emails being sent back and forth to each other, it was messing with me a lot. But now I have a better understanding of how she really feels. And I understand that when you are in a certain relationship with somebody in the beginning, it's not too hard to get over that person.
Right.
But I just want to respect, because she made me feel like I was the only person in the picture when I really wasn't.
So she was less than honest with you about the nature of her contact with this guy.
Yes.
Even though it was, is that true?
Yeah.
You should all, people, be truthful. When everybody understands I've got a life, and when that life, when that relationship ends, it's always a little messy. Everybody just doesn't walk off. You say, look, I was dating this guy. He got a thing. He keep calling me. I don't like him, but he keeps, you know what I'm saying? That way it's easier. You don't have to pretend. You don't have to fake and fade out. So you don't have any concerns, because sometimes when I have lesbian couples or homosexual couples, there is a concern that one or the other who's had heterosexual relationships may not be committed to that particular sexual orientation. Do you have any concerns in that regard because of this guy?
I mean, in the back of my mind, I always think about her messing around with guys and stuff, but I try not to think about it as much no more, because she did give me a promise ring. So she's trying to basically tell me that she's all in it and she's trying to make this relationship stronger.
Do you have problems with your families at all? Because oftentimes there's pressure in the family because not everybody's on board with who you are. Ms. Wiltbanks.
I wouldn't say they necessarily try and get in our relationship as far as like us dating each other, but our sexual preference, of course, yeah, they have a problem with it. More of my dad's side, though.
Right. Are they interfering?
No.
Are they unwelcoming?
There's some members in my family a little unwelcoming.
Uh-huh. Do you think it at all impacts your relationship?
No, she doesn't let stuff get to her, so I wouldn't think so.
How is your family?
My older sister is actually a lesbian too. So it's kind of hard for my mom to, understand the fact that she might not have grandchildren the way she wants to have grandchildren. But I mean, she understands more and more now that I'm older, and she does realize that I'm way more interested in women than I am men. I actually don't like men at all.
So that's that.
Yeah, it's not going to change my opinion, the way I feel
about it, and there's no interference at all, and you guys are comfortable.
Very comfortable.
And you feel supported. I mean, everybody may not be glad about it, but you feel supported in that regard. Now I want to move on to the part that fascinated me. It appears that you have quite the menagerie going on at your house. That it is a rescue center, a hospice for four-legged creatures,
Yep.
and your concern is it is consuming your life. And I want to talk to you about how that's impacting your relationship. Can I see the snake? Come on up here. It's a constrictor, right?
She's a ball python.
Now hold that head. I don't want to see the head. Hold the head. You got the head?
Yeah.
You're not holding the head. I want to see your hand around his head. Now, Ms. Lopez, I understand that Ms. Wilbanks has quite the menagerie at home, a whole lot of animals. Give me an idea of what I'm looking at here.
You're basically looking at a one-bedroom animal shelter. You could say it like that.
Well, how many animals does she have, and what variety? I see one.
Right.
Right there. I see the snake, but how many and what kind?
Well, right now we have one snake, we have a pit bull, we have a cat, and 4 kittens that she just had. She also had a bird and 2 other snakes, but they're staying at her dad's house.
Ms. Wilbanks, what's with the animals?
I've always had a love for animals. I grew up with animals, grew up on a 40-acre ranch, was going to school to be a veterinarian, so
You just love animals?
just love them.
Part of your concern is not only that there are so many animals in such a small space, but you say they're expensive to take care of, and economically you're just not there. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Can you give me an idea of how much you spend monthly on the critters?
I honestly can't even tell you. I lost count. But it all goes from cat litter to their food to, buying them beds and stuff for them to be comfortable. It just all adds up.
Are they on your nerves?
They were in the beginning, but now, I'm kind of used to it.
Right?
Yeah.
Right? Now, Ms. Wilbanks, are you economically able to care for all? Because these people have to go to the vet. Mm-hmm. They got a this, they got a that, they got the other thing. Is your money right? That's a no.
No, it is, because look, the snake, she only eats once every 2 weeks. The rat is $4. So that's $4.
You feed them a live rat?
Well,
Yeah.
no, I killed the rat first.
You kill the rat. Can I see the snake?
Yes, of course.
Now, it's not venomous.
No, she's not.
Come on up here. It's a constrictor, right?
She's a ball python.
Now hold that head. I don't want to see the head. Hold the head. You got the head?
Yeah.
You're not holding the head. I want to see your hand around his head. There you go, baby. Ooh, not bad. Strong.
Yeah, she's very strong.
No, wait. No, You're not gonna let the thing go. I was just trying to straighten it out. I didn't want to have it. Lord. Woo! But they're not slimy, though. It was cool.
No, they're not.
But it wasn't slimy. How long it take you to get used to that?
A couple months, actually.
She don't make you kill a rat, does she?
No, she does everything by herself.
She does everything
I just
by
watch.
herself.
Yeah.
You just watch?
It's pretty
Okay.
interesting. Yeah, it's
All right.
amazing, actually.
Do you have any requests in that regard? Do you want her to cut it down, or are you concerned, or is it just a kitchen part of the woman that you're with, and you okay with it?
I just want her to slow down with the animals until we get a bigger place than she can have as big as a farm she wants.
Oh, you want a farm?
Well, I already have the ranch in Barstow, but when we get a newer place, I want my animals to have their own room.
Yeah. I feel your pain, I told my husband I want a ranch with some horses in it. And he said, I hope you and your next husband are very happy with it. What are you gonna do? A man is harder to find than a ranch, so I'm gonna keep Big E and let go of the horses. The animals leads me to your next concern, which is you are very focused and very interested on being economically stable and getting to the next phase in your life in a reasonable manner, and Ms. Wilbanks, not so much. So I'm going to ask what's going on and how that's causing conflict in your relationship.
I just really want her to stay focused and learn to be independent and have certain goals for her to reach.
Well, my grandma's old school, so she always told me to date someone who can take care of you.
Do you think that's wise? So, Ms. Lopez, you say that Ms. Wilbanks is not quite focused and well-directed as you would like her to be. Tell me about that.
Well, I just feel like me and Mackenzie grew up way different than I thought we did. She grew up being spoiled by her dad and the rest of her family and stuff like that. I grew up having to hustle and, you know, make money on my own. So I just really want her to stay focused and learn to be independent and have certain goals for her to reach, and not just always have to have people supporting her and stuff like that. She should be able to support herself.
Gotcha. Ms. Wilbanks, what do you have to say about that?
It's a lot to keep up with me.
In what regard?
As far as, you know, like she said, I grew up being spoiled. I grew up having everything I want, so that's something I've been used to my whole life, so I still expect the same.
But how do you expect that to happen? You know, you had everything you wanted because your parents gave it to you.
Right.
Now, do you expect them to continue to do that? Do you expect to transfer that obligation over to Ms. Lopez? Or do you expect somehow, some way to do it yourself?
Well, my grandma's old school, so she always told me to date someone who can take care of you.
Do you think that's wise?
Yes and no.
You know, I always tell people, especially these days, always be economically and emotionally in a place where you can leave if the situation becomes untenable. If you are financially dependent upon someone and they turn out to be, and I'm not talking about you at all, a jerk, a fool, a philanderer, you know, a gambler or what, an addict or whatever they turn out to be, if you're not in a position to say, hey, I don't want to take it anymore because they're supporting you, then you're at a disadvantage. You have no leverage. Does that make sense to you?
It makes sense, but it's not me being completely dependent on her. I have my job, I work. It's just a matter of me saving. I'd rather spend than save what I have. Because at the end of the day, if she was to leave, I can go back to my family who's gonna continue to take care of me.
How old are you?
I'm 22.
Let me tell you something, young lady. Life is long. Parents die. To the extent that you expect everything to be handed to you, deeper still, you will not be happy with anything you have. It's crazy if people hand you. You expect, you don't appreciate, you don't understand the strength. But hey, you know, it took me 5 years to write a book. I made like, you know, less money than I make in a morning here on that book. But man, am I proud of every cent I make off that book, because that was my work, that was my effort, that was my strength, and it gives you a sense of accomplishment that is worth more than some nice shoes. Sometimes I think young people these days, off the Twitter and the Instagram and all this Facebook, and see the boots and the makeup and the this and the that, and they think that's where the joy is. The joy isn't there. The joy is the getting somewhere that you weren't yesterday. You can't purchase it. You got to accomplish it. And I just hope you feel that. Do you understand what I'm telling you?
Yes, I understand.
Does that helpful?
Makes sense, yes.
I hope so. Now let me tell you what I think you need to do now. Ms. Lopez, you said the promise ring meant a lot to you. What do you expect to happen from today forward?
I just really want her to fix her attitude. That's basically the main thing that I came here for.
What do you want her to fix? Is it just about what she wants to do in life, which is pretty much just have her hand out, or is it an attitude about other things?
Well, it's kind of both. I feel like she has a lot of potential to do way more stuff than just work a regular job. Like, she could do hair very good, she could draw. Like, she needs to use her talent as something that she wants to strive just become great at.
Right.
Because I have my DJing stuff, and she's always there supporting me 100%, but I don't want her to always be so dependent on her family and just hope and pray that they're always there for her. Even though they're always supposed to be there for her, but as far as money situations like that, I don't think she should be asking her for any more money. She's too grown for that.
Ms. Wilbanks, do you have a response to that?
Not really, because as much as I grow, as I can be 40 years old, my dad's still gonna text me every day saying
I could be 40.
saying that he's always gonna be here for me and
But that's not true. When I was 40, my dad was gone. That's not true. You're gonna outlive him. If it works out right, you're gonna outlive him. So he's not always going to be there. And the thing is, it's all about the launch. We don't want to take care of you people forever. We really don't. And not just because we're sick of giving you our money, which we are, but because we're worried that in our absence, and we will be absent, you won't be able to take care of yourself. You know what I mean? So rise up, rise above, get it together. Don't put the pressure on everybody else. You be your own person. And if you are your own person, you're going to enjoy life more. I got this job because when I had my last job, I didn't just do bare minimum. I did it, hooped and hollered and carried on in regular court. Someone saw me and put me on this court. Opportunities will arise when you rise up. Rise up. Opportunity may be waiting on you. You with me? And don't think about it like work. The journey in and of itself is fun, as long as you know you're on a journey. You with me? Yes. I tried. This matter is adjourned.
So growing up, I was always told, you should find someone who can financially take care of you. With my family being old school, that's what they believe. The significant other should always take care of the women.
Growing up, I didn't really have it like all the other kids did. During high school, I never asked my parents for money. I made sure I either sold chips, gummy worms, anything to have money in my pocket, so I won't ask my family members for money because I knew they didn't have it like that.
Today on Divorce Court.
We're in court today because we lost communication. He won't interact with the children. He won't interact with me, but he has time for the cell phone and for his video games.
When I'm trying to come on to her, trying to have sex with her, she rejects me and pushes me away, and I feel like she has someone else on the side.
I'm at a point where I'm not sure whether I want to continue to work on my marriage or if I want to leave and go in another direction.
I want the judge to get down to the bottom of our marriage.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Janisha Doss and Deontay Lewis. The two of you have been married for 4 years, together for 7 years, correct?
Correct.
And you've been here before, because I remember y'all. You were here for Save My Marriage. I had some things to say. Apparently you didn't listen, so we're back. And I want to see what we saw last time. When you date a child, this is what you get. He's not mature enough to handle a family and a wife. He hasn't got it together enough. That's why he gets angry all the time. He's watching porn. He's doing what a 22-year-old does. If you're going to dip down into the kiddie zone, you got to be prepared to raise him a little bit. Mr. Lewis, once you decide you get married, once you decide you have children, your days of being childish are over. Grow up, get a clue. You bought this on yourself in favor of Mrs. Doss. It is so ordered. Dipped into the kiddie pool. Ms. Doss, what happened since I last saw you, and why are you back again?
When we left, we did some counseling. Deontay got better with the porn and took care of that, and he even sought out therapy for anger. But what brought us back before you today is Deontay is not pulling his weight as a husband or as a father, and he's still getting angry over things that he shouldn't be.
What's wrong now?
What's wrong now is that Deontay has a problem with me having time to myself. He recently got injured at work, and I've been his nursemaid and everything to everybody in the house. And so I asked about maybe a weekend or spending a one night at a hotel. He has a problem with that.
He got hurt at work.
Yes.
At work.
Please highlight that.
At work.
Yeah,
I mean, the
highlight
last
that.
time you were here, he wasn't working. So hurt at work.
That's a big progress, isn't it?
Why you mad about it?
I'm mad about it is because he takes advantage of the situation. Like right now, when he first broke his ankle, I was in charge of grocery shopping, caring for the kids, bathing him, and doing all of that, and I was fine. As he started getting better, he started getting lazier, and it wasn't like, oh, I need you to do this because I'm hurt. It's, I need you to do this because I don't want to get up and do it myself.
I got it. Now, Mr. Lewis, let me ask you this. And this happens to people. People get used to not doing stuff. They get used to getting taken care of. Did you, at some time, not on purpose, but get used to being taken care of, and you don't want to let it go?
No. I'm independent. So whether if I'm hurt or not, I try my best to get up, move around, spend time with the kids, get our child, help do the dishes, clean up.
Stop. Now, tell me what it is, how you contribute to the household, broken ankle and all.
I get up, I help do the dishes every now and then. You know what I'm saying? When she starts to cook, every now and then I'll go in there, just to keep her company, and
every now and then I keep her company when she cooks.
Every now and then.
Oh my goodness.
Just talk to her, talk to her, and things like that, or whatever, just so she won't.
If you ask somebody what they do during the day, and they have to say 3 times, I get up,
that's all they're doing is getting up.
They're not doing anything. Mr. Lewis, let me tell you why she's upset with you. She's upset because you haven't taken on any tasks and responsibilities. Every once in a while, I is a person who is just dipping. They're not doing. And a woman or a man who's in a relationship wants to be able to say, hey, this individual has got this taken care of. If you think companionship in the kitchen while she's working is taking care of business, you don't know what the business is. That's all I'm going to say to you. Having said that, Mr. Lewis, what is your primary complaint about Ms. Doss?
My primary complaint is that she complains too much, and she's easily triggered.
Easily triggered. What does she do once she's triggered?
Like, she'll just snap and shut down. Like, say, as far as we were supposed to went to the laundromat. I had a couple dollars and we were supposed to went to go wash. So I bring up the fact, okay, how about this week we go and wash, you know what I'm saying, and get our clothes clean. So when I bring it up, she gets an attitude and be like, and oh my God, and all this other type of stuff, because all she want to do, is just lay down and, just sit and chill. And it's we have to go and wash because we got to have clean clothes.
Does she not?
At home.
Yeah, at home, but it's a full-time job. Yeah. And she does all the cooking, right?
Yes.
Because you only keep her company while she cooks, so we know she does all the cooking, right?
And I got kids to keep me company.
And she's got, what, a 4-year-old, a 6-year-old, an 8-year-old? I mean, she's working. So all she does is lay down could not be true.
How would he
Now,
eat?
Ms. Dawes, let me say this. Your primary problem with him, other than lazy, is he's not making any money. But he had a job at the lumberyard. Can you give him a little room and credit for that?
Yes, I give him credit for that. I was making his lunches for that job that he was going to and making sure that he had what he needed. I cook and clean. I make money too. I do whatever it is that's necessary. I make sure the paperwork is done because some things, he don't understand when it comes to whether it's job paperwork and things like that. It's just that he's not appreciative. He feels like I have to do the things that I have to do, and it's not because I love him that I'm doing it. And as far as me cooking, that's a full-time thing. Cleaning the house, that's a full-time thing. Right. You could come there anytime and the house is clean. And with that many children, a lot of people cannot say that.
Right. But it's not
just Mr. Lewis, do you contribute meaningfully to those things, like cleaning the house and take care of the children?
I bought. Nah, I know she loves to cook. That's one of the things that she told me. She loves to cook. So she wants to start a cooking business. I bought her a flat top electric stove. She complains about.
So she can get out there and cook, make some money.
Yeah.
You went out and spent a whole hour.
And so
helping her work. How dare she?
How dare you?
How dare she?
The hell? You know what I'm saying? And so she gets.
Okay, I think I have got this issue fairly buttoned up. I know what's going on. So now I want to move on and talk about your opposing parenting styles.
I try to back up her play. It all depends on what they do, and it's like this talking about this is not gonna work. You see what they just did? They just lied to you right to your dang face.
And so do you.
Do you feel like he backs your play? Mr. Lewis, you're only 24 years old, and I've got to say that's a lot of children to be responsible for. Do you find it overwhelming, and do you feel maybe you're a little bit out of your comfort zone dealing with so many children?
A little bit, because, you know, for me being 24, you know, and I work, it's like I'm extra tired. You know, when I come off of work, that becomes another problem in our marriage, because she feel like I don't spend enough time with the kids because I'm tired. I don't spend enough time with her because I'm tired after work. You know what I'm saying? I gotta get up at 5 o'clock in the dang morning.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And I catch the bus.
And
you know what I'm saying?
Hang on, let him finish.
And so, you know, she homeschooled the kids. You know what I'm saying? She does a hell of a job with the kids.
Yes.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? She does a hell of a job with the kids. You know what I'm saying? So,
do you feel like that you're backing up her play, or you have a different way of dealing with them? Or do you disagree with her?
I try to back up her play. It all depends on what they do, and it's like I just okay, this talking about this is not gonna work. You see what they just did? They just lied to you right to your dang face.
And so do you.
Do you feel like he backs your play?
No.
No, she don't.
No,
so I don't care though.
Because if it's a situation, any situation, for the majority of the part, he has a problem with. And I don't always talk. I do take away things, like they're not allowed to go play, you know, do certain things.
And so they be in their room just playing and clowning.
His problem is that I'm not aggressive enough. But being aggressive does not always work. Being aggressive out in the street could get you arrested. Being aggressive at school could get you suspended. There's a lot of things that aggression does not solve. And if you're not going to find a different way to do it, then the way you're doing it is not working either. So we can both sit here and point fingers all day. But what we need to do is try to figure out how to fix it.
Okay.
But in the street, though, you got to be tough. You can't be out here in this world and just, just try to talk out the problem. You have to have some type of heart, some type of toughness in you, especially with boys.
Mr. Lewis, I understand what you're saying. Let me say this about boys. You don't teach aggression, you teach self-confidence, and that's different. Self-confidence doesn't come when somebody's angry and yelling at you. Self-confidence doesn't come from that. That doesn't teach them to be hard and tough on the street. That teaches them to be uncontrolled and as uncontrolled and angry as you are. You are uncontrolled and angry in here. That's what the problem on the street is. The problem is everybody's out toughing one another. Nobody's thinking and nobody's talking. So that, I just want to say that. But I'm gonna move on from there, and I want to talk about your concerns about his disappearing and not being available. Why do you think he was cheating on you when he leaves like that? What makes you think?
Because he's gone, like he working a job. Like, where do you have to go until 3 and 4 o'clock in the morning?
Is there any truth to her concerns that you might have had a situation with another woman? Ms. Doss, you say Mr. Lewis disappears a lot and you believe he's cheating on you. Why do you believe that?
Because he'll take something minor, and even when the argument is over, that'll be his reason to leave. We got into it over the stove.
Oh, man.
Now, this stove that he in here bragging about, oh, I bought it, blah, blah, blah. So he burnt something on it. And then instead of
Not purposely,
moving,
though.
instead
Mr.
of
Lewis,
moving
please.
from that eye and cleaning it and moving on, he continues to cook on it. Now he's boiling stuff and then he's doing all of this. And I don't know how to take care of it yet. So yes, I get upset because I'm like, you're not gonna clean that off? And he like, well, I am. Just instantly trigger. I can't even be upset about something I appreciate that you got me, and you're being careless with it. And so that turned into an argument. So the argument was over. He went in one room, I went in another room, and then the door closed. That was at 9. About 12, because I give him his space, about 12, 12:30, start texting, where are you? Because not outside.
When did he come back? What time did he get back?
3 o'clock.
3 or 4 o'clock in the
3
morning?
o'clock at that time.
That time.
Then last time we got into it over a situation with the kids. That argument was over at 9. He left out at 11 and didn't come back till 4.
Okay. Why do you think he was cheating on you when he leaves like that? What
Because
makes you
he
think?
gone, like he working a job. Like, where do you have to go until 3 and
Away
4
from
o'clock
you?
in the morning? Okay, but I
Because
bet you if I did it,
when we
you'd
get into
be
it, I don't
having
want
a
to be in the
fit.
same house as her.
I get that. You're angry. It's all loud. And you want to leave to get your head together.
Yeah. And
Okay.
so
Let's get that. Is there any truth to her concerns that you might have had a situation with another woman? The smile says yes, so cop to it so we can move on.
Basically, I met a girl. I met her. She seen me at the park. And
you
we
two-
started talking, and one thing led to another, and that's how that
It
happened.
became a sexual situation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so,
all right.
Long story short.
Thank you for the truth.
No problem.
And you found out about it?
I did today.
Yeah.
I did today.
I thought you already knew.
Oh, no, ma'am. No. It was just a thought. Just a thought, but evidently I was correct in what I was thinking.
So you didn't actually know, you just thought he was,
Yes.
and you revenge cheated just in case. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Tell me what you did.
I met up with an old friend of mine. We exchanged phone numbers. We've been talking. We've been out a couple of times. And I have not been sexually active with him. I have an emotional affair because I'm attached to him. I care for him.
So why you don't give me
But-
none then?
Stop.
Who would want to? But,
Plenty
that,
of 'em.
I
Besides you.
I guess at the park, trifling.
You damn
but
right.
No.
All right. We're done with this conversation. Now I'm going to move the ball forward, hopefully back onto the playing field. Much of what I want to say will echo what I said before. You didn't hear me last time, so I'll try to say it differently this time. Maybe I'll get somewhere. You're looking for a man where a boy exists. And the way to get a guy to level up is not to holler at him. The way to get the guy to do better is not to become angry and get an attitude. I understand he's frustrating as all get out. I'm frustrated. Been in here 15 minutes. I want to leave right now. I get that part.
But I love you.
No.
Okay.
He's childish. He's annoying. He doesn't know how to behave like a man. He doesn't know how to take it up a level and show up with as much as he can for the woman that he loves and as much as he can for the children that he's in charge of. What he does is he does whatever's comfortable for him at the time. You knew this, and I know you knew this because I told you.
Yeah, you did.
And you cannot ignore the truth of the matter just because you like the idea of having him. Because the idea of having him will soon get very old. That's what I'm telling you. Mr. Lewis, I asked you to grow up. You chose not to. You have 2 children now. You don't have any options other than to grow up. You two are going to have to parent. This is a save my marriage. I think that's the most absurd thing I ever heard. I think that you are not looking to level up. I think that you are looking to get away with as much as you can within the context of the circumstances that you are in, but to do no better than you have to do. That's going to frustrate the living daylights out of her, and you two will always be angry with one another.
I don't agree with that.
So I know you don't agree, but then again, you're here for a second time with an angry woman, an unsatisfied life, a whole lot of children, no money. So I've got a happy life, a couple of quarters, and no need to ask for counsel. So if you want to get better, the first thing you have to do is acknowledge what's wrong and then listen to somebody who knows more. If you put your ego before that, better never comes. So I don't know what to tell you. I can't help you save your marriage. Counseling won't do you any good if you're not looking to listen, if you're not looking to grow up, if you're not looking to be a better person. All the counseling in the world isn't going to do you any good. I'm going to send you back to one, but I'm going to say the same thing I said last time. You bought this problem by picking up a little boy and expecting him to act like a man, and you stayed a problem because you never turned into a man. How sad is that? This matter is adjourned.
It's like, why keep coming if it's not gonna work? If we're not learning anything, we're not moving forward, or we're moving forward and taking 5 steps backwards. That, I feel like it's no longer worth it, and I'm not willing to waste the time or energy.
Just skip it. You know what I'm saying? There's no need to even still stay together. Like I said, co-parent is better. She go her way, I go my way, and we'll be good.
Today on Divorce Court.
Anthony shows me a lack of affection in public. I hope it's not because he's embarrassed. I'm definitely more comfortable in my skin than Anthony. I want Anthony to know that I'm very serious, because at the end of the day, I'm your ride or die. He needs to wake it up, or else I'm out.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Brooks Kelly and Anthony Plumey. The two of you have been together for 6 years. Things are not going well at this juncture, so you've come to see me to help you out. So, Mr. Kelly, I'm going to start with you. Tell me a little bit about your relationship and why you're here today.
I'm here to get some help with Anthony. We met on Facebook 6 years ago. We were intimate pretty fast. I felt that, you know,
when you say pretty fast, what do you mean? Because this is divorce court. You know, 5 minutes in.
I think it was like around 11 minutes. But
what was your sense about Anthony when you first met him? What was he like?
Seriously shy, not as talkative, nervous.
Did you like that about him?
Yes, because it's an opposite of me. You know, I'm outgoing. I'm loud. I'm obnoxious. You know, so he definitely is that.
The yin to your yang.
He definitely is.
Mr. Plumey, what did you first think when you first met Mr. Kelly?
I thought he was sexy. He had a nice personality.
And
he's great.
Did he scare you a little bit? Because right now he's not. He's pretty calm and quiet. But from what I read here, I mean, he can come into the room like an explosion. Was he loud and like woo? Or did you like that about him?
I like about him. He's loud. He's talkative. He's not shy. He's a great guy.
And he's a great guy. So what seems to be the problem, Mr. Kelly?
The problem is that we don't have a good communication barrier.
Okay.
Our communication is off. Like, in front of people, we're amazing, you know? But when
in front of people, you're amazing. What do you mean?
Amazing
you look
meaning
good
like,
as a couple?
Yes. Like, they take us very serious, our friends and family. They definitely look at us towards what they want in their relationships.
Right.
But when we're at home and we're dealing with just me and him, you know, there's a lot of things that he's not giving me that I feel empty in.
Name something he's not giving you
His attention.
That you want. Attention. Is he not touchy-feely? He won't hold your hand? Is it he won't have affection in public? No PDA, and you like PDA?
I love PDA. I'm all about it. When we're in public, I feel like sometimes he's not as affectionate with me. You know, he's not on the side of me. When we walk in a room, we're a couple. I wanna come like Beyonce, you know, the kind. Like, I want to have that man in my life. And when we walk in a room, people know that we're a couple.
Boom, here we
Always,
are.
Everywhere.
Well, where is he when you walk in a room?
Good question.
Well, you said in here that he's walks 6 feet behind you. Is that right?
Yeah.
Not really?
No, it's right.
Is that true?
No, I'm not comfortable. He's comfortable being gay. I'm not. Because when I first found out I was gay, I only told my mom. Mm-hmm. My mom was okay with it. When my dad found out I was gay, he was upset. He was mad at me. Mm-hmm. We don't talk that much because of it.
Right.
Because I'm gay.
Right. So you understand that he's uncomfortable with being gay and that he's not you comfortable with it, out and proud and loud and it's all good and everything, and him not so much, so he has to be brought along a little bit.
I hear you, but that's just an excuse. We've been together for 6 years.
Get over it already.
Exactly. I haven't met his dad, you know, so that person hasn't affected me in our life, other than all the family and friends that we have now. And they all love him. Like, in my family, I made sure that when I took him serious, they all knew how serious he was. He's my ride or die, everything, forever. And, you know, I want to marry him someday. But it's just sometimes I do get hurt, you know, when, you know, because at the beginning I was on drugs. I was homeless. My mom had just passed away, so I was going through a lot of stuff. And when he came into my life, he definitely was that yin to my yang, you know. He pulled me out of drugs. I no longer do drugs. I've been 5.5 years clean. Like, you know what I mean? And that all has to do with him, you know. My own willpower, but if I didn't have somebody solid like him in my life.
That support that you needed to make that move.
Yes. And, you know, we have a good life now. I just feel sometimes that he's not being serious with us.
Why do you think he's not being serious?
I'm all in. I'm ready. You know,
Tell me about the last huge argument you had.
We were out with our family and cousins and all dressed up beautifully and ready to do this. One of my cousins, who I'm not gonna say her name, but he treated her as if he was his girlfriend, as if he was straight, as if he was ready to have kids, and all. Holding her purse, pushing out chairs. He don't push out chairs for me. So, I mean, yes, I shouldn't be like that. I know I have him at the end of the day, but to see that being done for somebody else, it hurts my heart. It breaks my heart.
Were you all boyfriendy with a relative of his and kind of over the top with it?
He just exaggerated.
You were just being a gentleman.
Yeah, just being a gentleman.
You weren't really worried, were you, Mr. Kelly?
I wasn't worried that he was gonna leave me. I'm very confident that he loves me. It's just I was bothered and hurt that the fact that he was treating somebody else exactly what I want to be treated. You know, even if we've been together for 6 years, I'm your princess from beginning to end. Boom.
Right.
You know the kind, yeah.
There you go, right. Yeah, I think I see what the issue is there, I really do. And I'm going to talk about that momentarily, but before we do, I want to talk about the nomophobia in your relationship.
Fully focused and immersed in his phone, something we said we wasn't gonna do, and he didn't even hear me. He wasn't even listening. That hurt my feelings so much.
So did Mr. Kelly go through a lot of work and trouble making a special day, and you had your nose in the phone?
Yes, I love my phone, that's why.
Mr. Kelly, you say Mr. Plumey is nomophobic. Now, Joe, do you know what nomophobia is?
Do I want to know?
It's not as bad as some things you might be thinking of. Okay. Nomophobia is, and this is a real syndrome, the fear of not being near your mobile phone. I had to look it up myself.
Same here.
65% of people sleep with or near their phone, and some of y'all might be doing it. And 34% of people have, check this out, answered their phone during sex. Mr. Kelly, you say Mr. Plumey is a nomophobic. Tell me why you believe that.
Every day, every other day, every single moment, he's on his phone. When he doesn't have his phone, you should see him bust out in cold sweats and get nervous and be like, where's my charger? Every day is an issue with his phone. He has to have his phone.
Mr. Plumey, are you all wrapped up in the hardware?
No, I might be addicted to my phone. I'm just on social media, but I'm not like him saving naked pictures, going on sites, chat rooms, talking to straight guys, married guys.
And I got that, and I'm gonna talk to him about that in a minute. But are you are you addicted to your phone? Does it bother you when you don't have it? I think I have the definition of nomophobia up here. The symptom, panic attacks, dizziness, shortness of breath, nausea, sweating, elevated heart rate, trembling and chest pain if you're not near your phone. Anything like that happening to you?
All of the above, Judge.
Nah, I know of.
Signs of nomophobia: compulsively checking the phone, hearing phantom sounds, sleeping with the phone, checking your phone the moment you wake up. Can't go anywhere without your phone. Does any of that sound familiar to you?
Yes, I may be doing that.
Yeah. When you see it written down, it's like, so like if I were to take your phone from you for a whole day, what do you think would happen?
Probably be distraught. I don't know what I would do.
You don't know what you would do. We know what would you do. Your concerns, however, is how he uses his phone. Are you talking to other guys?
No,
Are you going on porn sites? Are you looking at other dudes? Are you doing things that would make Mr. Plumey insecure?
I'm just really looking. I'm not talking to any guys. I'm just browsing pictures.
Just browsing.
You know, just browsing. But I am not talking to any other guy.
Give me an example of a time where Mr. Plumey's attachment to his phone was just ludicrous or caused a problem in your relationship.
Okay, one day we were going around the island, and it was just me and him. We had the cooler filled, we had goodies, we had lunch, we was ready to do this. I was enjoying the moment with him. We already said before we leave, no phones. Like, we, you know, put them in my bag.
We're not gonna do that, right.
Yes. So while I'm driving and I'm talking, I'm looking at charcoal, we're passing Waimea, talking, thinking that he's in the moment with me. I turn around, what are you doing? Fully focused and immersed in his phone, something we said we wasn't gonna do, and he didn't even hear me, like he wasn't even listening. That hurt my feelings so much.
So did Mr. Kelly go through a lot of work and trouble making a special day, and you had your nose in the phone?
Yes, I love my phone, that's why.
You see how he talks about his phone? But yet, can you say that you love me just sporadically like that?
But
well, you broke out in a way bigger grin when you talked about the phone than you did when you talked about Mr. Kelly.
There's something wrong there.
He think I love my phone more than him, but I don't do that.
Yeah, well,
I
saw that grin when you talked about your phone. Now I want to talk about another issue altogether. You say you feel invisible when the two of you are out together, and I want to figure out what that means. I understand that he exchanged numbers with an ex in front of you. Tell me how that went.
We met one of his exes. The exes, he took a picture of the ex, and after that, he gave the number to him and said why he had that number. He said for future reference.
You say you feel invisible when you guys go out together, especially when you're going partying. You told a story about him putting dollars in guys' G-strings and whatnot. Why don't you tell me what happened that evening?
We was at the club with friends.
Right.
And I was up. He was downstairs, and I saw him giving money to a G-string, to a go-go boy.
To a cocoa boy?
Go-go boy, like a stripper.
Oh, a go-go boy.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought cocoa, something else I didn't know. A go-go boy. Mr. Kelly, what do you have to say about that? That bothered Mr. Plumey.
One, yes, a go-go boy. He has to pay rent, and that's his job. So I was supporting his bills. But what is more worse, that night was a fabulous night, where he was all night with me, never on my side.
He
tells
always
me
gone.
invisible because, yes, my personality, all my friends and my family, da-da-da, this and that, but I make sure that he my king and they know that. So if he wants to, like, enjoy all this, you know, the kind, when you're in my presence, it's your presence too. You know, the kind, I always think of him. And then it was so amazing where he was in the corner. Every time I told you, come baby, come dance to me, let's get, you know, lit, let's get twerking. No, none of that. None of that for me though. Yeah. None of that. He's still over there just by himself while I'm over here dancing. So I told myself, because the go-go boy was looking at me, he was serving me. He was like, I was like, oh, I'm gonna give him some money. Like, you know, I'm gonna pay his bills. You know, if he, you know, like, show me affection, I never go over there and started making out when we already had sex or anything. You know, I just went on there, danced with him. He was making that money.
Right. Is that what happened, Mr. Blooming?
No, it didn't.
No. What happened?
This guy.
We went outside and I started yelling at him.
He did. In
really?
front, like, and we're at Scarlet. It is like one of the top busiest gay clubs in Hawaii. And
he was fronting on you in front of the best
in front of my
gay
family, in front of my
out
cousins.
there.
Yes. And so I was hurt and upset because he realized that I would have never done that if he was with me, dancing with me, and I wouldn't have been, looking at him instead of you in the dark corner over there. You know, why are you all the way over there? Mm-hmm. Come in the light.
Come in the
That's
light
all.
with you.
Like,
I got you. I understand that he exchanged numbers with an ex in front of you. Tell me how that went.
One day we were at the mall. We met one of his exes. The exes, he took a picture of the ex, and after that, he gave the number to him and said why he had that number. He said for future reference. Like, if future reference means that he going to leave me for this guy?
Baby.
Like, what's up with this?
Mr. Kelly, what's up with that?
I didn't do it on the cover. He was there with me, you know? So it's like, it was mutual. Like, I saw him, I was like, hey, we're still friends, cordial friends. My heart is to you. You already know when we have that kind of stuff, you know, the kind, like, I ride it that way, we're always together. Like, I would never do that. I did that in front of him, like, and for reference, yeah, he has a great job and he knows me in my working environment. So yeah, I would like to have some good people saying good things about me to get jobs that'll further my career, you know, whatever.
Gotcha.
Yeah. But he always sees it because of my past, yes. You know, I've been with a lot of men and women, okay? And, he always gives me strife for that. You know, he always brings it up. It's like he always thinks about it because he always thinks I'm gonna do that. Yet every day I prove him through my family and friends and everything that he's the one.
I gotcha. I think I know what's going on here, and I'll give you my best advice. Y'all tickle me. Mr. Kelly, I thought it was all going to be you. I thought you were going to amuse me. I thought you were going to be funny. But Mr. Plumey got a few in there. Undercover, you know what I mean? He came alive there for a moment. I know why you love each other. You provide him with that need he has to break out of himself, to break out of his shell. It's easy to put you forward. Why he comes in behind you is because he can't get in the room at all, and he needs you to go first. It's not that he's denying you. It's like you're clearing the way so he can get in there for you. That's part of the reason that he loves you. He loves you because you're so comfortable with who you are and what you are, and the fact that you've decided to love him, he finds that very freeing and enabling. So don't feel like he's ashamed of you. His volume is a little lower than yours. That's all. And Mr. Plumey, he loves you because you're who you are, but don't let him step too far out in front of you, so you lose him. Do you understand what I'm saying? You have to get outside your comfort zone. If you're going to get uncomfortable for somebody, you get uncomfortable for the man that you love. So if he's out there, you know, running every once in a while, just screw up your courage and get out there with him and enjoy that larger and more dynamic life that he brings to you. You know what I'm saying? Because he wants you out there having fun with him. And you're going to find, after a time, you're going to start to enjoy it. Because you're a great couple. The yin and the yang, you're loud and proud and you're quiet and soft. but a wonderful combination. So I wish you both the best. That hair is just beautiful. What?
I also beg him for sex.
Well, hold up. She was just giving us. We should have talked about that a little while ago. Don't make him beg. It's not cool. This matter is adjourned.
I learned a lot today by the judge. You feel invisible. I didn't know that. You know, I'll definitely not make you feel like that anymore. You know, I'll be more open to that.
I'll feel about my phone. I will not go on my phone that much. I will try.
Sounds
but
good.
it will take time.
You better promise.
I will.
Today on Divorce Court.
I'm not sexually attracted to Justin because he doesn't take care of his responsibilities. When I ask you to do something, that'll make me attracted to you.
She talks to me like I'm a child.
You act like a child, so you get treated like a child.
She just wanna be a boss.
I put a track on his car because we married. I need to know where you're at all the time.
Ease up a little bit. You got a good guy. Just be a little nicer.
Justin, I need you to grow up and take care of your responsibilities. I need for you to be my man.
Divorce Court is now in session.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here with Jada Braxton and Justin Braxton. Mr. and Mrs. Braxton, you have been together for 3 years, married for 9 months. You are here for a divorce. I'm horrified. You have one child together, and I'm going to start with you, Miss Braxton. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your marriage and why we're here today?
Okay, I met Justin not too long ago. We're here today because he cheats, he lies. Give you a little bit more about that. I bought Justin a car not too long ago, and his actions didn't match up with what he was doing. He would tell me he would be one place and would not be there. He was supposed to be at work at this particular day. Come to find out, he was with another woman and got the car and our rent money took. The girl set him up. So in the midst of him being set up, they got the rent money that put us on eviction. We got an eviction because she took the rent money and she took our BG&E money. He just lies so much. He just lies. Like,
well, what was he doing with that woman, and how did the money go?
I don't know what he was doing with the girl. He was supposed to be at work, and how I found out he wasn't at work is because later on that day I had got a call from his job stating that he got robbed. Now I don't know what to do. Like, he just constantly lies. Why would you tell me you were at work and you weren't at work?
Did he tell you he got robbed?
Yeah, he told me he got robbed. The police called his job, and the police called and said that he had got robbed and that they had took everything. He got home and they took everything.
First of all, it was after work. With a couple boys from of mine that I know in this area. I'm not from the area of Baltimore. I'm from PG County, which is closer to DC. So it's two different cultures for real, even though it's close. So, mind you, I'm hanging out with more than one person. It's a group of people. And me, I'm a nice guy. I was doing a girl a favor. She could have been a model, beautiful, or she could have just been a booger wolf. It really didn't matter what she looked like. It didn't matter what she looked like, Your Honor. I was just being nice, doing a favor. But mind you, it's a different kind of feeling. So they had something set up for me, you know what I mean? So
they took advantage of you.
Took advantage of me. Mind you, I was a little intoxicated, so you know what I'm saying? Things that my mind wouldn't do, I did.
That booze will make us stupid.
That booze will
make you stupid.
Lord,
it just happens.
Yes. So, long story short, I take her to the store. He's taking a little while. I'm like, what's taking so long? So I go to the store. The dude is in there waiting on me for real. You know what I'm saying? Already in there, like, where the money at? I'm like, what you talking about? So he pulled a dog out, which is a weapon, and was like, yeah, get that money up. So I'm like,
you gave the money up.
No, I didn't.
You didn't?
Nah, I ain't give it. I should have just gave it up right then and there.
What'd you do?
I pushed him out the way and went to my car, right?
If he was supposed to be home, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. He wasn't answering the phone. He wasn't answering any text messages or anything like that.
Wait
so what
a minute.
am I
Now,
doing?
my man's just about to get shot. You mad because he ain't
Exactly. Thank you, Your Honor. Clap it up. Round of applause. Round of applause.
So you pushed by him, then what happened?
I get to my car. By the time I close my door, he is at my window with the gun, pistol whip me and everything, bust my head open. That's when I said, okay, you can have it. Go ahead and take that.
He was home. He wouldn't. This would never happen. So anyway, I accepted him, and I said, okay, it happened. Let's move on. He still needed transportation to go back and forth to work. I lent him my truck. Right. Now everything is running smooth and stuff like that. A little bit, maybe the second week into lending him my truck. The second week into lending him my truck, he was supposed to come pick up me and his child. I didn't hear from him throughout the day. I didn't hear from him at all. He leaves us stranded, okay? He leaves us stranded. I had to get a friend to come and help me get into my house. So come to find out later, he didn't come home till 9 o'clock the next morning. Come to find out, he was with a female. It was in my stuff and left me stranded, okay? So I asked him, I said, so what, I played, you know how we do. I already know where you was at. I already know what you was doing. That's what I did. I said, you know, it's okay. Try to get him to come home. It's okay. Come home. Come bring me my stuff. It's okay. It's okay. Then later on that day, I had told him, okay, I already know where you was at. You might as well tell me the truth. You might as well tell me the truth. So he comes out and tells me I was with another girl. That's why I didn't answer your phone call. That's why. How you gonna take my stuff? Can you ask him, how do you take someone else's belongings and do them wrong? I lent you my truck or whatever so you can go back and forth to get money. Don't leave me and my child stranded.
Since you asked nicely, how could you go off with some other woman with her stuff and leave her stranded?
Yana, she's moving a little too fast right now, okay?
Well, what happened?
The way she talked to me, it just, you don't want to be around that. I understand I had an obligation to do that I failed to do. Unfortunately, I was intoxicated at the time, and a lot of bad things happen when you're intoxicated. So
Absolutely.
I stopped that.
Like
I'm not doing all that. You know what I'm saying?
You left the liquor alone?
I left it alone. I left it alone.
You leave
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, I understand.
So, thank you. So that unfortunate circumstance did happen, and I admitted to her that I was with another female, but I wasn't.
Another woman.
Yeah,
I don't say male because I don't think you're livestock, you know?
Right.
So we're not like female.
Yeah.
You know,
I was with another woman.
You weren't supposed to be. He's very fresh, okay? So that knowing that you're my husband and you're with another.
What do you mean he's fresh?
He's very flirtatious. He's very friendly. He's very open. So with that being said, I believe that she set him up. Now,
which one are you talking about?
You still mad about that?
I'm very mad.
You move forward.
You got to.
I understand.
Tell me about when you were pregnant, because I believe he was doing something inappropriate while you were giving birth.
He was. Okay,
Tell me about that.
9 months into pregnancy, I'm on the bed. I'm getting ready to have his baby. After I had his child, I didn't find out until maybe 2 months that he was sitting on the bed next to me texting another female. Okay, he was texting that female on the date. I seen the dates of the text messages texting.
What did they say?
Hey baby, how you doing? What you doing? When am I gonna see you? I miss you. No flirting. You're not flirting with me today. Just a whole bunch of you are a married man. You are a married man. So why are you sitting up here talking to these females like that on the day that I'm giving birth to your first child? So after that happened, I was like, red flag was up. So I decided just to move on with it. I decided to give him a clean slate once again. I don't know why I just took him back, because he constantly makes me feel as though that this is what he is. I got you.
That he runs around with other women. That's who he is.
Yes.
And you accepted that in some measure and decided to remain with him. But you're beating him up with the fact that he is that every day.
Yes.
Right.
Which don't make any sense. But okay, we'll talk about that momentarily.
She knew what it was.
But Mr. Braxton, I want to talk to you about the nature of the atmosphere in your home.
Well, Your Honor, the way that she talks to me, she yells at me.
You have a recording, you said?
Yes, ma'am.
You know, I had to ask you to help me a little bit more. I pray to God that you would help me a little bit more. You can't do nothing.
So first, let's get this out of the way, Mr. Braxton. Were you cheating, or were you texting other women while she was giving birth to your baby?
I was not texting other women while she was giving birth. Around the time, maybe, okay? But it wasn't like texting. It wasn't like texting. It was more of the social media, type it up, and then leave it alone. And then leave it alone. You know what I mean? Just because the way she talks to me.
So have you cheated on her?
No, I haven't. I've been in the presence of another woman, and I've talked to another woman. But in regards to really physically, nothing's physical.
I know he's doing that. I know he's doing that. But is he really cheating?
I don't know. I don't know. When I first met him, I didn't feel as though he was cheating. When I dug deeper into, running his phone and stuff like that, that's when I started finding out more and more and when it happened and what was going on around that. I don't know why he does what he does. It's like...
Well, why do you do what you do, Mr. Braxton?
Well, Your Honor, the way that she talks to me, I even have proof to show you.
Well, describe how she talks to me and then give me the proof.
Okay. She yells at me, treats me like a child. I'm a grown man. I bring the money in. That's not what it's about, but I feel like she belittles me as a man. You know what I'm saying?
What kind of things does she say?
Oh, you ain't good for nothing. All types of stuff.
Well, give me you have a recording, you said?
Yes, ma'am. I submitted it. It's a snippet.
Submitted it.
It's a little snippet just to get a taste of what it's like.
Okay, well, let's listen to the snippet.
Tune in, Your Honor.
Keep making me miserable. Keep trying to drag me through the dirt.
I didn't do nothing, Jay.
You did.
What do I do?
That's the problem. You don't think you did. You did. You're doing everything. You're doing everything. I asked you to help me a little bit more. I prayed to God that you would help me a little bit more. You can't do nothing. Nothing. You knew I was running around trying to take care of and the least you could have did was try to in here look at our resources. You sleeping all day.
Jada, I was tired.
Yo, I'm tired too, Justin. I'm tired too.
I didn't mean to. I slept for a couple hours.
Just please leave me alone.
I slept a couple hours.
Leave me alone.
It was
just
a couple
leave me
hours.
alone. Just leave me alone.
I'm saying it was a couple
Just
hours.
leave me alone.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry.
She wasn't done.
She wasn't done.
Now, Ms. Braxton, what happened that day? What inspired all of that?
On top of his cheating and his lying and him getting robbed and set up, it put us into a financial situation to where everything fell on me because he doesn't take care of his responsibilities. Now, that particular day, my truck had got towed. I asked him, to take care more responsible. When you see me getting stressed out with the babies, the bills, taking care of him,
Is he working though?
He does work, but
Does he bring the money home?
Yes, but I manage all the money. He doesn't spend anything responsible.
Because
That's why I manage it.
I let her.
Well, what were you mad about that day?
I had asked him to do something particular. I had asked him to take care of one little incident, just take care of one little incident, and everything was falling on me. And he couldn't understand where I was coming from, so it escalated. I said, Justin, I need you to do boom, boom, bop. Do that. Just do that. He couldn't even do it. He wanted to sleep all day. As you could see, I was tired. It was your off day. It was your off day.
May I have one word?
Please.
So that particular day, it was my day off, like I said, but her car got towed. We did have things to do. So we did a couple of things. You can't do everything in one day, you know what I'm saying? So we did a couple of things. In the midst of that, we were cleaning out the closet, just taking everything out the closet. But she still had things to do herself, you know what I'm saying? So I said, okay, you go do that, I'll clean up. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I cleaned up the whole house. Mine's my day off. I cleaned up the house, made a couple calls regarding the situation with her truck to see if we can get it back together.
I wanted him to be there for mental support. Even though it was my responsibility.
But hang on, was he doing everything he just said he was doing?
Not cleaning up the house. I come home, the house is still a mess. The kitchen is still dirty. My child is still running around.
Wow.
And I hit it. No, he didn't do anything. He did one thing that day.
There were no dishes in the sink. The closet was clean. Like I said, it was all through the house. Your Honor. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Economically, you guys are struggling. I want to talk a little bit about why, so we can maybe get you back on track.
And she handles the bills, but she knows what's due and what's due. So I let her deal with it. She lets, okay, we'll let it pass, because I want to get my hair done. I feel like she handles it, but then she treats herself sometimes too.
Did you get your hair done as opposed to pay the electric bill? Now, Mr. Braxton, your wife has intimated that you are irresponsible with money. However, you told me that one day when the electric bill was due, it did not get paid because she felt getting a weave was more important. Please explain that circumstance to me.
Your Honor, it was unbelievable. You understand? It's unbelievable. All right, mind you, understand we got robbed. I got robbed, and for the finances, basically like a month back, so we playing catch up. So long story short is, she like I said, she handles the bills, but she knows what's due and what's due. So I let her deal with it. She lets, okay, we'll let it pass, because I want to get my hair done. And unfortunately, things happen. Say, for example, we got to get the car out the tow yard, pay that money for that, you know? So I feel like she handles it, but then she treats herself sometimes too.
Did you get your hair done as opposed to pay the electric bill?
I did.
Can you explain that nonsense to me, to put your hair before the electric bill?
I was stressed out. I got a great defense. I was stressed out, and I was a little bit blindsided.
So weave relieves the mind? Somehow you feel better?
Sometimes, yes, if you look in the mirror and you look good, and
take a walk around the block. It's cheaper and it's better for you.
Yes.
I think that is so ridiculous.
Yes, it is.
It is ridiculous. And I understand you're under pressure and you're upset, all that, but that's not the way to deal with it. You're putting yourself deeper in a hole.
Because there's a whole bunch of stuff with him. He's very immature. He's very
Tell
goofy.
me a story about his immaturity.
I could tell Justin, okay, this particular day we need to do something in regards to paying bills. He'd rather go spend the money on car accessories. He'd rather go, so it's not just me, it's him. If he know a bill needs to be paid, he'll be immature and go buy car accessories. The only thing he cares about is his car.
But you're immature and buy weave. What's the difference?
Because I manage it and I know where the money goes.
And you get mad at his stupid, but you justify yours.
He won't tell me until I see it. He won't tell me until I see it.
Did you tell him about the weave beforehand?
I don't tell him about anything.
Oh, you see where you're wrong here, Miss Braxton?
Yes.
And you stay on angry with him, even though I'm clearing the woods.
Yeah.
It's not there anymore, but you stay angry.
Mm-hmm.
You with me?
Yes.
I'm about to talk to you. I know you want $500 for. I'm not giving you nothing. I think you guys should stay together and make this thing work because you got a baby at home.
Mm-hmm.
And there's nothing really that wrong at your household that you can't fix.
Right.
He's not out there all ratchet and running around, traveling and doing. He just isn't. I mean, he's a little flirty here and there, but that's not happening. What your problem is this. You've hoarded all of his errors. So everything that he does wrong now is met with the same reaction as if he did everything wrong that he ever did that day. And you never get over it. You never get past it. You never get around it. And you keep fussing at him about it. You're not happy. He's not happy. And you keep not being happy in that manner, in his direction, he will leave. Because nobody can stand all of that. Now, Mr. Braxton, let me tell you what you're doing wrong.
Yes.
She's under duress.
Okay.
When you're managing the money, when you're working just as much, household duties probably more on her side, and you're managing everything and asking you to do here and there, the pressure of managing all that is very heavy on her head.
Right.
So what you have to do is not be the guy who does what he's told when he's told, but you have to be a guy that can take something off her plate and say, hey, baby, this is my responsibility. You'll never have to worry about A, B, and C.
Right.
You can take care of D, E, and F.
Okay.
Because I got A, B, and C.
Right.
You can't be as flighty as she lets you.
Yeah.
Because what we women do is we absorb responsibility.
Yeah.
And so you're like, oh, she'll do that.
Right.
Oh, she'll do that. Oh, she'll do that. And we're absorbing, but we're getting crushed.
Right.
Next thing you know, boom.
Explosion.
Right. But you have to manage your business like a grown man.
Yes, ma'am.
You have to take responsibility that is not foisted upon you,
Right.
that's not given to you, that's not required of you, but that you choose to make it because you're a man.
Now, Your Honor, in regards to that...
The time for you to talk is all over.
Oh, dang. Okay.
This is all me until I leave.
Okay.
Do you understand what I'm telling you?
Yeah.
Now, you're in the habit of being angry. You're going to go home and be just as angry tomorrow as you were yesterday. You have to, every morning, make a decision that you're not going to be that angry person that day. Every morning. And when she does that, you have to co-sign on it.
Okay.
And you have to co-sign on it, but baby, I want to think of something every morning. I'm going to take this off your plate, babe.
Okay.
I'm going to do this for you. You don't get angry for me.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You've got to conduct business in a marriage.
Yeah.
You've got to handle your matters. You with me?
Yes.
I'm not giving anybody any money for anything. I want you to go home, act like you got some sense. You hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
This matter is adjourned.
I came over for a divorce, but from seeing the judge, I honestly believe that we can make it work. Her advice really helped. I hope it got to Jada, you know, what she's doing, that she can do better, and I understand what I need to do to handle my business and be together as a team.
I think that I will try harder. I'll try to stop being less angry and less controlling and just let him take on a little bit of responsibilities and just try a little bit harder in my marriage.
Today on Divorce Court. Today we have a classic case of are you sorry you did it or are you sorry you got caught? After her affair was dramatically exposed, this couple has struggled to get back on track. He's haunted by images of her with another man. And even though he desperately wants to keep his family together, they're in trouble. Let's see if he's willing to trust again and if she's now trustworthy.
Divorce Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Ileana Lemus and Robert Lemus. The two of you have been together for 6 years, married for the last 4. It does look like it is the end of the road for you. One of the reasons is because you are not altogether sure that the last child that she had is yours. So we have taken a DNA test to determine whether or not you are, in fact, the father of that last child. Before we get to that, however, Mrs. Lemus, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me what happened?
We're here today, Your Honor, because I had an affair with my husband about 1.5 years ago. Ever since then, everything has spiraled down. But let me take you back to the beginning.
Okay.
So I met my husband when I was 19 years old. At that time, I was going through my first divorce. I was a single parent. I was enrolled in school and I was working. My free times, I would go out, enjoy my youth. And when I met my husband, I made it clear to him that I didn't want anything serious. I just wanted to have fun.
Right.
Fast forward, we're married. Couple years after our marriage, I start having a quarter-life crisis.
A quarter-life crisis. Now, tell me why you believe you were having a quarter-life crisis. What was going on?
I wasn't happy where I was at that time with my career goals. I had a home, I had a marriage, I had my kids, but...
How many kids did you have?
At that time, we had 2.
What did you start to do when you were in crisis?
I quit my job.
You quit your job?
I quit my job.
Did you tell him first?
I expressed to him many times that I wasn't happy. I was bored in my job. I didn't want to go to my job. It wasn't what I wanted to do for the rest of my life.
Mr. Lemus, is that pretty much an accurate recitation of what occurred?
No.
You tell me what you say occurred.
We were foster parents at the time. We had 2 of our own and then the 4 foster kids. So we had 6 altogether. We started off with 1.
That's a huge thing to miss over there, Ms. Lemus. I got to tell you. You told me you had 2 kids, 6 kids in the house. Mr. Lemus, go ahead.
We had our 2. We did have 1 foster kid, and she wanted an infant. So when the agency found an infant, they gave her a call, and, we got an infant. The next day, the infant had siblings, so they tried to keep the siblings together. Well, they brought 2 more kids. So by the time I got off work, I had 2 more kids there. So altogether...
No heads up?
I knew about the one we had, and then I knew about the baby.
And the baby, but
yes.
the other 2
yes.
just popped up on you.
Yes.
Did you take in 2 children without letting the man know?
No, I told him. I called him and I told him. The baby came at 2 o'clock in the morning, and they told us that she had siblings and they were placed somewhere else. So they were going to try to find placement for those other 2 kids. And I didn't want that. I was waiting for about a year.
I got it. Let me ask you this. When and how did you first find out that she was having an affair?
She was getting in between one of her friends' relationships, and I asked her to stop, and then she told me she did, and I went through her phone and found out she did it. At that time, I found out that she was texting other guys.
More than one guy?
More than one guy.
It was one guy.
It was more than one guy.
What kind of things were they saying?
Dirty text messages, some which were the same text messages that she sent me. I ended up finding out.
No. Don't tell me you sent the same dirty messages to 2 different guys, the husband and somebody else.
The same emojis, maybe, but not the same exact words.
Well, were they dirty emojis? Were there sexual emojis?
Some of them, yeah.
Did you feel at all badly about that?
No.
Why not?
Because he says he was being supportive, but he wasn't. He would come home, he would go to sleep, and that was the end of seeing him. When he was awake, he was always bickering about the kids, and you take care of your foster kids, and this is what you wanted, this is not what I wanted. You call that being supportive?
Is that true that you did fight a lot about the children?
A lot of it was just the time. I still worked full-time, and I felt like she didn't understand that. I do construction, I go out in the summer heat, and I do get tired.
I gotcha.
And she had, the bulk of the kids.
What was this new guy that you had a full-blown affair with doing for you that Mr. Lemus wasn't?
He was encouraging me to finish school, to go back and finish my dream of going to school.
Which was in law enforcement.
Hang on, let her finish. Go ahead.
And he was also encouraging me to work out and to keep on with the kids. Even though I felt like I was by myself, he would always remind me that, you know, my husband was kind of being supportive in a way by allowing me to have the kids. He was being supportive.
He was being supportive. Let me tell you how easy it is to be supportive when you're not in the mess that you're in. He's being supportive from afar. I don't know if he was giving you money or not, but this man was supporting you financially. This man was in the house with the kids, with you when you were upset. That other guy was just sleeping with you and talking a good game. It's really easy to be supportive when you're not carrying the burden. Really, really easy to do. You know, people get that confused all the time, and I don't understand what it is they don't understand about what it is to be an armchair quarterback in a game you ain't playing. But anyway, I'm done with that. I got started, but I'm gonna leave it alone. You say, however, that Mr. Lemus was verbally abusive, and I want to talk about that.
After the affair, he went on and called me a slut, called me a whore.
Where and when?
In front of our children, and he tells me that I am a worthless piece of
I'm questioning because of the end. It's just the timeline of it, and it's just always on my mind.
Now we're going to find out if it's your baby. Ms. Lemus, you say that Mr. Lemus was verbally abusive to you. Could you give me some specific examples of things he said and when he said them?
So after the affair, he went on and called me a slut, called me a whore.
Where and when?
In front of our children. Once was in front of our children. He went on and told...
At the time, Your Honor, we were arguing.
I'm going to get to you. I'm going to get to you. Slut and whore in front of the kids. When and where else?
Another time was at our son's fourth birthday party. We had guests over, and I had served cake to a guest, and this guest was his guest, and she was upset, and so she called me names. I asked her to leave. She wouldn't leave because she said that she was his guest, so she was allowed to be there. So I went ahead and grabbed him and asked him to escort her out, and he refused. He ended up kicking me out of the house and telling me to leave. So our families get involved. Everybody's yelling, calling each other names. I'm the slut. I'm the cheater. My son's birthday party was ruined because of this.
How long was this after the affair came to light?
6 days after the affair.
6 days. No one is excused for that kind of behavior, but you can't see that everybody was hurt and raw because of what you did.
Right.
Any other things that he said or done that you found verbally abusive?
Recently, we got into an argument. I don't even recall why. It was dumb. And he tells me that I am a worthless piece of and that I'm never going to be anything because I'm worthless.
Okay. Mr. Lemus, your response to those allegations?
What happened was the kid in question, that's mine or not, had woke up crying. I woke up. My mother, staying at the house, woke up, and we were wondering where she was at. Well, come to find out, she was outside in a T-shirt and her underwear talking to another guy at the phone at 1:30 in the morning.
Were you in your T-shirt and underwear outside talking to another guy?
And it's not the first time that I've done that. And he knows that. I've gone out to the backyard. I've gone out to the front yard.
In your T-shirt and underwear?
Yes, it's a long T-shirt. It's a long T-shirt. I'm not showing anything other than legs and arms. His whole thing was that he believes that I was in a relationship with this person, and he goes to the extent of going every time he thinks I'm doing something or that he finds out that I am doing something, he goes to the extent of going to the person's work.
What did you do at that man's job?
I just wanted closure. Confrontation was not on my mind.
Did it end up being a confrontation?
No, he ended up not being there. But my problem was that she kept saying this guy is gay, and then she says, well, we're joking around, he acts gay. I go, well, which one is it?
Did you do that?
Yeah.
For
So
what purpose? For what
because
purpose?
it's not my place to tell his business. So
she spoke about it, though. She started it.
You asked about it, and if I don't give you answers...
And once you did that, you know, you made it his business. Once you said that, I mean, the cat's out the bag.
He doesn't stop picking and picking and picking. He has to go until he gets something. And sometimes when you tell him the truth, he doesn't like the truth. So, okay, this guy, right? He goes to his job. Oh, I went to so-and-so's job, and they told me he's not gay, and they told me you're sleeping with him. I'm not sleeping with him, Robert.
I never
no,
said that.
Yes, you did. They told me you're sleeping with him. I'm not sleeping with him, Robert. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Okay, Robert, I'm sleeping with him. I've kissed him. Okay, that's what you want to hear.
Okay, so he's frustrated, and you have to admit to something you hadn't done in order to keep him quiet. I understand what you're telling me. Now I want to move to the manner in which you handle your difficulties, which I understand has a great deal to do with social media, and I want to talk about that now.
In order for him to forgive me, I went ahead and posted a live video on Facebook. He was holding my phone, and I was telling my friends and family that I was a cheater, that I was a slut, and that I was sorry for cheating on my husband.
Could you forgive your partner for having a 2-month-long affair? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court.
Okay, Judge Lynn, we have a viewer's question ready for your judgment call. I've been dating a man for almost 2 years that I want to marry. He hasn't proposed yet, but he's suggesting that we move in together for a trial run. Should I agree to living together first?
Absolutely not. You lose all your leverage when you move in with a guy. You start doing all these wifely things at girlfriend prices. So what I would do is stay where you are. If he wants you, he needs to come at you with what you want, which is a ring. End of story. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court. Will be right back. Mr. Lemus just told me that he made you do a public confession on social media. Why don't you tell me how that transpired and what that confession looked like?
The day after he found out, he came back. I begged him that I wanted to make things work because we're human and we make mistakes. So in order for him to forgive me because of the allegations I made the day before, which some of them were true, I went ahead and posted a live video on Facebook, which he was holding my phone, and I was telling my friends and family that I was a cheater, that I was a slut, and that I was sorry for cheating on my husband. At the end of the video, I asked him, what else do you want me to say? So he got upset. He turned off the phone. My family thought I was being held hostage by him. I had police calling my phone, blowing up my phone, asking where we were at, if I was okay. And they went to our location to verify that I was okay.
Your Honor, I wanted just a genuine apology on camera. I did post on social media what happened, and I did call her names. Well, she went and lied and said that I beat her, I raped her, I did this, and I did that. And that's why I told her, I go, if you're really sorry, then you can post a video on social media saying that you did lie and what really happened.
Ms. Lemus,
and I told her that if law enforcement gets involved, that's...
You involved law enforcement.
How did he involve law enforcement?
The guy that I had an affair with was in law enforcement, so he...
What she's going to school
No,
for.
let me finish. And this was before I met him. I was going to school for that.
You're telling me a story.
So he finds out about the affair. He finds out what the guy does for a living. He posts it online on Facebook, and he tags the police department because he couldn't find the guy's Facebook.
You seem very indignant about his response to your... You know what I mean? You seem really indignant by the fact that he was hurt by the fact that you dishonored him in your marriage in such a complete and unequivocal way. Do you see that as a little odd?
No.
You don't see that as that it might be a normal reaction of someone whose spouse had an affair on them? Don't you see how hurtful that would be and how someone might not behave appropriately behind that kind of conduct?
I do see why he reacted the way he did, but I also feel that it's not okay, especially coming from him, because he's not a person that likes social media to begin with. He purposely wanted to humiliate me because he felt humiliated, and I understand that. I really do. Do I regret having the affair? I've told him that I don't, and I would do it again because he keeps belittling me, and he keeps making me feel like I'm worthless, and he tells me that I'm worthless. Why should I try being worth something to him if he tells me I'm not?
Mr. Lemus, you filed for divorce the day after you found out.
Yes, I've always
told her. Do you want to
her...
stop it and get back together, or do you really believe this is the end of it?
Honestly, I'm looking for a professional opinion. If we continue this, I feel like she's not sorry in what she does, and I just feel like if that's how it is, then there's no reason to move forward.
I'm going to answer your question about what you think you ought to do, and I'm also going to answer your question about whether or not that last child is yours and determine whether or not that is going to weigh in on your decision.
Today's question sponsored by... What would you do if your partner forced you to publicly apologize for cheating? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back.
Everybody in here got a reason to be angry. You have an absolute reason to be angry with this woman because she cheated on you. And you got to own the fact that once you did that, you hurt him in such a primal, instinctual, and deep way that he's going to do things that are a little out of character and unkind. Hey, it's all me. Out of character and unkind. Having said that, you don't ever, and I mean ever, involve your children in the adult nonsense in which you are engaged. I don't care how hurt you are. I don't care how bad you feel. You don't bring it up at a birthday party. You don't tell your children that their mother is a slut or anything else. And you don't go broadcasting it to the world at large because she hurt your feelings. I know she did a horrible thing, absolutely horrible, and she has to take time and measures to make it up to you. And you don't seem to feel that you're responsible to make it up to him. But you do. He's not going to trust you. So you don't go outside in your T-shirt and talk to the guy because he has trust issues because you created them. So it's your responsibility to do something about it. But at no time does this become an excuse to embarrass her and humiliate her publicly and mess with your kids. Mess with your kids' heads about who their mother is. Holy cow. How could you? No, you can't. You know what, Ms. Lemus? You got impulse control. You want to do what you want to do when you want to do it. You quit your job. You got a whole lot of kids. You didn't ask him. You got him all caught up in a whole bunch of stuff, and you still don't want to take responsibility for it. It is your responsibility. Absolutely, unequivocally. You want to have an infant. If you're not in a position to have an infant, you don't have it then. Holy cow. Now we're going to find out if it's your baby. What? Do you really think it's not, or you just question it because she acted such a fool at the end there?
I'm questioning because of the end. It's just the timeline of it, and it's just always on my mind.
Well, it's one thing you need to take off your mind, because that's your baby. 99.99999. Got 27 nines behind that .99. Now, here's my next thing.
I've been there for him, so...
Yeah, and listen, here's the next thing. If you really want this thing to work, you got to put a period on the anger. You know, you did a bad thing, he did something in response, so you had the right to respond. You got to let all of that go. You have a job to do, which is to allow him to trust you again, and you have to do that being over the top in your trustworthiness. If you want to stay in this marriage, if you want to forgive her, don't keep her and abuse her. You got to make a decision about that. But whatever you do, make a decision. But everybody got to stop being angry, and I mean right now. Everybody got to get off social media. Everybody's got to be quiet in front of those children, and I mean right now. Do you understand what I'm telling you?
Yes.
Good luck to the both of you. This matter is adjourned.
You didn't have any remorse. You said that you don't regret doing what you did. You said you'd do it again.
I understand I made a mistake, but I'm not the only one that has to change. There was problems before the cheating.
Do you think you can trust her again?
After finding out that the baby's mine, I think it's a start, but there's still a lot of work to gain trust.
Today on Divorce Court.
I'm here on Divorce Court because I'm ready to get a divorce from Nicole. She's childish, she's self-centered, and she just won't settle down.
My biggest issue with Catherine is her infidelity, and she has a public fiance, and we're still married.
I want Judge Toler to tell Nikki that she is very selfish.
Kathy, I want you to stop with the infidelity and just focus on your real family.
Nicola, I want you to grow up and realize that everything is not about you. If you can't do that, then we should move on with our life.
Divorce court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Kathy Canada and Nikki Canada. The two of you have been married for 3 years, separated for the last 10 months. You do not want to be married anymore. That's why you're here. And Ms. Kathy Canada, you are suing for a divorce court first. Yes. Never seen it before. Don't know if I'll ever see it again, but we'll get to that when we get to it. Before we do, Kathy, why don't you tell me, why are we here today in divorce court?
We're here, Judge, because my wife, Nicola Canada, she's a rolling stone. Mm-hmm. She can't find a home, basically. Like, everything was good until we got married. When we got married, she just wanted to become this singer, model, actor, everything. Like, I'm thinking, like, hey, you should have did that 20 years ago, about 4 kids ago. You know what I'm saying? Yes. Like,
she's a little late.
Yeah, you're a little late. You waited till I said I do. Like, you tricked me.
Yeah.
You know?
Did you guys discuss what you thought your future was going to look like before you got married? And what was the discussion?
You know, she said she was uncomfortable being at the hometown that we was in at the time, my hometown.
Right.
And what was planned was that we was going to get a little money up together, and then we would move.
Right.
And we would just start our lives in Cali.
Right.
But it took a little longer to get the money up.
You thought, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But 2 weeks in, and she gone. She's out of there.
Nikki, did you pull a bait and switch?
I feel like I wasted my good I do on her. Because before we got married, we were not supposed to communicate with exes or people, even though they weren't exes, or flings.
Okay.
2 weeks in, I go in her inbox, and she's inboxing this young lady that we just discussed before, like a week before we got married. You remember? Little short girl, really pretty, nice booty. Yes. So she's inboxing her, and I said, you know what? That's disrespectful. We just made a vow before God. So,
did you talk to her about it, or did you revenge? You do some revenge, something. Think about it.
I threw them deuces up. I said, I'll be back. I had to think about this again. And I left.
Were you texting somebody that you would agree was off limits?
Yeah, but it was like innocent text. Like, it wasn't like nothing sexual.
There's nothing innocent when you're texting an ex that you slept with.
Like, she was like, congratulations.
Congratulations on your marriage. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Right.
And that was the end
of it. If it was just congratulations, why didn't I get to see the congratulations? Why she didn't inbox me and congratulate me? She knows me, too.
She knew you flip out on her, like.
But she knew I would flip out on y'all. Okay.
You say that Nikki doesn't act like a married woman. Tell me the things that she does that appears single.
Like a stripper.
Dresses like a stripper.
Every day, all day. It was okay when we was dating, you know what I mean? Like, when we wouldn't, it wasn't serious, you know what I'm saying? But hey, when you become my wife, you gotta, I don't want everybody looking at what I got.
Okay, hold on. It's not looking at what you got. How I dressed when we got together. Okay, so then I see you looking at females how I used to dress when I got together, and I'm over here looking like Mary Poppins. That just ain't working. It ain't popping for me. Because I believe in what you want to do, another one will. So I'm gonna keep your eyes over here. I tried anyway.
You say that you caught her putting a video of her twerking on some guy on social media.
No.
Tell me what you saw.
I go on the social media and I see this guy who looked like a bum rapper. And
he was from Atlanta.
I just so happened to look and I see my wife in the background just getting down. Just getting down.
Were you twerking on a bum rapper?
Bum.
Well, he was not a bum rapper. He's an indie artist like myself. But since we're talking about videos, I goes in her phone. She has a video of X-rated video of her having sex.
I feel drunk.
Yeah.
She has a video of her having sex from the back.
I know you're an animated person, but could you like keep it in one plane for me? Just, you know, I'm getting old.
I'm sorry. Okay.
I'm trying to work with you, but it's still.
Okay, there was a video of her having sex with this girl.
Was that on there?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was.
Was that a violation of the rules of the marriage, or?
Yeah, but she had a video too.
And what was her video of?
She was giving oral to a guy. Yeah. Oh, and there was a girl behind her. Yeah.
But that was after you cheated.
Yeah.
Y'all are busy.
She tit for tat, yo.
Two wrongs don't make it right, but it's gonna make somebody leave.
Oh my goodness. My understanding is, despite the nature of the relationship as it exists, that Kathy, you really wanted a family and wanted to create one, and you have some very good reasons why. So I want to talk to you about your needs in that regard next.
My mom, her and my dad didn't get along. She seen so much of me in him, and so, like, we didn't get along. We kind of had, like, an open thing going. Like,
now explain
she done
what
brought
that
women
means.
to our bedroom before.
What? So, Kathy, tell me why having a sound, structured, healthy family is so important to you.
I never had that growing up. Like, my mom, her and my dad didn't get along. And, like, she seen so much of me in him. And so, like, we didn't get along. So it was, like, crazy in my house.
Did you know, Nikki, about her background and what she was looking for in a wife?
When I first met Kathy, we were younger. I actually met Kathy. My mother used to date her grandfather. That was my mother's sugar daddy. And it's true. I'm serious. I just had to say it like that. But yeah, and I knew.
Did you try to be that for her at all?
I did. You know, I had a troubled background myself, being younger. So it was.
Well, what happened to you?
I mean, I went through rape and child abuse when I was younger. Yeah.
It's such a frighteningly common story these days. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? That we're just finding out what people have been holding on to for so long, and it's so common, and I am so sorry.
But it's okay. I mean, well, I think what made us closer is, you know, we could relate. And,
but my question to you is, understanding what she was looking for in a wife, you know, you popped out to Cali and did the TV all crazy. Did you feel that you kind of came out of the blue with that and it wasn't fair to her?
When we got married, I wanted the same structure.
Right.
And I felt like once we said I do, then even if what you think is harmless, if it bothers me, don't do it. And that did it. And
that one message, congratulations?
No. It just said it was that. It was the cheating before. And I'm the one that pressed the issue about getting married. I will admit that. I pressed the issue because I thought it would really, really make it better. Since that's what you want, then okay, well, let's seal the deal. Because there was infidelity before the marriage.
Were you not faithful even before you got married?
See, we kind of have like an open thing going. Like,
now explain
she done
what
brought
that
women
means.
to our bedroom before.
What?
Like we like swing. Like she done brought women to the bedroom before.
I got you.
Or we might be out, going out. She be like,
you see something you like?
Yeah, she like, babe, you like her? I'm like, yeah. Okay, well, let's go get her. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my God.
But you know, I can't lie and say, you know, I was young, so I made a lot of kind of messed up decisions, you know.
But were you going to carry that on into your married life?
No,
you know?
I didn't. When she left and came back and we sat down, she made me tell her everything. I admitted to everything I had done, everything. She still hadn't admitted to what she done, which I found out later on, you know what I'm saying?
I got you.
But turn around, a lot of the things that were brought to her, she realized wasn't true. Like, I came up on her job one time and confronted a girl that was lying to her about it. And once she seen that, she like, oh, babe, I'm sorry. You done left me. Now, like...
that one thing.
That one thing. Well, I understand now, Kathy, you have found a new love, and your new love wants to say something to me, or wants to let it be known that she is your new love, and we are going to see your new love next.
That's pictures that she posts on social media.
She posted a half-naked picture, and then you wrote, you slut bucket, a bag of bitch bucket. Would you stay in a marriage riddled with infidelity? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court. Will be right back. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Missed a show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV.
Hey guys, my name is Sarah Cottle, soon-to-be Miss Canada. Kathy asked me to marry her. Me and Kathy have a family. That's why I love her, because she takes care of me and my kid. I cannot wait for this divorce to go through, because I am the next Mrs. Canada, and I'm going to wear that name pretty damn good.
All right, the new Mrs. Canada. Old Mrs. Canada. Do you have anything to say about that?
Oh, yes, I have plenty to say about that. She is community, honey. She has a baby from my...
Don't name relatives. Just from a guy I know.
Oh, yes. She has yes.
She has a baby from a guy you know.
Yes, basically a family member.
A family member of yours.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that happens.
Yes.
Kathy, you're happy? What do you got?
See, you see, she talk about community and stuff like that, but, you know, she ain't too innocent.
Now, what are you showing me here?
That's Nicola. That's pictures that she posts on social media. Like, that's how she like to be seen on social media. Somebody screenshotted me that. Somebody screenshotted me that and texted sent it to me. And when I seen it, I was outrageous. So, yeah, I texted her that, and then...
Oh, you texted, you wrote...
Yes, I wrote...
She put on a half-naked... I gotta explain it to you so you know.
Right.
She posted a half-naked picture, right? And then you wrote some ratchet stuff underneath it.
Yeah.
You slut, bucket, a bag of bitch bucket.
I didn't explain that.
Not regular plastic bag, brown sack paper bag, hoe. That get crumble, be. Unbegging me, wanting me back, dare you embarrass my last name. I'm almost flew off to my beach.
It's a little cuss.
Got kids, good look. You married dummy. I'm giving to Crystal B. Lord have mercy, I don't even speak that language. I don't even know what she said.
I can explain that picture. I went to Texas, and I was going to sign with this record label. And in the course of that, you know, doing this little mixer, it's a sex shop. And, you know, they have their clothing, and that's what I was modeling, the clothing. I mean, it's not like I was bust wide open or,
well,
you know.
There's no clothing, though.
But it's because it's a sex shop. It's a
BS.
sex shop.
That's what it is.
But you got to model the product. I don't see any product.
There's no product.
But that is the product. It's a sex.
Herself was the product she modeling on social media. That's the problem. Then the messages right there on social media. She bashing me. Like, how you gonna bash me?
I'm gonna be finna be petty. I'm gonna be ugly girl, my to be you.
A lot of cussing.
Crazy.
I need an interpreter. A whole new gig out there. Now, clearly this marriage is over. We already got the new Mrs. Canada lined up, ready to go. This divorce is happening. But, Kathy, you want a certain sum of money from Nikki for something nobody's ever asked for money before in the history of divorce court. And we're going to get to that now. Today's question sponsored by... What is the best reason for keeping your relationship off social media? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. Kathy, tell us what you're suing Nikki for.
Yes. She destroyed my sex toys. A good bit of money. Hey, they ain't cheap. Like, the cheapest one is $80. When I say destroyed, I mean destroyed.
Can I explain?
Threw on top of the roof.
You're not old enough to look at this. I'm gonna have to send you in the back. Holy cow!
That's what I said.
Threw on top of the roof.
How many of these did you have?
Like 5.
No, listen.
Why do you need 5? I'm just wondering.
Different.
Why do you need 5?
Different things, different, feels, different sizes.
Because guys only get one.
Right. And I feel sorry. But I can buy whatever I want. Yeah.
You got a variety.
I can buy whatever I want.
And how many of them did you have?
Like 5.
And what did she do to them?
She threw one on the neighbor's roof. 1 or 2 of them went on that roof.
And then what happened to the other one?
On top of the roof of our trailer.
She threw.
You threw them on the roof of the trailer.
Yeah.
I'm gonna explain why.
And please.
Okay, first of all, technically, I don't owe her anything for the strap-ons because they were supposed to be for me. Okay?
Did you buy them for her?
No, she bought them for me to use for me.
Mm-hmm.
But technically, when I came home, because I actually came back, because, I go on my sabbaticals, I will say that when things aren't, I have the tendency to leave. But I came back. And when I came back, I got some new stuff for you, and I look, they're like this long, and I'm like, where are you putting that? That's the animal. That's for an animal. I can't do nothing with that. And then there's a strobe light. What was you doing with the strobe light? But they weren't for me. They were for the alleged Miss Canada.
There's a concept in law called marital property. Marital property is property that you get while you're married, and you're supposed to divide it equally when you leave.
Well, 3 were mine.
I don't know how strap-ons go
in her
as
book
far
bag.
as marital property.
I feel like if I pay for it, it's mine.
To me, it feels like personal property. Mm-hmm. You can't destroy something just because you're mad at somebody.
But it was for me.
I don't care what it was for. It was personal. It was hers. It cost $625, and that's exactly what she's getting back. This matter is adjourned.
So there are no lingering feelings for Nikki, or?
I mean, that's my wife,
Right.
But it's just got to be over.
So how do you feel that you got that money back?
Right. I feel good. Money. I'm about to get it.
This is over. This is through. Any regrets looking back?
I don't know about it being over and being through, because she was just with me last night.
So you guys were together last night?
Oh, yes.
Well, now the new Mrs. Canada is going to know that.
I'm Miss Canada. Let's say that.
Since the show, I'm doing great. Me and Sarah and the kids, we back, on great terms. Nikki tried to start drama on social media. Me and Sarah's wedding date got pushed back a little bit. But other than that, everything is gravy.
Today on Divorce Court.
I came to divorce court because I think that my fiance, Dennis Moore, is a compulsive liar.
The lies that I have told her were to spare her feelings so that she wouldn't go overboard and assume stuff that's not actually there.
I do want to know who the real Dennis Moore is.
I believe that she does know who the real Dennis Moore is because I pretty much laid everything out cut and dry for her.
The lying does hurt me. Every time I find out something different, it takes something from me each time.
Hopefully, everything will be proven today that I'm actually the person that I said that I am.
Dennis, the lying has to stop or I'm done.
Divorce court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Lamika Davis and Dennis Moore. The two of you have been together for a year, engaged for 8 months. You have a child from a previous relationship, but you are currently 5 months pregnant with Mr. Moore's baby. You two are having a little difficulty with your relationship, so you came to me on before your vows. You've given me your marriage license with permission to tear it up should I think that your union is ill-advised. You filled out my compatibility test, and now you're going to tell me why you love Mr. Moore but are concerned about whether or not you should marry.
All right, so I'm here today because I fell head over heels for Mr. Dennis. We met on Instagram, had a great conversation. Our first date was amazing. And then after that, we had some more amazing dates. But I'm starting to feel that the guy I'm head over heels for now is a compulsive liar.
A compulsive liar. I understand that you believe that his lies are so comprehensive that you felt the need to put together a list. As you go through it, let's put up the list of lies. Okay. So go ahead. You can take a look at it if you want to refresh your memory.
Wow.
So go through them as quickly as you can.
Okay, so yes, one of them was the luxurious car that he had, that I thought he had here. The age is one of them.
So what happened? He told you he had what and he didn't?
Okay, so when I first met him, I went on his Instagram. He had a nice Mercedes-Benz. And I mean, I'm not like I said, I'm not a gold digger. I'm not looking at that. But in my eyes, with us being so young, him having a nice car, you're paying a car note. So I feel like you have a secure job where you can pay your car note. You're young, so that means you're motivated.
Right. But you found out that the Mercedes that he was standing in front of, T.I. style, was not his.
It was his. He claimed it's his, but I've never seen it.
Okay,
never saw it. So
we
went on when he picked me up for the first time, he was in a different kind of car, old Caprice car, So I'm like, okay, whatever. So after a few more dates, that car was not there. So I'm like, where's your Mercedes-Benz? And he's like, well, I gave it back. Said he had to give it back.
What did he say about his age?
So about his age, when I first met him, Dennis told me he was 25. One of his ex-classmates, I know him. And we was talking about him. He wanted to know the guy I was dating. I was telling him about Dennis. And he's like, well, we graduated together. I'm like, how did you guys graduate together? And you're 28. Dennis told me he's 25. He's like, no, he's 27, probably about to turn 28.
Okay, engineering school.
So when I first met him, he said he was getting an engineering job. He was waiting on a response from an engineering job that he was waiting to start. So I'm like, okay, well, I guess you got to go to school for that, for that. But no, there was no sign of that. He told me he has a psychology degree.
No sign of that either. His house.
He was picking up some mail from this house that he had had before he met me. When he picked up the mail from there, I'm like, oh, is this the place you used to live? He was like, yeah, I used to stay here. So I'm like, oh, okay, what happened? And he was like, well, I got locked up. I think he said he was only locked up for about three days. I think he said 3 days, or I'll say a week. I'll even say a week. And when he said he was locked up for a week, they evicted him. I'm like, you don't get evicted in no
3 days. Okay, now we're halfway through. So I'm going to go to Mr. Moore. Why don't you tell me briefly what the truth was about the car, the age, the engineering school, and the house?
Well, when it came about the car, the job I was working at, I was working, 70 hours a week. So that was that Mercedes I had bought. That was the first car I ever financed. And
so you had the car at that time, and you no longer had it, so that's why you didn't see it anymore. Okay, how about your age?
Well, everybody want to know how old I am because a lot of people give me 18, 19, 20. So when she asked me about that, I'm like, how old do you think I am? She gave me an age. I was like, yup. So.
But why?
I don't know. There's
no difference really between 25 and 28.
I don't know. It's just always been a habit. You just
said yeah and let it go. Engineering school.
Never said anything about an engineering school because, one, I was going to school for psychology. And where I was in Texas, they have a technical school down there that you can get a trade in. And going down there, back to this school, I could have went for chemical engineering as a trade and got into one of those plants.
Okay. How about the house?
when I got out of jail, I had an eviction notice on my door.
Got it.
So that's how that went. And I ended up meeting her literally 2.5 weeks later.
Tell me quickly about the apartment fire. Quickly.
I noticed he was spending a lot of time at his mom's house. Every time we link up, he had his mom. I'm like, okay, you know, are you living here with your mom, or are you still at your apartment? And he was like, oh no, I don't stay there anymore. I said, what happened? He was like, oh, it was an apartment fire.
Was there an apartment fire?
No.
Did you tell her that?
Yep.
Why'd you do that?
Because when it comes to Lamika, she's very, I guess, nosy in a sense. Reason I say that is because she's one of the type of people that she'll pop up on you, she'll pop up over there.
Trying to see what's happening.
Exactly.
But yeah.
So when it came
to told her there was a fire just to shut her up.
Basically.
And get her out of your
leaving.
business. I got you. Did you ever play in a professional football league? Or
yeah, it was an arena football league. It was called an AFL.
Why do you think he didn't play in the AFL?
I Google everything, and never seen anything.
And you never saw any pictures?
Any pictures?
You got any pictures in a uniform you might want to show her?
They're on my old Instagram. Well, shoot. I erased my Instagram, but I had all type of football stuff on my Instagram. I actually got games on.
But other than Instagram, you ought to have them at the house.
There's actually games on YouTube.
Show games on YouTube. Well, show her the games. That's a lot of lies. I understand, however, that there's one in particular that was outrageous and a bit cruel, and I want to get to that one next. What else does she say?
I hate you. I don't want to be with you no more. Forget this relationship.
Are you lippy?
Well, I am pregnant.
Don't pull the pregnant card. Move on to something that might work. We've been going through Dennis Moore's list of lies, and we've gotten to the car accident. I thought this one was particularly, spectacular. So why don't you tell me what he told you about the car accident?
Okay, so I'm sitting at work. I receive a text message from a family member asking me, have I seen Dennis? I'm like, I haven't seen Dennis or spoken with him since, the previous night. And he was working third shift, and the relative was like, okay, well, I know you guys had an argument. He stormed out of here, and I haven't seen him, since he's come home from work. So I'm like, okay, well, text me later, let me know what's going on. So about 10 minutes later, I receive a picture of a car that is just like mangled. It's terrible, a terrible car accident, and I have the picture here.
Oh, okay. Well, Nick, can I see it? And keep going.
So I'm like, what's going on? They're like, I'm calling Dennis, is in the hospital. So now I'm at work. I can't breathe. I'm like, oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
He's been in a car accident. So I'm getting off work early because I'm trying to get to where he is, get to the hospital to see exactly what's going on. So as I'm calling around, calling every hospital. They have no record of Dennis being there at all. So I'm like, what is going on? Like, the person I just spoke to told me that he was in the hospital.
He was a family member.
A family member, yes. Something told me to just Google the picture. Something just said, type that picture in, Google it. Google the picture, it popped up right on Google, one of the pictures that he sent me.
Like a stock photo or something that you would see everywhere. Now, Mr. Moore, how did someone from your family end up calling her and telling her you had been in an accident when really that hadn't occurred?
That was me.
You called.
Yeah.
He was the family member.
You were the family member that called, but you pretended you were somebody else.
Yeah.
Why did you do that?
Because of the fact that I'm a man, she can't physically beat me. She'll try to dice me up with her tongue, basically. She'll say hurtful, mean things, and she'll try to keep it at that and then try to act like she doesn't care at the end of it. So she continued doing the same thing, continued doing it. So I was like, okay, I've been through something before in my life that I was like, you never know what you got till it's gone. You say you want to say mean things to somebody, then the next day you can step left instead of right, you can get hit by a bus.
Right.
So it was pretty much just a lesson.
Teaching her a lesson.
Basically, like, stop saying all this stuff to me. We got a baby on the way. You always saying you hate me, this, that, and the other. Okay, well, now what if I died?
What else did she say? What other kinds of things did she say? She says she hates you. What did she do?
I hate you. I don't want to be with you no more. Forget this relationship. I wish we never even met. I wish I wasn't thinking about you.
Miss Davis, whenever you have a problem, do you go left of center and it's always, everything's fine, but he wants Italian, you want Chinese, I'm leaving the relationship.
The wind blow left, she get mad because it blow right. I'm just saying.
It has to be something. Are
you lippy?
No, I am. I can be. Yes, I can be lippy. I will say that. Yes, I can be. But it's big situations. I don't think it's small situations. Like in that case, he said, oh, you have a baby on the way. Well, you could have sent me into labor.
Yeah, but guess what happened?
But I want to talk about your lippiness. How often do you get lippy, and how lippy do you get?
Well, I am pregnant, so it does happen.
Hey, don't pull the pregnant card. This happened before you were pregnant, A, and B, I've been pregnant, so move on to something that might work.
So, yeah, I can get lippy, with him, and say hurtful things at times.
Nasty, over the top, uncalled for stuff.
No, it don't be. I won't say that. I feel like the stuff that I say.
I'll be every name in the book.
No, you don't. I feel like the stuff that I say to Dennis is stuff that are real that he don't want to hear. Just say if we going through, just say a job. I'm like, I get lippy with that, and and you need to learn how to keep a job, or learn how to, so he gets upset at that. I don't think it's really bad.
That ain't how to be.
But he's saying you're saying you hate him, you want to leave him, all of that kind of stuff.
I have said that. Yes, I have. It's not in every argument, but yes, I have said it.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. Okay. Well, now that we've talked about his list of lies, I want to go on to some extraordinary lie you told, and see why you told it. And what happened after that? Was it a planned pregnancy?
It
was a planned pregnancy. It was a planned pregnancy.
You was taking pills.
Anyway. Would you stay in a relationship that started under a cloud of lies? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court. Will be right back. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Missed the show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. So, Mr. Moore, tell me about that outrageous lie she told you.
It always floated, I'm going to get an abortion, I'm going to get an abortion. Every time we got into it, I'm going to get an abortion. So it came down to the point to where one time I was at work, and we were talking on the phone. She ended up screenshotting a confirmation saying that she's going to get the abortion, that a relative was going to pay for it, and it was screenshotted and sent to my phone while I was at work. So I called her. I'm like, you ain't going to do this. If you want to get an abortion, that's my first child. I never thought I could have kids. So I'm like, have it and give it to me then if you don't want to go that route versus getting an abortion because it's against everything I believed in. The next day, I'm working. I get a text message. I look at the text message, and it said, I did it. I'm like, what? I called her. I'm like, what you talking about? She's like, I went through with the abortion, this, that, and the other. It was the best thing for me to do at this point in time. And instantly, I just bust out crying. I hung up the phone with her. I called my mama. I'm talking to my mom. My mom's trying to calm me down. So
when did you find out it wasn't true?
I'll probably say a few hours later. She'll call me. She called me on my lunch break. We talking. I was just playing. I just wanted to make you mad. I wanted to get under your skin. I'm like, why do you always do that? You always try to do stuff to try to get under my skin. That's the only way you can come at me.
Did you do that?
He initially was on board with the abortion. That's why I'm sitting here like, why is you lying?
Why would you tell him you got one when you didn't?
When I first brought the abortion to him that I was planning on having an abortion, he was like, okay, yeah, we can go. At first, he was on board with it. He's like, okay, yeah, we can go ahead and do that. I did feel some kind of way at first. Like, even though I brought it to him, I was kind of looking for him to be like, no, I don't want you to do it, which he did. So when I told him, when I did tell him that I had the abortion, it was to get him upset. But this was something that he was on board with. So when I sent him the confirmation,
yeah, but why did you tell him you got one when you didn't? You did it to poke at him. Why did you want to get under skin and hurt him?
I think a little bit I was hurt too because he was okay at first with the abortion. He was okay.
That is the silliest thing I have ever heard. You brought to him that you wanted to have an abortion, which is ultimately your decision. He said, okay, fine, if that's what you want to do. You got mad that he didn't get upset by agreeing with you.
The only time he agreed, when he found, when I told him I was going to have the abortion, he was on board with it. The only time he backed out is when he realized he was going to possibly have to pay for it. That's when he was like, oh, it's not what I believe in. I don't believe in it. Yes, it is.
But that isn't the point that I'm trying to make. I'm saying that you went out of your way to do something extraordinarily hurtful because he was okay with the abortion and you wanted him not to be okay even though you said that's what you wanted. That's childish.
See, there was a thing when it came to about the abortion thing. See, we had initially planned to have the baby because the thing about me was I was on board where I thought I could never have kids. So I always wanted to have kids by the time I was 30 anyways. So...
Was it a planned pregnancy?
I mean, if you doing it, you know...
It was a planned pregnancy. It was a planned pregnancy.
You was taking pills.
Anyway.
You was taking pills.
I know what's going on. I know what's going on so deeply and so well, and I'm going to talk about it. I was going to have you do a confession of love, but I think I know why you love each other and care about each other, but I also know what the concerns are, and I would like an opportunity to express my concerns deeply and thoroughly and vociferously. Today's question sponsored by... When is a relationship ready to start welcoming children? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. Ms. Davis, I know you got an engagement ring on that you guys have been taking on and putting off and taking on, putting off all this time. Let me tell you two something. You are too old for this nonsense. You're about to bring a child into this world, and you're conducting your business like you're in high school. I'm going to hurt him. I'm going to hurt him. I'm going to, all that neck. I'm going to leave it, blah, 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 blah. And then you faking, you fronting. You didn't tell her any outright lie. Well, you told her that one outright lie. But you faking and fronting about who you have and what you have, and you kept going out with him and kept going out with him. And then, I mean, to pull out the cruel things that you've done to one another. Told him you aborted his baby and told her that she had an accident because of small matters. That screams of immaturity. That screams of a lack of responsibility and understanding what it is to be an adult. You are about to bring a life into this world. If you two silly individuals are going to go back and forth hurting each other like that over nonsense, your child is going to grow up to be a lunatic. Do you want your child to grow up to be a lunatic?
No.
You need to grow up. You need to stop that. You know, when somebody hurts you, you don't go out and hurt them back and take pictures of cars and say you were in an accident or I aborted your baby. You say, Dennis, you hurt me.
I did that. She'll do this.
No. But I'm about to go through the whole thing. Be quiet. Dennis, you hurt me. In what way? You did this, and it made me feel like that.
Can I say something about that?
No. This is all me until I get out. Now, I'm going to go ahead and give you your marriage certificate because you're old enough, you got jobs, and you have a baby on the way. But if I were you, I would go into marriage counseling because the two of you need to know how to resolve a problem, have a conversation, initiate communication, suck up a few negative things without losing your mind in the other person's direction and have to hurt them as much as you perceived they hurt you. Are you with me?
Yes.
Did you understand me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
We are not going to raise a lunatic child here?
No.
This matter is adjourned.
How can we move forward and be honest with one another?
Like she said, I think you have to admit when you're hurt or when someone hurts you. So I think that's my biggest issue. Like, I hate to, be the weak person and tell them, I'm hurt. You know, I don't like being that person. But I think that's going to kind of get us where we need to get to.
Judge called you lippy.
Yeah.
You agree with her?
Yes, I do agree. I agree. When the baby gets here, you know, I'll be able to kind of calm down a little.
Today on Divorce Court,
I'm here on divorce court today to fix my relationship and to talk about the lack of trust.
I'm here because I need to get married to my longtime boo.
I feel that Amir's cheated on me.
He has to find a way to check his insecurities.
My biggest issue with Amir is that he runs away and never actually faces his problems.
Roosevelt, I need you to treat me better.
Amir, I need you to grow up and actually realize that I'm here for you and stop running away.
Divorce court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Roosevelt Scott and Amir McIntosh. The two of you have been together for 3 years, but you are having difficulty now. So you've come before me so I could take a look at your issues and possibly help you out. Mr. Scott, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why we're here today?
Your Honor, we're here today basically because the trust in me and Amir's relationship has been broken. In the beginning, I went to the doctor, and the doctor announced that I had an STD.
In the beginning of your relationship?
Yeah. Since the doctor has said that I didn't confront Amir about the STD, I just decided to go and cheat for my own personal revenge. And the STD not only happened once, but it happened twice.
Mr. McIntosh, did all that occur?
Whenever we first started talking to each other, before we decided to be in a relationship, neither one of us were committed or faithful to each other. Gotcha. Him nor me.
So what you're saying is, well, you were getting together, you weren't exclusive yet.
Correct.
So whatever happened, happened.
Correct.
And then whatever happened after that, happened after that.
Right.
Now, Mr. Scott, is that true? Are you holding on to something that happened right at the beginning that isn't indicative of your entire relationship?
It can be. In the beginning, that did happen, but other things happened towards the second year and other
Well, tell me
years
about
as well.
those other things.
Well, after the beginning, we both went back and forth with the cheating because I didn't announce how I felt about the STD situation. I kind of held everything in.
And did a revenge cheat.
And did a revenge cheat. Yes, I did. It was stupid, but that's what happened. Amir will leave, but when Amir comes back, Amir has thousands of different other men in his phone, asking him for sex.
Now, Mr. McIntosh, every time you have an argument, do you break up and go out and do whatever, then come back a couple days later?
The amount of times that I have broken up with him saying this is over has only been about 3 times.
Well, you say that any argument you have flowers into a huge, big drama. Is that true?
Absolutely. Roosevelt is very mean, I guess, due to his insecurities about the things that we had going on in the past. He has never let those things go. I have to hear about those things every day. I'm a very happy person. I make very bad jokes. I'm kind of annoying. Yeah,
That's good to know that. Self-aware.
I'm a little annoying. That's true. But Roosevelt, I like to
Give
talk
me an
about
example
flowers.
of an argument that just blew up from nothing into a huge disaster.
Okay, I guess I'm trying to think of something recent. We were...
I called you thirsty.
Yeah, you called me thirsty.
When did you call him thirsty?
Recently. He wakes up and instantly gets into Facebook and he's liking and loving 1,000 other men's pictures. He's posting lots of different pictures. He's commenting on lots of different men's posts. And these are the men who are trying to get in his pants who we talk to, most people with history.
Is it sexual in nature? Is it just like there's a picture of me at Disneyland?
No, it's sexual in nature.
Absolutely false.
He used to send pictures of himself sucking on a lollipop to other men, and they used to send pictures of their private parts.
I've never sent any pictures of my privates to anybody.
And now, Mr. McIntosh, does that kind of thing occur?
I have sent pictures of myself, but I've never sent any nude pictures to anybody. I don't roll like that. But
they're not completely new, but they're in his underwear. It's still new to me.
Let me ask you this, Mr. McIntosh. You say that he uses marriage as a tool to control you. Explain that.
Whenever I broke up with Roosevelt, I've broken up with him because of how he treats me. He's rude. And, you know, he's sending me, when I left, because of how he was treating me, he's sending me, he called me from 175 different phone numbers. I blocked him on social media.
175 different phone numbers?
It wasn't 175.
How
many?
many?
Correct, it was like 15.
It was over 100.
15.
It was over
100 phone numbers from friends and making.
I use different text apps because I feel like Amir doesn't actually know why he runs away. He just runs away because he wants his way.
I'm running away because
and the
you
things that I do talk to him about when I call him, I called him every day as soon as he left after the fight because I didn't want him to go seek attention from any other man as he usually does.
But why the 15 different phones? You didn't think he would answer?
He just wanted to be right. He wouldn't listen, and I wanted to get my point across because I wanted him to know solely how I felt versus just how he felt.
No, you were just mad.
And it wasn't
trying to hurt his feelings.
I was a little upset.
Yeah.
I was mad too. I was heartbroken.
What kind of things did he say on those 15 different phones?
He said that he wanted to go to therapy, that he uses marriage. He said, I want to marry
therapy,
you.
Your Honor.
You almost paid for therapy.
We were there, and they denied us because they thought that we were high on 420. And
it was April 20th.
And I also submitted for me and him to come here.
That's very specific, though, you know?
And I also submitted for me and him to come here before he even thought about it. He talked about counseling, but he didn't make any moves.
Do you think you need counseling?
Yes, because we have to work through our issues. We've done the cheating, and that's all in the past at this stage in our lives together. Where we are in our lives together is the hurt that he's continuing to cause me. He knows I want to be married. He knows I want a family. He knows how important these things are to me. So when I walk out of the door, he uses that to get me back.
He uses the same stunts every time. How are you going to marry someone to basically get divorced? You walk out the door, you can't talk about your problems. You don't do anything but run out the door and run to another man.
I got you. Clearly, communication is an issue.
Yes.
So we're going to talk about your failure to communicate and see if we can figure something out.
The friend said, it will be hot if you pee on yourself. Come to my house, take your clothes off, and wash them here. There was another friend who asked him, was it okay if he performed oral sex on him? He said it was fine.
Do you have those kinds of conversations with other dudes?
He's my friend. He's been my friend for years.
There's sex in there somewhere. So, Mr. Scott, tell me about the nature of your communication difficulties.
Our communication sucks. I would see certain things and I'll read certain messages, like messages from his friends that will come in. Well, so-called friends saying basically when he was on his way to his friend's house, he told his friend that he had to pee really bad. And the friend said, it will be hot if you pee on yourself. Come to my house, take your clothes off, and wash them here. Also, there was another friend who asked him, was it okay if he performed oral sex on him? He said it was fine. And these are people he wanted me to be okay with throughout the relationship. And, Your Honor, I don't use marriage as a way to get him back. I talked to him about the things that he pressured me on, because how can you pressure me to marry you and you still got this stuff going on?
Do you have those kinds of conversations with other dudes?
No, that was incorrect information. I was on the train, headed to my friend's house, and I had to use the restroom. I said, I really, really have to pee. And he said, that will be fine.
That will be
because
hot.
you can wash your clothes here and shower here. He has a washer-dryer in his apartment. He's my friend. He's been my friend for years.
I must be really old.
Your Honor?
Because I'm missing the continuity between...
That's his ex.
I have to go to the bathroom and I can wash your clothes for you.
Right.
I have...
There was some sexual innuendo in there, right?
I peed like 100 times today already. So I drink a lot of liquids, and I have to pee. It's a natural thing. When I'm coming to his door, I send him the same message. I say, are you in the bathroom? Because I really, really, really got to pee. He knows that.
But I'm not your friend. I'm the person you actually lay with, have sex with.
Okay,
you know?
let me ask you this. You say you love to travel and you have nice clothes, and that Mr. Scott believes that you think you're a bit above him because of that.
Yes, he's always saying to me, you think you're better than me, and that's not true. People are better than other people at different things, but I don't go around thinking I'm better than people. He's called me bougie, and he's also allowed his friends to call me bougie and to say that I think I'm better than them and attack me for no reason. People like that. And it's kind of
Do you
been a
call
thing.
the brother bougie?
Yes, and I have reasons why.
Is he bougie?
Yes.
Give me some bougie tendencies.
Let's say this one. Wait, let me do just
Get it right.
Oh, my mother works here. Oh, I had this. Oh, I worked that. Oh, well, you have nothing. You broke. You're this. You're that. You're ooh. You're ooh. And I'm like, wait a minute. I make more than you. And how can you make yourself try to be above me? I'm your partner. You're supposed to be trying to lift me up.
Judge, I've never said anything to him
Judge,
about...
yes, he has, and drunk.
Your Honor, I've never said anything to him about what my mother does. He tells his friends and his family about my mom's house. The friend said, oh, you think because your mom has a nice house that you're better than everybody else. His friend's never been to my house. They don't know my mother. He's telling them this, and that friend attacked me.
Okay, now, you say that Mr. Scott says that he's from Europe?
He tried to tell me that.
Well, I don't stay in the hood, Your Honor. I'm in the Hyde Park area straight now.
I don't know if that correlates over there,
He
Mr.
doesn't
McIntosh.
stay in the hood, but he's from the hood, and he knows exactly what I mean.
He's from the hood, too. Just because he was
I
in
am
the
not
suburbs
from the
didn't mean it
hood.
couldn't be a hood
Absolutely,
there.
I'm from the
It's
suburbs.
a hood burb, you
right.
know, just
and he acts like real hood and ghetto like he calls me.
I'm a millennial. I act like a millennial.
Are you from Europe?
No. That was something.
Ting.
That was something when we were going back and forth just having hookups. I didn't know it was going to be more than that.
So you just told him.
And I forgot about it completely.
He lies about everything. He lies to other people.
I got you. Well, let's find out who
I don't
tried to
believe
jump on you and why.
I answered the phone, and it was his ex saying, baby, what's up, baby? We still this, baby, we that. He told me he's not going to burn a bridge with him, so he's going to continue to see him.
Would you give your partner a second chance if they gave you an STD? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court will be right back. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Miss the show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. Do you really believe he had some of his friends try to jump on you?
I believe that the way that he conducts his friendships is particularly odd.
Give me an example of an odd friendship he has.
Him and his friends, they don't like each other. They fist fight with each other. And then you bring these people around me, these fist-fighting people. I told him that person was going to do that long before it ever even happened. And he continued to bring that person around.
Are you friends with people that you don't like?
I'm friends with a lot of people, and I don't know that they don't like me until they show me. And then it's just like, it can be like we never met each other. And
then you get to fist fighting?
No, it's never been a fist fight between me or any of my friends. There have been arguments.
The same friend that jumped on me, he had a fight with. He sent his dad to run errands with this same friend. His dad complained about this person. This person is a user, a loser, and an abuser.
This same friend,
and
Your
drink
Honor,
up all
this
of my
same friend
money.
was never that kind
You
of person.
say that Mr. McIntosh needs to contribute more to the financial aspects of your relationship. Why don't you explain that to me?
Well, Mr. McIntosh likes to say that he does everything for me and that he paid a bill for me. Anything that he does, it's because he basically need more tissue to wipe his butt. He possibly, he wants to wash the dishes so he can make himself some food. Whatever it is, he's doing it because he solely just wants to do it. I have everything that I need, and I had everything that I wanted being a single man. But when he came, it was extra finances, and then he decides to say out of his mouth, I'm the one that's broke. When I went without paying my bills for a while to make sure me and him ate, I ran out the door every day to try to work. I worked my butt off while he sat at home all day doing nothing, and he barely answers the phone. And his phone stays on silent for 3 years, and I've been telling him it's been a problem with that. 3 years. I text him something important. He don't get back to me an hour, 2 hours later. He's not doing nothing but sitting there.
Mr. McIntosh, are you sitting there doing nothing while Mr. Scott is out making a living?
Absolutely not. I'm an entrepreneur. I do music. I work with children. I have a lot of different things going on that don't really cause me to be out in the streets. I don't have
Does
to
it
be
make
out
you
in the
any
streets
money,
unless
though?
I have an event. Yes,
It's
it makes
not
me
making him any money.
Yes, it makes
He's
me
waiting on
money.
a monthly check right now that I make more. I make more
Okay.
before that check gets there.
I'm waiting on a monthly check, but you didn't have a check for the entire summer. That's what I was complaining about.
He knew that I wasn't having a check, but it wasn't the entire summer.
It was the entire
How do you think that we were able to have our adult beverages? How did you think that we were able to
You
even
weren't
have
paying
food?
for
It was
them.
money that I was paying out of my pocket for, and the little change you came with helped out. Yeah, I loved it, but
It's always little change.
Do you guys like each other?
That's what I've been trying to... That's why I walked away, because it does not seem like he likes me. If your friends are attacking me and these are the kinds of things that you think, then you don't like me. So I
What
need
are
to
you
be
trying
away.
to rescue here? Do you like him?
What do I like about him?
Yeah.
I love everything about him, from his head to his toes. How he talk, how annoying he is, and when he thinks that he's right when he's actually wrong. You know, I don't know if that sounds right to you, but I'm a little nervous sitting up here. But he's done a lot of things to me to cause my insecurities, and he continues to do it. Like, continue to see his ex every time. And
do you
know,
like him?
Yes. I mean, I don't like how he treats me, and you know, I can't keep dealing with that. This is old, so why do I have to be abused?
It's not old. You still do it.
There's no
you
still
turn
doing.
your phone when I come over to the side.
Well, this is new.
You still going to your ex.
You didn't know about all that.
No, I didn't know that I was still doing it.
You had no idea.
Go see his ex recently,
You still talking to your exes?
I am absolutely not.
Your
talking
Honor,
to
in the beginning,
my
when I
ex.
was telling you about the friend saying about the P messages, I meant to mention, me and him went to the courthouse one day after not speaking for a little while. I stood outside and I held his book bag. His phone rang. Me, I wanted to be a little nosy because I know every time
I know
leaves
you
me-
answered the phone.
Yes, I answered the phone, and it was his ex saying, "Baby, I heard you was in the hospital. Baby, what's up? Baby, we still this, baby, we that." And when he comes out, you know, I asked, "Is it anything that's basically stopping us from working on our relationship?" He says no.
Got
He told me he's not going to burn a bridge with him, so he's going to continue to see him.
I got it.
And he told me
I got
also, okay.
Today's question sponsored by... How should couples handle finances while dating? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. I think you are imminently and greatly hurt.
I am.
I think, and I'm not quite sure if it's simply a function of what happened in the beginning and you can't let it go, or if he's a dabbler. You know, there are dabblers in this society. Now that we have all of these
I'm not
internet
a dabbler,
things,
and
you
I don't
dabble
really like
here.
how
and
it's being drawn. Roosevelt has cheated. A few weeks ago, he said he was going to the park with his cousin, and his cousin came ringing on his doorbell.
both of you need to disconnect from the internet for a minute and see if you really like one another. You should need to let the friends go, let all this texting and this and that go, and see if you have a relationship worth saving. Because I don't think you have any kind of relationship set of mind. You're together, but when you're not together, you do anything. Do you know what I'm
That's
saying?
not true. That's a picture that's being painted that is not true.
I did too much, you know, with the, I had to go to the bathroom. Well, I'll wash your clothes. There's sex in there somewhere. I don't know where it is, but it's in there somewhere. Neither one of you is ready to be in a committed relationship. That's what I believe. I don't think there's anything wrong with being single. You want to see each other on occasionally and date each other, and then if you can decide like you can act like you have some sense at some point, go ahead. But don't invite me in to try to fix this. Because I'm good, but not that good. This matter is adjourned.
Okay. That's what you wanted to do.
It looks like this relationship is over.
Just because she said that it's over don't mean it's over. But we do need to work out these issues that we do have.
How can you defend yourself now? I'm giving you a chance to do so.
Hey, y'all. I got the pee again.
We don't have a washer or dryer here on set, so I don't know if we'll be able to help you out.
Uh-oh.
Judge Lynn made it pretty clear. She thinks it's over with. Do you agree with her?
Who's that?
Best of luck.
Oh.
All right? And have a good one.
Drop the mic. Power to the people.
Today on Divorce Court.
I'm on divorce court today because my girlfriend just keeps lying and cheating on me. And because of her commitment issues, we had to call off our engagement.
Autumn's changed since I met her. She has trust issues and she can't seem to stop going through my phone.
Communication between me and Maya, it really sucks. Every time we get into an argument, she walks away and never comes back.
She's always constantly accusing me, and I can't seem to get time to myself to think.
All I want is the judge to just make her admit to her wrongdoing and apologize for all the pain and the hurt that she's caused me.
I'm prepared to take the advice that Judge Lynn Toler gives me today in order to become a better person for my girlfriend.
Before we get married, Maya has to seriously change her cheating ways.
Divorce court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Autumn Livingston and Maya Anderson. The two of you have been together for 4 years, engaged for 2 years. You can't, however, seem to get to the altar. You've given me your marriage license with permission to tear it up should I find this union ill-advised. You've also filled out my compatibility test. I'm going to tell you whether or not I believe your union is a good idea. I will start with you, Ms. Livingston. Why don't you tell me what's going on, why you love each other, but you can't quite seem to get it together?
Well, Maya's lying and cheating has really taken a toll on our relationship. We've been together for 4 years.
Right.
She proposed to me 2 years ago. And when she proposed, it was so romantic. Rose petals, candles. The bathtub was drawn for me. And when I turned around, she was down on one knee and asked me to marry her. Of course, I would say yes. I mean, who wouldn't say yes to a romantic time like that? But then I found out 2 months later that she was cheating on me with a neighbor. One day, we had got into an argument, and all of a sudden, she decided to up and leave at 2 o'clock in the morning. And I asked her where was she going, and she told me a relative was coming to pick her up. I didn't believe her, so I let her leave, and I trusted my gut, and I followed her outside. And when I followed her outside, I saw her get into a car that did not belong to a relative. So when I checked my Uber account, it told me that she took an Uber to a house that was down the street from me. And that's when I called her. I called her about 20 times, and she just
20?
did not. Yes, and she did not answer the phone. So when she finally answered the phone, I heard a woman in the background, like, whispering, and then I heard Maya say, shush, and then she hung up the phone. And when I called back, I was blocked.
Ms. Anderson, what is your version of that event?
Well, we had gotten into an argument. She never decides to give me the option to step out and not argue. I'm the type of person where I can't be in the same room with you if we're not cool.
The argument wasn't even that serious.
Stop. Ms. Anderson.
If we're not seeing eye to eye, I'm not going to want to be in the same room with you. So you're not going to tell me that I can't step outside and have my privacy and my air. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So,
are you one of those that, no, we're going to talk about it now, we're going to talk about it now, we're going to talk about it now?
Yeah, I am, because it's all about communication.
I can't do that.
Okay, that's not communication, that's frustration. When you chase somebody out of the house who's too angry to speak, you're not going to exchange any information. You're going to exchange insults and upsets. If a person steps away because they're too angry to talk, you let them.
Okay, but it just doesn't stop there.
Okay.
A friend of mine told me that she saw Maya on a dating site. I did not believe her, so she sent me a screenshot, and I took it upon myself to make the same social media account as her.
Right.
And I did see her up there.
It's the same
stuff. And I also have evidence of that right
Nick,
here.
could I see that, please? Now, what are you about to show me here?
I'm about to show you her fake social media profile. But not only that, when I made the fake social media profile as well...
It's a great name.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
The woman that she cheated on me with reached out to me and told me that her and Maya did something sexual. And when I confronted Maya about it, once again, she denied it and ran from it like she always done. But I was fed up and I was tired, so I shoved the Bible in her face. And I felt like that was the only way for her to tell me the truth, which she did.
You mean mugged her with the word?
Yes, I did. I did.
Ms. Anderson, what is your take on that event?
Okay, I'm going to start from the Bible shoving in my face. Who does that? You know what I mean?
No, I mean, that's off.
Come on now.
Yeah, that's off.
At the end of the day, come to me as a woman. Come to me as a woman and ask me.
Stop.
Now, she's the type of person where she'll ask a question.
I don't want to hear about what type of person she is. I want to hear about this event. Is that your Facebook page?
That's my page.
And wasn't that a fake page that you were keeping from her?
I wouldn't call it a fake page.
Well, that wasn't your name on the page, was it?
That's not my name.
No, but that's your
name.
picture. And those are your words. So you were doing that. You were conducting activity on social media you didn't want her to know about, flirting and carrying on. Is that or is that not the case?
You're right, Judge.
There you go. Yeah,
But Maya also has...
Why?
I have issues with talking to her. I can't have a conversation with her. For example, she uses the social media account. Mm-hmm. You ask me, basically, am I talking to the girl, but then you answer my question after I answer it in your own words. That's not asking me a question. You're already determining what the answer is before you even ask me.
Right.
But it's not even her communication skills. She also has a serious anger problem. She's very impulsive.
I wonder why, though.
Because...
I wonder why.
Stop.
No. One day, we were at her house, and I was texting a long-term friend. She got upset, so she tried to accuse me of cheating. But I feel like she accused me of cheating because it was definitely a guilty conscience.
It's not accused.
So...
Stop.
After that, she started throwing my things outside of the door. And as she's throwing my stuff outside of the door, I lean out to grab my belongings, and she pushes me outside. But when she pushes me outside, all I had on was a nude thong. So you can basically say that I was 100% naked. It was hot outside.
Did that happen, Ms. Anderson?
Not the way she's saying it, no, ma'am.
Did you put her out?
Yeah, I put her out.
You put her out with no clothes on?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. We're going to talk about that. And what we're going to talk about, Miss Anderson, is where your anger problem comes from, because you say you had a difficult upbringing, and you believe that that, in part, defines what you do now.
She spilled candle wax on my mom's couch. Candle wax is not easy to get out.
Did you spill candle wax on her mama's couch?
Yes, I did. But, I mean, she has a washer and a dryer. She can clean it.
How am I supposed to wash a couch?
So, Ms. Anderson, now that we're clear on the fact that you did put her out unclothed, you can tell me what led up to that act.
She spilled candle wax. Now, mind you, it was at my mom's house.
Okay.
She spilled candle wax on my mom's couch. Candle wax is not easy to get out of a fabric. How am I supposed to explain that to my mother that you spilled candle wax on her couch?
Do you think she did it on purpose?
Yes.
Okay, and then your response was?
Well, I put her out after that, you know? I mean...
What were y'all arguing about?
Trust. You know, basically...
She accused me
Did
of
you
cheating.
spill candle wax on her mama's couch?
Yes, I did, because she started throwing my things out the door. So, yes, I did. But, I mean, she has soap, she has water, she has a sponge. She can clean
candle
it.
wax out like that, man. Everybody know when it dry up, it's
She
hard
has
to
a
get
washer
out.
and a dryer. She can clean it. And
How am
it
I
got
supposed
clean.
to wash a couch? Come on, man.
You think that she's afraid of making a commitment, but even though she proposed to you, why do you believe that?
She admitted to me that she cannot commit to one person. This came out of her mouth. And I was really sad, and I was really devastated about that. But it also brought me back to why I feel like she has that commitment problem. She was homeless, and when she was homeless, she had to use her manipulation towards other women to get what she needed in order to stay afloat.
Did you tell Ms. Livingston that you did have trouble committing?
I told her I had commitment issues, but I didn't tell her that I couldn't commit.
Right. Is it a function of your upbringing? Tell me what went on that may have caused these issues.
Well, I had a family member, basically, you know, he told me, I can't really raise a girl. So I kind of was raised like a boy, you know, where I really couldn't show emotions.
Right.
So when I got into a relationship, now mind you, I really wasn't dealing with nobody on no serious stuff before I met her. So that's, how am I supposed to jump out of that?
Right.
It's not going to...
later, though, you're still doing the same stuff that you were doing then.
How can you say that, though?
When you said that commitment thing, that was... We were fresh, but 4 years later, you're still not committed to me.
Then...
Well, let me ask you this. Do you want to have a committed relationship with Ms. Livingston?
Most
Is that
definitely.
really what you want to
Yes,
do?
ma'am.
What I need to do at this juncture is step back from all of the problems. I want to take a look at the compatibility test, and then I want you to tell me why. Because right now, all I hear is a hot mess. Tell me why you're still considering even the possibility of marriage, given all of the difficulties that are going on.
We were friends before we even got into a relationship. That's why I'm so hurt that she would even betray me like this.
10 seconds in, you went straight negative. Can someone who is not ready for a relationship ever truly commit to one? Tell us what you think at Divorce Court. Today's question sponsored by Divorce Court will be right back. If you would like your case to be heard on Divorce Court, call us toll-free at 1-877-311-2222 or log on to our website at divorcecourt.com. Miss the show? Watch full episodes on our streaming platforms, and for exclusive content, go to Apple TV. Before we move on to the compatibility test, I want you to tell me about that Sunday you spent at her family member's house.
The Sunday we spent at the family member's house, we were just there gathering and everything. And for some reason, the family member charged Maya to eat, charged her $20 just to eat a plate of food.
What did you say to them?
I mean, she charged me too. But I realized that once Maya left and I got to eat for free, oh, they had an issue.
Issue with her?
Yes.
Is it because they don't accept that you two are lesbians?
No, it's not that. I really feel like
they just don't like her.
Yeah.
Ms. Anderson, what's your perspective on the way her family feels about you?
A family member of hers also had a friend that came over the house, same time that I came over, and they basically welcomed him with open arms. And it's like, why I can't get that?
Well, yeah.
Why can't I just?
Is it an ongoing thing, or was that just one bizarre
it's
event?
ongoing.
Yeah. It's ongoing.
Yes, ma'am.
They treat you better when she's not with you.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I looked at your compatibility test and I saw exactly what I see here. You know, so far I've heard stories of angst, anger, distrust, mistrust, no trust. So I want you, Ms. Livingston, to give me a 30-second sales job on why Ms. Anderson is the person for you. I don't want to hear no negative, no nasty, no what if or whatever, just positive. Why would you even consider marrying Ms. Anderson?
Because this is my best friend. I mean, we were friends before we even got into a relationship. That's why I'm so hurt at the fact that she would even betray me like this. And she's not judgmental. I can come to her for anything, and she wouldn't even look the other way. Even when I'm wrong, she's there for me. It's my best friend.
Now, I got to say this to you.
Yeah.
10 seconds in, you went straight negative. That's why I'm so hurt that she wouldn't even do this to me. 10 seconds, and you didn't even notice.
No, I
Okay?
didn't.
Which is another one of the problems that you have. I'm going to give you a C-, because you went back to positive after that. Now, Mrs. Anderson.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's see if you can do any better.
Well, Miss Livingston is a woman for me because I love her. She's everything that you would ask in a fiance. She's everything that you wouldn't notice in a regular person. And I feel as though, you know, she's changed me for the better. And that's why today, Judge Lynn Toler, I want to do something. Yeah.
What are you about to do?
Come in. Just want to tell you that I love you, and you know that.
I know.
You my JR, like I always tell you. And I ask that you can, you know, can hopefully marry me again. I know it's the second time, but I want to do right by you. I want to commit to you, and I want you to trust me. And if you can do that today, I want you to put the ring back on.
Oh, hey!
And even propose right.
I didn't say you could do that. I didn't even say that you do that. Get up. Get up. Stand over there. You stand over there. Because I got something to say to both of you that might want to change the trajectory of what you're doing right now. Today's question sponsored by... What would you do if you discovered your partner has a fake profile online? Share your opinion on Twitter and Instagram at Divorce Court. Divorce Court will be right back. You two are spectacular ladies. I like you both. You are living a lightning and lull life. Everything is hot, everything is big, and everything's pow, or everything is flowers and candles and bathtubs. You cannot conduct a marriage in a lightning and lull manner. You have to be able to have a conversation about difficult things without exiting the premises. You have to be able to have a conversation about difficult things without raising your voice, causing chaos, and spilling candle wax on mommy's couch. You two are both so afraid of being hurt that all you do is hurt one another. You spend all of your time securing your heart and your position, but you're not settled, centered, and mature enough to come to someone fully vulnerable and unafraid. And if you're not fully vulnerable and unafraid, you can't love fully. You're searching for security, but you're so insecure, you can't lock that down. You want to be together because you want to cling to one another, because you need one another to feel safe, but that's not where safety is. Safety is within yourself, because if you're not safe within yourself, you'll never be able to be together and calm and collected. You have nuclear response to scuffle-worthy problems, and so do you. Just like it's all boom, pow, like everything is life or death. And it just isn't. You two have to mature and calm down. What do you want to say?
Like, I'm really at a breaking point. And my breaking point was when the woman that she cheated on me with, that she left my house at 2 a.m. for, we spoke on the phone. And she told me that they've had more than one encounter
What she got
sexually.
the number from my phone without my permission?
Well, that's so silly. You know, yeah, you shot somebody, and I found out about it because she snooped. You shot somebody. You know, just because she found out because she snooped don't make, you know, the big wrong and there's a little wrong. The big wrong was sleeping with somebody else. Listen, you're so eager to lock down something, you don't see that she has made many drop-kickable mistakes. First time a dude steps out on me, he steps out and he keeps stepping because he can't come back. Now, if you want to forgive her over and over and over again because she's demonstrated that she's not mature enough and ready to settle down with you, I don't know what to tell you. Okay. Your relationship is all jacked up. You're not true to one another. And she's not ready to be committed to you.
No.
So you need to back up, back away, wait till everybody is in a place where they can come to each other without cheating and screaming and hollering and throwing everybody out, because all of that is a function of fear.
Can I say something for a second?
Go ahead.
But you let her talk, though.
I just didn't. You interrupted me with the story about me. See what you see now. Now I'm just angry. Now I'm just angry. You guys spend too much time talking and not enough time listening. You have communication problems because neither one of you knows how to listen. Neither one. I'm sitting up here, sitting on a 30-year marriage, telling you how to get from A to B, and you two want to tell me where I'm wrong. Y'all running around, cheating on each other, fighting, throwing each other out. But y'all can't hear me.
What you mean you didn't cheat?
I don't
see
cheat.
there?
I don't.
See there?
I could have, but I didn't.
You two are not ready. You both need to go into individual counseling and deal with your own issues of insecurity and fear before you're ever anywhere.
I'm not insecure.
You are insecure. If I were you, I'd listen to somebody. I'm going to send you to somebody to get you started on a journey that clearly you're not ready to take. You know what I mean? Because you can't see you're weak unless you're willing to look. And if you can't see you're weak, you're never going to get any better. And this ain't any good the way it stands now. This matter is adjourned.
What does she have to do now to convince you to put that ring back on your finger?
She has to show me that she's going to commit to me. I'm tired of hearing the talk.
Let's talk more action.
Yes.
So with this type of fear of commitment, why do you think you're ready to propose?
I know that I can, you know, stop the game, stop the lies, and just fully commit to it.
Judge, today's case is gone fishing.
Fishing, foolishness, friends, and fear. That's what we're going to be talking about today.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Angelique Baker and Dante Lane. The two of you have been together for 4 years, married for 2. You have a 20-month-old between you, and trouble is here. Ms. Baker, you are suing Mr. Lane for $1,000 for a new bed and mattress. I can't wait to figure out why. But before we do, Mr. Lane, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your marriage and why you're here in divorce court today?
Honestly, our marriage is pretty good. We have a lot of issues sometimes because of her insecurity. She's very, very insecure because one time, like, I go fishing a lot.
Yeah.
So when I go fishing, she wants me to FaceTime her, like, oh, I'm fishing, you know? And then I'm like, yo, you think I'm sleeping with the fish? I'm not sleeping with no fish. I have a fish life. I fish all the time. You know, I just like to have fun. And I just like, she's so insecure.
Give me some other stories. That was a good one.
That was a good one? All right, so I'm at work, and when I'm at my lunch break, she wants me to call her on my lunch. And when I'm on my lunch, I need to go away from everybody, because if she hears one little voice in the background, she thinks I'm cheating on her.
Now, Ms. Baker, are both of those stories true?
No, not really.
Well, you tell me what's true.
If he wants to talk about fishing, he should have told you about him leaving my mattress smelling like terrible fish when he cheated in my bed and did not want to admit it for 2 days. And on that second day that he did admit it.
You say that he had sex in your bed with another woman, and you smelled that sex.
Yes, ma'am.
When you returned.
Yes, ma'am.
And did he admit to it at some juncture?
He did 2 days later. The reason how it happened in my bed, I went and spent the night at a family member house.
Yeah.
I came back home in the morning, and it smelled like nothing but terrible fish in there. And I asked him about it.
Don't say terrible fish, no.
Oh, man. I asked him about it, and he denied it until he wanted to go fishing again 2 days later, and I told him no. I did tell him no that time. And that's when he came out like, well, I cheated on you anyways. And I'm like, you playing. But no, he really did. Because he admitted it, he waited, and he told it. So, yeah.
Mr. Lane, did you admit to cheating on her, and did you?
Yes, I did cheat on her, and I did admit it because I was done with her. I was fed up. I did not want to be with her anymore. It was before we had a child and everything, before we got married, and I just didn't want to be with her anymore. So then she started crying, and I kind of felt bad. So then she didn't want to leave me. I was like, just leave me, just leave me. She did not want to leave.
So this happened before you got married, when
It
he
did.
admitted that he cheated on you?
It did.
Okay. Now, do you believe he's cheated since then, or are you just insecure or jealous because you believe since he did it once, he could do it again?
Yes, the neighbor. I'll give you a story because we still got problems to this day. The neighbor. She gives cocky look, stomp, and then when he outside, he's smiling at her. She's smiling back. But if I'm outside by myself, she's sitting there giving a mug, constantly stomping, doing a whole lot, like for no reason. I asked him why is she always smiling at him and give a cocky attitude towards me. And then he sneaks outside, just like the other night, Your Honor. Let me give you a story. He sat there, let me go smoke a cigarette at 8 o'clock at night outside. It took 2 hours, 10 o'clock to come back in. I go outside and I'm looking for him. He nowhere to be found, coming from up the street and somewhere and then going back outside by a trash can talking about he helping somebody. And I go out there to look for the people by the trash can. They wasn't even there.
What were you doing when you were smoking that cigarette?
I was smoking a cigarette. I seen some homeless people come by going through our garbage cans, so I had some cans in the house. I was going to give it to them because I'm a nice guy, you know? Wanted to give them help them out. When I went to go grab the cans and come back out, they're already gone. They went to the neighbor's house in the backyard. I guess they lived back there or something. But then she thought I was doing something else, and I told her the truth. Like, every time I tell her something, it's the truth. But
Like he goes outside to go find stories.
that's not true.
You know, really, I think it's finding women.
Like, can I ask you a question? He admitted to cheating on you before you got married.
Mm-hmm.
Why did you marry him if you didn't trust him?
You're right. But he made a promise. That's why I trusted him.
Okay, he made a promise.
And that's why we ended up being married.
So when is the last time you caught him cheating?
Well, today, this morning. I went through my
What happened this morning?
He put a number in my phone underneath our daughter's name. And I just called, I called that number. Nobody wanted, they answered, said on the phone, all you hear is breath. Somebody breathing.
Mr. Lane, do you know what she's referring to?
I have no idea what she's referring to. Every day there is something new, Your Honor. every day there's something new. Like, I go outside, smoke a cigarette, and she's tripping off me off that. Like, when we took the plane out here, she thought she went to go get something to eat, and she thought that I was talking to one of the people next to me that I don't even know. Honestly, she probably think we're flirting right now.
Did you think he was flirting with somebody on the plane?
No, he refused to go with me to go get something to eat, and this is the second airport that we went to, and I'm sitting here. Next thing you know, I come back from Wendy's, or I come back from the restaurant, and he sits there talking to other people. Like, you could get up and go talk to find friends, but you can't come with me.
That's not true, Your Honor.
Yes, that is.
You mean to tell me you got mad because he didn't want to go to the restaurant with you, and he was talking to people when you came back?
He was making friends.
I can't have no friends. Since we're married, I cannot have no friends.
He could go do something with somebody else, but this is daily. It ain't just at the airport.
He talks to people all the time.
He likes meeting new friends to go find some new adventures. He don't want an adventure with me.
What makes you think he doesn't want an adventure with you?
Because even when I ask him to go somewhere, he don't want to go.
Your Honor,
the only places he likes to go is when he wants to go or whatever it is he's trying to do.
We went whitewater rafting. We had a great time.
And that's what you wanted to do.
And her family wanted to do it at the same time. And she did not want to do it. She was scared. But then when we got there, she thinks that I'm cheating with one of her cousins. I had to go use the restroom. And when I went to use the restroom, she thinking I'm doing something else, but I went to use the restroom.
No, he was following. He was following a girl around, and other family members saw it too. Even though we was drinking, they thought he was my boyfriend, Your Honor. They thought he was my boyfriend to where my cousin really had to ask me, "Is that just your boyfriend?" I said, "Girl, no, that's my husband." Because they didn't know we had got married, but I didn't understand why he was doing that. And he says he didn't recall trying to follow around the girl, even trying to, let me go use the bathroom, because she walked to the right. He trying to go to the right.
Well, this was a family member, though, right?
It was a friend of a family member.
A friend of a family member.
Yes.
And you think, after all this time, when you have been chattering in his ear every day about his cheating, that he would take it upon himself to follow another woman around right in front of you, right in front of your family? You really think he's that compulsive about it?
He did that. He did that. I would like a change, but he did that. He did that.
So do you have another job now?
At the moment, I'm not searching for work. I'm still on unemployment, but she made me pull my 401k and everything.
Why aren't you searching for work?
Because she told me not to search for work at the moment.
You don't listen to any other time. Why'd you listen to that?
I always listen to it.
You say he can't keep a job.
No, he can't.
Tell me about that.
He can't keep a job because oh my goodness, sometimes he don't work right now. Oh my goodness.
No, okay, you go ahead. I'm gonna let you collect yourself. But you go ahead, tell me about your financial situation.
I had 2 jobs over my whole life. I'm only 24 years old. My first job, I had it around I was around 19. I stayed with them for about a year. My second job was a high-end furniture company. I was there for about 3 to 4 years, and they gave me multiple raises and multiple raises and such. But then my general manager got killed. He was murdered last year. And after that, everything started going downhill. We had a new boss that took over, and then
the company,
the company ended up letting me go due to technological advancements in the scanners and the computer systems. So then they let me go. They gave me a severance check and all that. And when they let me go, she was like, "Oh, this is a good thing. Now we can get Section 8 and this and that."
No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
Anyway.
So do you have another job now?
At the moment, I'm not searching for work. I'm still on unemployment, but she made me pull my 401k and everything.
Why aren't you searching for work?
Because she told me not to search for work at the moment.
You don't listen to any other time. Why'd you listen to that?
I always listen to her.
That's the dumbest thing I ever heard. Unemployment is a stopgap measure while you're looking for a new gig. It's not a way of life. It's not a vacation.
Judge, speaking of 401k,
did you make him pull his 401k?
I didn't. He pulled his 401k on his own when the job let him go.
I didn't know how to do none of that. She forced me to do all that. I
can't talk to them people. That's how you know you ain't telling the truth on that.
You forced me to call them. You forced me to do everything.
Are you encouraging Ms. Baker? Are you encouraging him not to work?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm encouraging him. Yes, I have, because I've asked him to get up numerous times to go find jobs. I done been to temp agencies and he hasn't.
She didn't.
Because he continues to sit there.
Your Honor, she could have had a job, but she did not want to work there because her cousin got killed at that job.
That's all you can say.
Yeah, you can kind of understand that one.
A job's a job.
Well, you ain't got what you mean.
Your Honor, he's so irresponsible. He even let his car get impounded, okay, from having it for 8 months and did not register in his name. Now, that day that it got took, he took my car, but the police came and took his. And he ain't even tried to get him another vehicle or even another job.
So you say, he says you were encouraging him to stay home. You say you're encouraging him to get a job.
I did. I have, because I even went to a temp agency and I told him to come that day, too.
Okay.
That smell was horrible, Your Honor. And
so are you still...
I cannot sleep back in that bed after I smelled that.
So you got rid of it?
Yes. Yes.
Mm-hmm. You say his friends and family don't like you. I'd ask why, but I think I got an idea, but I'll ask anyway. Why do you think they don't like you?
They don't... You know what? There's really no reason for them not to like me. What it is that they see Dante, he's willing to be with me when they don't like me for no reason. I done fed that boy out of my own pocket. I done a lot for him, as well as took him and went to his graduation and took him flowers and a card and balloons. And he don't have nothing good to say.
Something out there
nothing
for
good to
you?
say.
Can I just float something out here for you? Why his family might not like you? I think you're fabulous, personally. But you might wear on people over the long haul. You seem to be very high energy and very suspicious and very upset about every little thing he does. And you're just like, down the airport, the phone, it's a lot. Mm-hmm. Do you see that?
It is.
It's a lot. Is it a lot, Mr. Lane?
It's very overwhelming. It makes me, like, my mind explodes sometimes. Like, we went whitewater rafting, and then she was so controlling over what I wear. Like, she was like, oh, I have some cheetah shorts. And when we went whitewater rafting, she was like, oh, you can't wear those cheetah shorts. My family's going to think you're gay.
Them shorts was small as my pants, Your Honor, towards his butt area.
No, it was not. You are lying. So, Your Honor, I had a white T-shirt, and she said, that T-shirt's too small. If you raise your hand, they can see your stomach. So I do this, and I'm like, you can't see my stomach. She tries to control everything I wear, everything I do, who I hang around with.
Do you do that? I told him something. It ain't necessarily telling him. I'm just explaining to him. That was embarrassing. You come with me and my family.
You're embarrassed of me? Of your husband?
No, of what you was wearing.
My cheetah shorts?
Yeah, that's tight as mine.
They're not tight. You can stop.
Oh, they is.
I would never do that.
And they short way up here.
You say, however, your friends and family do, in fact, like her, but she just doesn't give them a chance. Is that true?
Yeah, that's true.
How do you know? What have they said to you about her, if anything?
My mom loves her, but my other doesn't like her because her attitude and all the time, and how I'm not able to hang out with him because she's controlling. If I was to hang out with my other she would think that he's bringing other females around for me.
I got you.
And he has. That boy have a party every day.
And you think he brings women around for your husband?
Yeah, Your Honor, his family member don't like me.
Okay.
The family member.
All righty. So, Ms. Baker, you are suing for $1,000 for the bed you said he had sex on with the other woman.
Yes, ma'am.
Let me. Now, wasn't this 3 years ago?
Yes, but I still, that bed, that smell was horrible, Your Honor. And
so are you still...
I cannot sleep back in that bed after I smelled that.
So you got rid of it?
Yes. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Remember before when I asked you if you were tired?
Mm-hmm.
And you said kinda?
Yes.
I think you're exhausted.
You may be right.
I really do. I think you're exhausted. And I think you're on such a treadmill of mistrust. all of the time that whether what he's doing, whether he's doing wrong, doing right, it doesn't matter. In the day, you're going to find something to get upset about because your brain is chasing that fatal outcome that he's going to cheat on you again. The crazy thing about being jealous like that is that you make each and every day certain misery on the off chance that one day he might find another check. So you're unhappy 364 days a year. On the off chance, on that 365th, he does something wrong. Don't you think that's a bad trade?
It is.
It would be best for your brain if you were just to decide to trust him, not wonder where he is, not to get interested in, get your own life, get excited about your own passions, your own work. Don't look for him to entertain you. You entertain yourself. And you know what I mean? And then don't worry about what he's got going on. Part of her problem is she doesn't feel loved and cared for. That's part of her problem. If you're not loving me, you got to be loving somebody else. I don't feel wanted. I don't feel good. I don't feel pretty. I don't feel desired. Your job, as odd as it may seem, is to meet all of her insecurity with more love. You know, she keeps saying you never do anything with her that she wants to do. I think she thinks everything comes before her. The game comes before her. You know, and I think she doesn't mind that you're off work because she gets to be near you more often. And I think she just doesn't get enough quality time from you to make her feel like she can be with you and feel good about herself. Did I hit it?
Yes, you did, Your Honor.
You can solve your own problem by becoming her best friend. That will make your life easier. Do you understand what I'm telling you?
I understand, Your Honor.
Now, I don't know what y'all gonna do when you leave here, but you're not getting that $1,000 for a bed you sold 3 years ago because you couldn't get the, you know, I mean, I understand. I might have sold it too if I knew he'd been doing the mad fantastic on my bed with some other woman. It might have gone out too, but that's a decision that you made 3 years ago. But
yes, ma'am.
Don't waste your life being angry. Whatever you do, if you keep him, if you don't keep him, don't waste your life being afraid. And if she decides to keep you, don't waste your life being pestered because you don't take the time to love her. You with me?
I'm with you.
There will be no recovery in this matter. It is so ordered.
Are you optimistic here? Do you think this can work?
I believe they can be fixed. It's just a work in progress in between us.
Okay. And you think Judge Lynn got through to him today?
I believe so. Somebody had to, and I believe she did.
Are you optimistic as well?
Yeah, I'm optimistic. I feel like I just need to spend a little bit more quality time with her, and whatever she wants, I'm just gonna give it to her. As long as I can go fishing myself, you know? I just like to go fishing.
Okay. All right, good luck to you.
On Divorce Court, people share the most intimate details of their lives. Join the conversation and share your experiences on our Facebook page and Instagram @Divorce Court. See how other couples deal with their relationship issues. The discussion can get heated. Don't miss it.
Judge, today's case is out of gas.
It appears this relationship has run out of gas. Let's see if we can do anything to replenish the tank.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Chassie Goodson and Lawan Agee. The two of you have been together for 13 years, married for 2 years, and you have 2 children together. Mrs. Goodson, you are suing Mr. Agee for $6,000 for money he used for a car that you say should have been saved for something else. We're going to talk about that momentarily. But before we do, Mrs. Goodson, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your marriage and why we're here today?
Judge Toler, my husband tries to control my every move, but he is not the boss of me, okay? For example, at night, he went and took my phone and connected it to my car Bluetooth to see my recent calls and text messages while I was sleeping.
I had to.
And then he turns around and went through my purse while I was sleeping. He do all this dirt while
you sleep.
went through my purse, found the receipt, and said, why was I at the place on the receipt? And he thought I was somewhere else.
Now, Mr. Agee, do you do all of those things?
Yeah, she don't tell me anything.
Do you
I mean, I
think
have to
she's
find out
cheating?
some way. Yes.
Do you think she's cheating on you? Why do you think she's cheating on you?
She continues to lie. She tells me different stories. One time she told me she was supposed to be going to working all night long. But I found out on Facebook she was at a casino. Well, her car was there. She said she wasn't there.
Not true.
Now, Ms. Goodson, did you say you were working and you were at the casino?
No, I was not at the casino. He is mistaken.
Well, her car was there. Her car was there.
It was a car that was just like the car I have.
I checked the license plates. I checked the license plate so she can't say it wasn't her car.
Controlling? That's controlling.
He checked the license plate, though. Was it your license plate? You know it was yours.
I sent her a picture. She knows her license plate.
I plead the fifth.
You plead the fifth. You were there. You were there.
Mm-hmm.
When I try to go out, I try to go out a couple of times out the month. Just not too much because I am a mom.
Mm-hmm.
So when I do try to go out, as soon as I get dressed, oh, you going to see your boyfriend? I ain't never seen that outfit before. Is that for your boyfriend? By the time I get out the house, 2 hours later from accusations, he calling me 50 times by the time I'm up the street.
Do you call her a lot?
Yes, I do. But only reason is just to see if she's gonna answer or not. You know, sometimes she answers, sometimes she don't answer. And when she's with her boyfriend, she doesn't answer.
There is no boyfriend.
So how did you two meet?
Your Honor, I was walking down the street, minding my own business, and then he just came stalking, hey, can I holler at you, can I holler at you? And I told him he had to get out the car if he wanted to talk to me. And I went on ahead into the store. When I came out, he was out there on the corner waiting to talk to me. So I went on ahead and gave him my number, and he offered me a ride to work. And he ran out.
That same day?
Yes, but I had my knife and my mace. So when I got in the car, he got me halfway to work, and he ran out of gas, so I had to take the bus the rest of the way.
Did that happen?
That's when I was young, you know.
It was a blizzard outside.
Hey, listen, can't nobody say nothing to you because you got her, so, you know, gas or no gas.
I was young.
Tell me what happened on her birthday.
Okay, so this year, I took her out for the weekend for her birthday. We had a good time. But Monday, she said she wanted to go and hang out with her family. And I didn't think nothing of it. When she was hanging out, she didn't answer the phone. So the next week, a week or two, her family was FaceTiming each other. Mm-hmm. And her family say, when we gonna be able to hang out with for your birthday? But she told me previously that Monday, after we hung out, that she was with her family. Where was you?
That family member has Alzheimer's.
Alzheimer's?
She does. I don't have the documents here, but okay. And I know you're not talking Judge Toler. He went off last week and had his phone blowing up. Who is calling you? Who calling you? Oh no, I don't know who calling me. So then I go ahead and I let it go like a good wife because I am a good wife. And I come around and I see that the next day the phone is still ringing off the hook from a private number. It was 86 missed calls.
I should put my phone on silent like she does.
86 missed calls. You did put your phone on silent that day.
Who was calling you?
Who was calling? Well, you know, I get clients that call me all the time, and I'm not sure what specifically she's talking about.
Some homewrecker was calling his phone from 6 years ago, Your Honor. 6 years ago.
Do you know who she's talking about?
Yeah, I kind of know who she's talking about, but as you know, she always saying that this person is in my life, which is not true, you know. So
I called him sending money to her. Sending money to her over his Cash App.
Were you sending money to this particular woman?
She was working for me. She works. I run a small business, so she does some work for me.
You see what I'm saying?
But you know,
No, I don't want to hear that. You talking about she worked for you. I didn't know he worked for her. She worked for him. All I know is he's sending the girl money like he got a child out there paying child support. He ain't pay child support for the other kids he got.
Mr. Agee, who is this woman to you?
She was a friend. I no longer talk to the lady anymore. That was years ago. She still brings the situation up. But now she's the one.
Okay, we could talk about last week then, Your Honor, if I may.
Yeah, you want to just cut me off.
Please do. Please do. What happened last week?
Last week, my phone was off. So I went on ahead and I asked him if I could use his phone. It was just for 2 days while I didn't have my phone. It was damaged. He had 3 different women that he was trying to talk to on Messenger. One asking, oh, can I take you out? Like he not married. He all in the DMs.
So it's okay for
the creeper guy that say good morning every morning and your DMs. Oh, this guy. That's who you are.
Are you creeping on the DMs, Mr. AG?
No, what it is actually is when she's gone and not answer her phone, yes, I go through my messenger and may talk to people who she's not around, so what am I supposed to do?
Now, Mr. AG, you mean to tell me if you're not in constant contact with your wife, you have to go off and get in some woman's DM and have a conversation because you can't entertain yourself long enough without her being with you?
What do you want me to do? You want me to be hurt, wondering where she is at? Y'all can clap on. But when she's off missing in action and running off to Atlanta or whatever the
Your
case
Honor,
may be.
I would not be running off if I got what I needed at home. He's not even intimate with me. No, exactly. You want to go to sleep after you get what you want. He's only nice to me when he wants to have sex, Your Honor.
Mr. AG, she's gorgeous.
Yes, she is.
Yeah, and then...
Absolutely gorgeous. But she's begging for sex? How does that work out?
She's not begging.
Oh, I'm not begging, because 6 minutes later, it's right back into his Law & Order marathon. Dong. There's no affection. I'll try to do something sweet for him, put on something nice, put the radio on. He want to turn the radio off, and he only shows me affection when he feels like it.
Well, she's at home all the time, and I work.
Oh, now I'm at home all the time. Which one is it?
You want to show affection, I want to go to sleep.
No, exactly. You want to go to sleep after you get what you want. He's only nice to me when he wants to have sex, Your Honor.
Mr. AG, she's gorgeous.
Yes, she is.
Yeah, and then...
Absolutely gorgeous. But she's begging for sex? How does that work out?
She's not begging
Oh, I'm not begging, because 6 minutes later, it's right back into his Law & Order marathon. Dong. Just all night.
That Law & Order gets people, though. That Law & Order. You get tired of going on.
Law & Order, Your Honor. It's not SVU. It's the old Law & Order, Your Honor. I can't do it anymore. I can't do it.
That's like crack, though. That Law & Order, you get started on that, I understand.
Your Honor, she does things, and she uses the things that she's saying to cover up her facts and her cheating,
I'm
her lies.
I'm not covering up anything.
Mr. AG, you say that she has bad spending habits. Tell me about those spending habits.
She makes sure that I cover all the bills and take care of all the things. One incident is her phone bill. Every time it's her phone bill. Every month it's $200, $100. Like, I'll pay her phone bill, give her $250, then the next week her phone is off, saying she needs another $80 is on a payment plan.
That's not true.
I don't understand.
That is not true, Your
I don't know
Honor.
what she's doing with her money.
You're on a payment arrangement too, okay? So
But it's okay to be on a payment arrangement. But if I'm paying the bill, pay the bill. Don't sit there and try to take the money and do other things and then come back to me and expect me to keep on forking over more money.
Like when you were sending money to somebody else.
Here you go, using an excuse to do what she wants to do.
My phone bill would be paid if he wasn't taking care of somebody else in their family.
Do what she wants to do.
While she was working.
How much is your phone bill?
My phone bill is $160, and it's the extra.
But I got 3 lines, and her phone bill seems to be more than mine.
Okay, what about the car that I bought? $6,000 car
What about
that
the
he
tax refund she ran off with?
He coerced me to buy a car. He nagged me and nagged me and nagged me when all along we were supposed to be buying furniture. He sat there and he looked for furniture with me. He told me, we're gonna get this furniture. We was in Bob's Furniture. He turned around and said, oh, we gotta get a car. Why do we have to get a car? We both have cars. Why do we have to get a car?
Did you get a third car?
No, we didn't get a third car, Your Honor. We just upgraded her car. She had a car that has a little, mechanical issue. So I say, let's take the car and get rid of this car and get a new car. Oh, she's all with it because she's in a nice car now, but now I owe her $6,000. Come on.
Now, is your husband telling me the truth that, in fact, he didn't get a third car, he upgraded your car?
My car did not need upgrading. I had a nice car.
But you took it.
I went on ahead and bought the car because he made me feel like the car wasn't going to be working within a year.
That's a brother doing his husbandly duty, making sure that his wife's got a nice ride.
Thank you.
Because the last thing he wants to happen is have that beautiful woman of his stuck in some hood somewhere because the car don't work. Way to go, brother. Way to go.
You gotta tell me something.
Who's in Maywood?
I don't know who's in Maywood. Tell me who's in Maywood.
You tell me.
There's nobody in Maywood. I went to go have a picnic with my female
Who is in Maywood?
You investigate enough. He is paranoid from all that law and order watching.
You say he lies to you about where he's going. What does he lie to you about?
He'll say he's going to work, and 3 hours later when I call him, it's poker chips in the background. Talking about I'm all in.
But it's better than you telling me you going to work and you not there. You somewhere
I
else.
am at work when I'm at work.
When she got a tax refund, she just all of a sudden disappeared. You know.
How much was the tax refund?
I don't even know. She keeps everything so
Your
secretive.
Honor, because every time I get anything, he wants me to
disappeared.
spend it.
How much was the tax?
She ran out of town.
How much
with her
was
money.
the tax refund?
$10,000.
Exactly.
And what'd you do with it?
I use it to better my career as a hospitality person. I'm in customer service.
Now that's the saddest answer I've heard all day. You couldn't even get it out of your mouth. What?
Well, I had to be secretive, Your Honor. He's always going through my things. Every time.
Out that $10,000, I got $225.
When?
But I take care of all the shoes you brought me. $220 out of $10,000. I didn't even know it was $10,000.
I want to know where the other $9,000 went.
It went towards another car.
Another car?
Yes, that he coerced me into buying. He's manipulative.
Is it the same car we were already talking about?
No, it's a different car.
How many cars do you people got?
He's obsessed with cars.
Oh
Get a new car, get a new car. He'll tell me over and over until I do it.
It's all about necessity.
He manipulates me into spending money how he wants me to spend it. I have no freedom.
Spending it on you.
Definitely.
What happened when she went to Atlanta?
She went to Atlanta. One day she said she was going to work. I get no answer for days. For at least the time it took for her to come from Chicago to Atlanta. Then how about another one? She went to she tells me she's going to see her friend again in Lansing, which is on one side of town in Chicago. I found a receipt in her car. She was way out on the west side.
How did you find the receipt though?
Because I looked. I'm gonna have to figure out something. I'm not gonna let you keep on just running over me and just doing whatever you want to do. That's not gonna how it's not gonna go.
Do you forget the 10 years before?
It doesn't matter. We're talking about the 2 years that we in our marriage. She said she's in Lansing. The receipt says she's in Maywood. Who you in Maywood with? Find out Maywood is really what she hangs out with. I don't know who's in Maywood.
These are all
assumptions. You gotta tell me something.
Who's in Maywood?
I don't know who's in Maywood. Tell me who's in Maywood.
You tell me.
There's nobody in Maywood.
I gotta do some
went
more
to go have a
investigation or
picnic
something.
with my female
Who is
cousin.
in Maywood?
You investigate enough. I went to the grocery store. He found the grocery store receipt in my purse while I was asleep. Oh, wake up at 3 in the morning, talking about, oh, you was in Lansing, you was in Maywood. Okay, we had to get groceries for the picnic. What was supposed to eat?
Groceries for a picnic.
Bark off
Lansing
the tree and
is
grass.
like at least an hour away from each other. And in traffic, you're at least an hour away. So you went from Lansing to Maywood to get some groceries.
Yeah, I know he keeps time. He keeps timing me getting in the shower, too. Oh, you was in the shower for 42 minutes. What, you did all that for your boyfriend? Every day I have to deal with it.
Do you ask her why she spent so long in the shower?
You just did 2 days ago.
No. Oh, now she's making up stuff.
He said I took too long washing my crevices.
She's in the car. She's in the...
If I go to the bathroom, he'll be right there at the door trying to see if I'm on the phone.
I was minding my own business.
She's definitely on the phone in the
I am not on the phone in the bathroom. It's his own guilty
She's
conscience.
hiding her phone, turning it upside down, not showing, trying to hide every fact. She's so secretive about this situation.
No, you're
somebody.
guilty.
She's hiding somebody.
No,
she's definitely hiding.
He is paranoid from all that law and order watching.
So you told me about the $6,000, and I just want to go over it again because you want me to award you $6,000 for a car that he bought you. Have I got that right?
Your Honor, I bought the vehicle, but I was supposed to buy furniture. So we have a car now, but no couch. At that time, in our first year of marriage. He said we were buying
In our
furniture.
first year of marriage?
Yes. That was the first year. This is the second, and it's gotten even worse. Especially the lies.
My money up.
That's not
Want to
true.
spend all she want to save hers and spend mine.
I get him things all the time. I bring
I'm not
him
asking
dinner.
for all that, but
I have his clothes clean. He does nothing when it comes to the house.
He's
I
always
do everything. I'm the mother. I have to
Always
get the
gone.
kids. Who's always gone?
You always gone.
That is not true. He is
Not answering
always
the phone.
gone. You're never there to know if I'm gone.
I work in the morning from 9 to 5.
9 to
I'll be
5?
at home, and at 5 is 5 in the morning, you're gone.
That's not true. That is not true.
Now, Ms. Goodson, you and I both know you're not getting that $6,000. Right? We both know that. You're an intelligent woman. You know I'm not going to give you that $6,000. That $6,000 went underneath you so you could ride it around Chicago. And that's exactly what you're doing. And you were riding around Chicago, took his tax refund, left it somewhere. We don't know where that $10,000 went. You ought to be glad that he didn't ask for any money from you. Because if anybody's been larcenous here, it's you. Mr. A.G., if I were you, I wouldn't care what she did with the money. I would keep her, because she's gorgeous.
What? Gorgeous is okay?
There's no upgrade on that.
But you got to come
That's just wonderful and lovely over there. And this brother is buying you car after car after car. He loves you. You love him. Stay together. Keep Chicago safe. There will be no recovery in this matter. It is so
I mean, you two seem just a lovely couple.
Oh, thank you.
You know, Judge Lynn likes you guys. She's rooting for you. But you guys, I feel like is it trust? What?
The trust has been damaged a lot, but hearing Judge Toler today, I really want to work on our marriage. I feel like it's worth it when it all is all said and done. It's not really as bad as it seems.
Tell me how you feel after speaking with Judge Lynn today.
It's all right. I feel like we can try to keep moving forward, you know. Got to give her a little bit more trust.
Yeah, you're snooping a lot, you know, like private eye here. Can you ease back a little bit?
I don't know. She might take over. But that's hard to get back, you know. We can work on it. That's all we could do.
Judge, this is the case of Alpha Girl.
We have a couple here today with a multitude of issues. Flirting, spending, all the way to racism. Let's see if we can resolve one or two.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Crystal Price and Caleb Price. Mr. and Mrs. Price, you have been together for 5 years, married for 2, and you have 2 children together. You do not want to be together anymore. You, Mrs. Price, you're asking for something for Mr. Price, which we'll talk about a little later. But before we get there, Mrs. Price, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and how we got here today?
Well, Your Honor, first of all, you're looking ravishingly beautiful today. You're even prettier in person. So, but aside from that...
It's not going to help her, by the way.
I
got you. Did I let you know?
No, flattery will get me nowhere. However, I just want to let you know I have a husband who didn't decide to marry me until my dad passed away.
Well, Your Honor, real quick, that's not the whole truth. I was going to say, 2 months before her dad passed away, I actually asked him for his blessing because I'm a man who is respectful and I want to do the right thing. And then...
You want to do the right thing?
1 second, I'm
Hang
talking,
on, let him
please.
finish, let him finish.
I was like...
so 2 months before he died, you went to him and asked for her hand in marriage.
Yes, and it was something that we didn't know he was going to pass away or anything. And then look at her. She's not a common person. She's unique. So I can't go to a regular jewelry store and just buy a random ring. It can go for anyone. I actually went online and custom built a ring specifically for her as unique as her.
Did you get a custom-built ring from him?
I honestly don't know. I didn't ask.
Ooh, that was chilly.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, chilly.
No, I'm saying,
Mrs. Price, let me ask you this. Was your father sick? Did everybody know that he was going to pass soon?
Yes.
Why is that his fault, that you didn't get married soon enough?
Well, because we all knew he was going to die. Even he himself knew he was going to die.
Uh-huh.
I mean, we're believers in Jesus Christ. We love the Lord. And even he told me several times on several occasions, I'm ready to go be with the Lord. I'm tired of fighting. He had congestive heart failure. He had multiple sclerosis. He had 2 shoulder replacements and a knee replacement. He was already kind of getting around in a wheelchair and with a walker.
So had you asked Mr. Price to say, hey, let's do the wedding now, and he dragged his feet?
Well, that's the thing he's not even telling you, because he wanted to procrastinate because he wanted a big wedding.
I was like, I'm also not procrastinating because also the entire time when I asked her father for his blessing for marriage and everything, it was already ordered and it was being shipping and made. So I can't do anything about the manufacturing or the shipping because I can't rush that. I have no control over it. So it was just extremely bad that the ring actually showed up the same day after her father died.
I don't see dragging your feet. I see a guy who was trying to do something really special and really nice. The timing just didn't work out.
Right, but the thing is, Your Honor, if he's sitting at home dying of cancer and the doctor's like, oh, well, you have 6 months to live, I'm not going to sit up here and plan a trip to Tahiti a year from now if I know you're going to be dead.
So did you say, let's do it right now because I'm afraid he might pass away?
Yeah, he knew he was going to die. He's like, well, we didn't even know he was going to die. Like,
that's not the question I asked you. I asked you, did you specifically say to him, let's go ahead and get married right now because I'm afraid he's going to go before we do?
Yes.
I was like, when she did that, the ring was already made and being shipped. And that's literally the only thing I was waiting for because I just wanted her to have
But you keep trying to make it about the ring, and it's not about the ring, though.
No, I mean, but I just wanted because I just wanted to show
If she had picked a date and said, show up on that date, would you have showed up?
Yes.
I think you would have showed
up. And then
up.
after her father passed away, all we did was go to the Justice of Peace.
Right.
We didn't even have a big wedding.
Right.
We just went straight to the courthouse and got married.
Well, why would I want to have a big wedding whenever my father's not here to give me away because now he's in the ground?
I mean, that wasn't the whole point. The whole point of that was
Miss Price,
just because
it's hard to lose a father or a mother. Lost both of mine. I understand all of that. But you gotta put the hurt where it belongs. And it doesn't belong on his shoulders. It just doesn't. And if you do believe in Jesus, and if you do believe in God, he sees you, he feels you, he knows you, he's in your heart. So that little, does it take 8 seconds to get down the aisle? That doesn't define your marriage. It doesn't define his love for you. Just doesn't. Thank you. Mr. Price, you say she's a spendaholic. Why don't you tell me about that?
Spendaholic. So, like, anything she wants, and she wants it then. It's her way or no way. So one fine example is actually one day, okay, I'm sorry, I'm stuttering a little bit, but give me a minute. Don't interrupt, but thank you. She's a spendaholic because one day she broke her phone and everything and literally only went 1 day without a phone. And I told her we weren't going to get her a phone because I had to make a payment on a ticket that I had. And it was coming up because I didn't want to get any letter coming back saying I had to go back to court for that same situation I already tried to finish. Well, the next day, she went and actually got the phone, and I wasn't able to make my payment. So it ended up, at the end, still getting my letter at the end. And that is just one example. And another example is like she's already gone to 3 New York Fashion Weeks to host and everything. I was like going through and paying every single trip, going through, and it's probably been, I can't even fathom like how much it is because right now, but it was going through our promise after that. Her third one was because I played college baseball. I've played baseball for 21 years.
But who did you get to meet whenever we went to New York Fashion Week?
Charles Davis, a retired NBA basketball player.
And who did that help? You.
That helped me because he gave me information.
Don't just make it seem like it's all about me.
Oh, no, I'm getting to that point because actually the point is after that third trip, we were actually going to save up money so I can go to a baseball tryout. And what are we doing again?
But September 8th, you're going back to New York,
and I still haven't gone to a tryout.
But where is a past tense word, though? We were, but we didn't.
Yes, we haven't because all the money is being spent on you. This coming up 8th.
It's being spent on me?
Yes,
really?
Because this coming up 8th, you're going back to New York, and you're actually going back on your promise about me going to a baseball tryout. Because I played baseball for 21 years.
But it's funny because whenever we were supposed to go, you didn't want to go, though, because you're like, well, I have to work. And I'm like, well, if you want to go pro, why didn't you just take off? Why didn't you show more determination?
Because you got to have the money to actually go and travel places. If I don't have the money to go and travel to these tryouts, I can't go.
But I mean, if you want to be successful, you're supposed to do whatever it takes.
But how are we going to do whatever it takes
And you're
when you
putting
don't
your
have the
9 to 5
money to go
job
everywhere?
over
All
your
right.
dream. So
No, I like this conversation. It really clarified everything for me about what's going on. Tell me about the $100 worth of eyelashes.
She comes back with 20 pairs of eyelashes.
it was not 20 pairs.
Yes, it really
only
was.
5 come in a pack.
Yeah,
What are
you
you
had 4
talking about,
packs.
Kayla?
I understand with the eyelashes, you bought them 10 pairs, 5 pairs, 20 pairs, and didn't wear any. That's just silly.
It is silly.
That is just silly. Tell me about the eyelashes. Somebody.
He's always complaining about me spending money on eyelashes.
Well, you go and buy
But
about
it's funny
20
because
pairs at a
you're
time.
always flattered when strangers tell you how hot your wife is, though.
Oh, of course. I love the way you look.
Somebody tell me about the eyelashes.
All right, well, Your Honor, one time actually going to the store, she went, I'm going to go buy some foundation and everything for her makeup. And then next thing I know, she comes back with 20 pairs of eyelashes.
It was not 20 pairs.
Yes, it really
only
was.
5 come in a pack.
Yeah,
what are
you
you
had 4
talking about,
packs.
Caleb?
4 or 5 packs.
I don't even know why they even
Here we
named
go.
him
This is your
Caleb, 'cause
makeup
He's not even
thing.
as holy
Oh, yeah.
as the guy in the Bible, so.
Oh, yeah. There's the shoes as she goes. Keep going, keep going, keep going. I was like,
all cute.
Yeah,
If you
all
notice,
cute,
Your Honor.
but about every other week.
Which you don't appreciate about me.
But every other week, you want to get a new pair of heels for work, and you don't even wear them to work.
But I understand with the eyelashes, you bought them 10 pairs, 5 pairs, 20 pairs, and didn't wear any.
Oh, yeah, she said
Because
that
I
is
didn't
too
even
natural
like the
looking for her.
style. No.
So why did you buy so many before you knew whether or not you liked the style?
Okay, it was a style, because I was wanting to try something new. It was like, you know, virginity.
get
You gotta
one.
slowly move into it.
You get one to see if you like it, so you don't waste money. That's just silly.
It is silly.
That is just silly. What is you say his family's racist.
Yeah.
And that it's something that you can see and feel. Why don't you tell me some stories about why you feel they're that way?
So we went over to one of Caleb's family members' houses one day because we went to church to praise the Lord because it was Sunday, you know. We just got to get that out of the way, hear the word, all that good stuff. And then we just went over to this family member's house after church, and she's just like, well, oh my God, I haven't seen the baby. And keep in mind, this is the family member he told me that refers to black people as colored folk.
Okay.
Colored folk.
Yeah.
Probably so.
So automatically I went in with my guard up. I mean,
Right.
my baby's beautiful. I mean, both my daughters are gorgeous. So it's just kind of like...
Yeah.
I mean, he has family members that hate on him for being one of the most attractive people in the family. So I'm just like, well... You know, my guard was up. Anyway, so we go in, and she's like, well, I want to, you know, hold baby, whatever. Now, keep in mind, this particular family member, while she was holding my baby, the baby was only 2 months old at that time. And so the baby, she was kind of like, you know,
Head
looking
was
like she was a
wobbling,
little bit
yeah.
of an epileptic or something like that, you know what I'm saying?
She didn't have her, didn't have a
she's
good grip.
She's my kid, but, you know,
Yeah.
you know, I talk about her a little bit because she was just looking like...
Right.
You know, so... I'm just like, I go, and she's like, what's wrong with you? And I'm like, can you hold her head, please? She gonna look at me and say, she can hold her head up.
No.
I was like, child, you gonna be having trouble holding your head up if you don't hold my baby's head right.
I say,
Although I'm down with the sentiment, the delivery could have been a little better. I will say that.
I don't know how it could have been better,
Does Mr.
Your Honor. I
Price
really
not
don't.
stand up for you with... I don't get racism out of that. Give me a racism. That's just a clumsy, you know, irresponsible person, but give me the racism part.
we'll go out to the bar and everything, especially when we first got together, and she would go and hop from table to table because she tells me that she uses her looks to get free drinks. Sad thing is, though, she's the only one drinking those drinks.
Would you find it problematic if he was in a bar or a restaurant and was going around flirting and getting women to buy him drinks? I can't just wander around in the back of your head.
Okay,
I have to hear words.
So I've overheard things about how a couple of family members were, whenever we were just dating, we weren't even married yet. This was like a while back where they're just like, so I thought we weren't supposed to date outside of our race.
Mr. Price, did somebody say that in your family say that to you?
And I'm sitting here looking like, well, I look better than you, so...
I have older siblings, and that was told to them, but there's 8 and 10 years difference, which I don't understand that because my family is mixed, even going up into both grandparents on each side. So I don't really understand where that is, but one fact that they actually had a big problem with was with our second daughter. They said because she was also mixed, she was not going to have blue eyes. And that was another thing that always caused a controversy between us because they're saying, well, since she's mixed, she's not going to have blue eyes. And then, as you can see, she has blue eyes.
Genetically speaking, the odds are their eyes would be brown because brown is dominant over blue. I still don't get racist.
But I'm saying...
Not bright, maybe, but not racist.
But I'm saying we were basically told that, okay, so I'm going to just give you a little bit of a backstory. So...
Oh, Lord.
I sat down...
I don't think you've ever given anybody a little bit of anything. But go ahead, give it a try.
Wait, is that a bad thing? Is that a bad thing?
You tell long stories, and then at the end of the story, I still don't have an answer to my question. That is a bad thing.
That's attention deficit. I apologize.
Give me something racist. It's the last time I'm going to ask.
I don't have anything for you. You got anything? Because I don't.
I did.
Okay, I mean...
She told me it was impossible to have a baby with colored eyes because I'm black.
And that's a genetic... The probability was that she was right because brown is dominant over blue. She did not know the entire genetic understanding of it's a random and a 25% chance. It hit on that. I don't see that as racist. If you ain't got another story, we'll move on to something else.
We can.
Let's do it. You say she flirts with other dudes.
Oh, yes, most definitely.
Explain that to me.
I'm flirting, like, we'll go out to the bar and everything, especially when we first got together, and she would go and hop from table to table because she tells me that she uses her looks to get free drinks. Sad thing is, though, she's the only one drinking those drinks, and I'm going to be by myself.
First of all, why are you lying, though?
I'm not lying. It's true.
Because whenever I manipulated somebody into buying me 2 drinks and gave one to you, you didn't have an issue with it.
Yeah, because that was the one time out of like 20.
Then I taught you how to get free stuff through the drive-through.
How do you get free stuff out of the drive-through? How do you do that? That's just personal knowledge. I just want to know.
Oh, you can do it too, Your Honor.
Well, explain it to me.
Just being overly nice to people, honestly. Because some people will mistake that as flirting, even if you don't really mean it.
Would you find it problematic if he was in a bar or a restaurant and was going around flirting and getting women to buy him drinks? Would
Not
that
at
be
all.
that wouldn't bother you at all?
Because if this chick buys him 2 shots, he's going to come back over to me and give me the other shot, and then we're going to take them together.
Right.
So why would I...
Do you feel badly at all about misleading other people as to your interest in them for financial gain?
Well, when you put it like that, it makes me sound like a gold digger, and I've always worked for my money.
I didn't say anything about what other things you did. I described the activity you were engaged in and asked you if you had any negative feelings about manipulating other people's feelings for financial gain.
I do, when you put it like that, because I'm a genuine person. I like to think of myself as a good person.
And that's genuinely wrong.
Yeah, it is.
You know that?
Yeah.
You said you want $100 from him because he didn't buy you a puppy you wanted.
Oh, no.
Your Honor. We agreed on the puppy, Your Honor.
Oh, she got a puppy. And the reason she went out after and immediately bought the puppy after I got a fish tank. The only reason I have a fish tank is because... Oh, yeah.
That's too cute.
And then... Like, her father had fish and everything, and I wanted to get a fish tank so she could have, like, something that her father liked in the house
continuously. My father no longer has anything because he's deceased.
I understand that, but that was one of his hobbies. He enjoyed fish. So I just wanted to give that comfort back to you.
Okay. All right.
And then afterwards...
I'm all done. You're not getting $100.
Okay.
I'm going to tell you that right now. You're just not getting $100. And I'm going to say something. I'm going to say a couple of things, actually. To you. You a lucky woman.
Okay.
You married a man who overlooks arrogance, rudeness, ignorance, who's with a woman who manipulates people, doesn't see a problem with it, is so obsessed with her looks that she hasn't thought about her dignity. And he loves you. You got problems with other people because you got problems. He loves you, and he loves you the way he is, and everybody can like what they want to like. But let me ask you this. Please don't deliver this to your girls. Do you have 2 daughters?
I do.
Mm-hmm. Don't deliver that to your girls. It's not a good look, and it will not serve them well.
I don't think so either.
You're not leaving her. I know that. You love her. I know that. You love those babies. I know that as well.
Yes, they do.
I can't help you any more than I have. I've said what I've had to say. I don't know if you have the urge to defend her or not, but don't. You know what I mean? But don't. Because everybody can get better. Mm-hmm. You know, I can get better, you could get better, and she might need to get a little better.
Self-improvement.
And
I never said I didn't need to get better.
I didn't say you didn't. You got an attitude. It will not serve you well. Before I did this, I spent years putting people with attitude in jail because they did not know how to manage themselves. Please don't become one of them. There will be no recovery in this matter. It is so ordered.
Judge Lynn said you got to work on this attitude.
Yeah.
All right, do you agree with her?
Of course I agree with her. You know, I'm not perfect. I never claimed to be perfect. I know that there's definitely some flaws about my personality that I need to fix.
But what about this flirting thing?
I literally do it when we're out and about to get free drinks for the both of us, not just me.
Judge, this is the case of Let's Be Honest.
From what I've seen, I think I have 2 good people, 2 grown people who simply can't get on the same page. Let's see if I can help them out.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Portia Hayes and Ivory Jackson. The 2 of you have been together for 4 years, separated for the last month. Ms. Hayes, you have brought Mr. Jackson here seeking $150 for a lock change. But before we get to that, I'm going to ask you, Ms. Hayes, what brought us to divorce court today?
Well, for starters, my boyfriend, Mr. Jackson, thinks that I'm a lesbian. And I personally love vitamin D, especially.
Took me a minute, but I got there.
But it all started, at one point, I was in cosmetology school, and I won a trip going to California with 16 other girls. Mm-hmm. It was like a once-in-a-lifetime thing. As a cosmetology student, it's what you want to do. I thought this was something that we could both be excited about. Well, once we got all the details, I realized that instead of 2 of us sharing a room together, it was going to be 4 girls sharing a room together. So instead of choosing your roommate, we then had to find a bedmate. Mm-hmm. So me and a girl, we were the closest of the group that was able to go. And she just so happened to be a lesbian. However, she is married, happily married. And so we both bunked together. Mm-hmm. I didn't think anything of it. We had a curfew at midnight. I talked to him like most of the days. So for some reason, he felt that since I was sleeping in the same bed with this person, that now all of a sudden we were doing something and now I'm a lesbian.
Okay. Mr. Jackson, is that true? You feel that that situation indicated that she was actually romantically involved with this other woman?
I didn't find out that the girl was a lesbian until later on when I started realizing that you're the only grown-up without supervision that can't talk or can't be on the phone or something past a certain point. On top of the fact that
You lost me.
Right.
Who's the only grown-up without supervision? To whom are you referring?
Out of this whole trip, this is the only grown-up that's supervised on phone conversations and time and all of that. This is the trip full of grown-ups, not kids. We're not regulated on time. Hey,
so who you think was supervising her?
Herself.
I'm so confused. I don't know what's happening.
This is also the same girl that we have oh, you like to sleep naked also? Oh, okay, we're good.
That's
so
not
that
true.
now it's before. This is also
That's
before
not.
I know she's a lesbian.
That's
so I'm
not
like,
what
why do
happened.
you have
When
to
did this conversation occur?
before the first night that they actually went to sleep, at some point during the evening, it's like 6 or something, and you're having the conversation, that's said in the background from this particular girl about her whom, like, just...
How did you hear the conversation?
We were on the phone.
Because I was on the phone with him.
Right.
What he says that I couldn't do while I was there.
So if she was on the phone while you were there...
This is early
and that's what you heard early in the evening.
Then
Did he hear that?
That I was on the phone with him. When he says that I couldn't talk to him or that I was unsupervised or supervised myself to talk on the phone, clearly I was on the phone at some point with him for him to even hear anything that's going on.
I'm always on the phone, too, before I go do something.
But however, he knew that...
But what makes you think that she did something? That's the part I don't get.
Here's the... You had that... First of all, you made, like, one of the other girls, I'm glad I'm not such and such because she's in the room with lesbians. That's what the whole room is saying.
No,
Before
they
you
weren't.
tell me that the girl that you're laying in the bed naked with is a lesbian, same girl that's done made comments and all of this stuff about you, I find out after the fact. There's also another... Now, I don't have a problem with lesbians or anything, but I do know a lot of straight women that if there's another bed available, then I will lay in that bed and I choose to lay in the one with the lesbian who ain't told me about it all. And every time it's time to lay in the bed naked, then we on curfew.
He's referring to a couch bed. Me personally, I'm not going to sleep on the couch if I can sleep in a bed. If I know that she's like, that's not my cup of tea. I don't knock it, but like I said,
it's not your thing.
It's not my thing. So then I'm going to sleep in the bed with someone. We're friends. We're like, it wasn't like, it wasn't sexual. And we were both clothed.
Friends.
And again, like I said, she's married. So that's why I'm like, I don't understand. And then furthermore, I have another friend where we went out and she, just kind of talked to me about a threesome, asked me if I'd ever been in one, and would I ever, if I ever wanted, if I ever thought about that. And I was like, no. So me being the person that I am, because I'm open in my relationship with Mr. Jackson, I just talked to him about it. And it was just like a casual thing, like, oh my God, so-and-so said that it was a casual conversation.
How did you hear that conversation? What do you think was said?
Hear it? Because that's the problem.
Well, tell me how.
What she's kind of describing is like you and one of your girls sitting around, y'all just having talks. Like there was a talk about maybe a three, you know how you talk about that. That's not what it is. You were brought to the club with the girl and the dude who's supposed to be having a threesome, who's touching your breast.
Hang on, let him finish.
Who's allowed to touch your breast and all of this. You had no problem with the person trying. This is supposed to be your friend trying to advance you to this guy right here. No problem with that. You didn't just come to me like, hey, baby, let's talk. This happened in the club. That ain't how we got to that. That came up in a side conversation. Just like such and such, I was
and this one time such and such took me there. Right, yeah.
Now, wait,
but you know what, Mr. Jackson, let me say something about it. If she brought something up just out of the blue in a side conversation, she ain't gonna bring up something she did wrong out of the blue in a side conversation.
Not out the blue, like, and just tell me. No, it was something that led to you didn't offer this information.
I know.
So
she just kind of
this information. Now the information that I'm getting about the situation didn't come via you volunteering it either. This is in messages. It wasn't.
It was. When I first brought it.
But do you think she did anything wrong?
So then he comes in the room and sees that my demeanor is different. So his first thing is like, what's wrong with you? My response was, I don't want to talk about it right now. I don't want to talk about it. I kept pushing it off. And he was like, no, what's wrong? And I was like, nothing. He looks at his phone and the first thing he says is, oh, you went through my phone?
So you caught wind of a situation where a threesome was discussed, but you have no evidence that anything transpired as a function thereof. Is that where we are?
But I never accused you of having one, and this is some. The problem with that is something different. I never accused you of saying you were in a threesome. Now, also, that isn't the first instant of that. This particular girl, since I met you, has been making passes. You've been talking about her trying to lay with you or touch you or play for the whole duration of time.
That's a lie. Sorry.
So it wasn't no just, and then all of a sudden I'm like, this your friend. So you go out with your friend who brings you here with a dude who she's not in a relationship with. She's married. And here with this dude to offer you in a threesome, and you okay with that? But I'm supposed to be okay with you hanging with a person like that.
I see what's going on here. You say that he can't remain faithful to you. Why do you say that?
Well, first of all, it all started when he got sick one time, and I was in school, and he called me, and I could tell that he was sick. He gets sick, so and I always try to be there. And for weeks prior to that point, my woman's intuition was like, something is going on. We all know our men, and his mannerisms had changed. And so it kept, I kept suppressing it. I was like, no, not him, not him. The day he got sick, his phone was on the bed. Yes, I went through his phone, and I immediately seen messages, not to one female, but to a couple of different females. Now, I was crushed at that point. So then he comes in the room and sees that my demeanor is different. So his first thing is like, what's wrong with you? My response was, I don't want to talk about it right now. I don't want to talk about it. I kept pushing it off. And he was like, no, what's wrong? And I was like, nothing. He looks at his phone, and the first thing he says is, oh, you went through my phone? So then I'm mad, because I'm like, oh, okay, so clearly there was something in your phone. If you're worried about, if that's the first thing that you
that's
say,
on your mind, that's why he thinks you're upset.
Yes.
What's your version of that event, Mr. Jackson?
That wasn't the first thing on my mind. She actually brought that up. I did ask her what was wrong with her.
What was on your phone? Let me skip all that. What was on the phone? Were there messages?
What was on my phone, if we're going to tell it right? It was messages, but it was prior messages that hadn't been... It was prior messages that just hadn't been erased, and we know.
Judge, it wasn't prior messages that hadn't been erased.
We know
it
why.
Was prior women.
Now, listen, I had built a funny, weird friendship relationship with one of the girls, and she was also my friend. But now, was it wrong for those messages to still be there? Yes. Now, when we were talking about merging, all of that was going to be left
in the past
until I realized why we were merging. Somebody had a plan that was just their plan.
Right. But what was the plan?
Their plan was, we're going to merge. I'm going to stop working this place, and I'm going to do this, and I'm going to become this off of that. That wasn't my plan. So now when I left my place
I can
to come
explain
into
that better,
your place.
I'm sure you could.
I can.
Let's say that's true. That was her plan. That was different from the plan that you had together.
Right.
How do you think she was taking advantage of you by doing that?
We were supposed to be moving in together, and I was going to cosmetology school. Now, he feels...
I didn't know that.
Hang on. Let her tell it, because I'm not with you at all.
I wanted him to move in with me so that then I could go part-time, go to cosmetology school. His money would help and all of that. So he
that was written down.
He thought that it was a manipulative intent to it. However, he did not move in until a month after I went part-time at my job. And I will say I was taking care of my household with my part-time job, going to cosmetology school full-time, and taking care of my 3 children. So, yes, I was.
That's
I was definitely doing all of that by myself.
You guys had some logistical differences about when you guys, where you going to move and when. I'm not quite sure where it becomes sinister on her behalf. And can you explain it concretely?
That specific plan was her plan written down, not us moving into a house, merging in our relationship. That was your written down plan that you were going to do.
Written down because we were not living together. We did not discuss me moving.
But I understand. Let me ask you this. Let's say that's true. That was her plan. That was different from the plan that you had together.
Right.
How do you think she was taking advantage of you by doing that?
Who's taking advantage? Because in how we needed to proceed financially, that just set it back because I'm thinking we're on this path. I'm not thinking we're on the path now where it's going to be work less and do this and da-da-da till you get to where you're going.
However,
we didn't stop. What I think you're saying is you think she hoodwinked you into helping her finance going to cosmetology school by pulling you in her house, working less, and going to school and having you pay the freight. Is that right?
Now, that's a little extreme, but that is also what she does.
Yes, that's what it is. It's exactly what.
Look,
but
I
this
can
was
say-
my thing. If we moved in together, our expenses would be cut in half. So then it would be money that we could put aside to move into another house. That was my
So why
whole
did-
thing.
Okay, I got it. Why do you have a problem doing that?
Hey, I'm done. You finished with each other, correct?
That's why we're here.
So, Ms. Hayes, I understand you want $150 from him because of the locks being changed in the house. Why don't you explain why you want that sum of money?
Well, because if he would just trust me in this situation, then he wouldn't have had to move out. I wouldn't have to get the locks changed or any of that. So it's like if I'm gonna have to pay for it, and you're the reason why we're having to do why we're splitting, then you need to pay for the money.
Let me ask you, Mr. Jackson, are you looking to split or are you looking to fix?
The reality of this situation is when we go home, we're still in real life. So I can't sit up here now. As we got here, I was like, look, I'm done with this. We're steady getting into it or whatever. But is anything the final straw? So if it's something is that strong, if it can be, that's also the reason why we're here. I didn't have to come here to say, I'm done. We came here to see if you could hear something and say you may have, look, I don't really hear anything. I've heard a lot of cases. Y'all don't seem to be so at odds that something can't be fixed. So I'm actually here in an attempt to maybe hear something from you. But like,
here's what you need to hear. Here's what you need to hear, okay? Okay. Yeah, I've been a lawyer since 1984. I used to do complicated corporate litigation. And with a bunch of lawyers talking about accounting and the ERISA and all that kind of stuff. I have never been so confused in my life as I am now talking to you. Here's what I want to say to you. I think she's fabulous. I think she's beautiful. I think she's well-directed. I think you're handsome. I think you're a good dude. I think you love her. I think that there's nothing here that is really a big deal. What I do believe is that you just have a very convoluted way of thinking. And I think that, and nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with it, but you have 19 levels of conspiracy theory on everything that you do, and you have difficulty clarifying your thoughts because of all that. You don't believe. I know you don't believe me, but it's true.
That's not what my problem is. My problem is that it's certain things that I refuse to because this is a person I was in love with, let these people hear. So it's not levels of conspiracy theory. Some of it is just by way of, if you're my woman, I'm not going to put certain stuff out there about you. I'm not here for that.
What I'm talking about is the way you perceive things is not necessarily directly the way they are.
I'm leaving out details.
Yeah. And I gave you plenty of time, and I got all this loop-de-loo.
It's a long story, so it's detailed.
Miss Hayes, this is who he is, and this is how he thinks. Right. And you have to make an intelligent decision about, are you capable of living with someone who thinks that way, and has that very concentrated inward circular situation going on with whatever he sees. You can't fix how he is who he is. You get the guy you pick, not the one you think he should be. So you got to make an intelligent decision about, is this something you can cope with?
Right.
Because I don't think you did anything wrong. I just think that, life happens and he sees it through a prism as opposed to glasses. You with me? Yeah. You're not a bad dude.
Oh, that's good.
You're not a bad dude. I mean,
that's bad what you described.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Let me tell you. Let me say this, and then I'm gonna leave because you misunderstand me. I'm a complicated chick. When I married my husband, he said he had no ideas of the multi-levels of weird he would have to ride with me. Because that's the way I think. I think in photon bursts. But he decided to stay because he liked me. All I'm saying is you have a certain way of thinking, and you need to decide whether or not you can live with it. There will be no recovery in this matter. It is so ordered.
Judge, today's case, hasta la vista, baby.
I have a very attractive couple here that are trying to protect their love in the land of Instagram likes and booty shaking. It is a tough road to hoe for a lot of us.
Court is now in session. The Honorable Judge Lynn Toler presiding.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here today with Nelson Rosado and Vanessa Arredondo. The two of you have been together for 3 years, living together for 1.5. You don't have any children together. Mr. Rosado, you are seeking $1,350 from Ms. Arredondo for something that we will talk about later. But before we do, Mr. Rosado, I'm going to start with you. Why don't you tell me a little bit about your relationship and why we're here today?
Well, Your Honor, I'm here today to let Vanessa know that she has to stop being so jealous and so friendly with my father. It's gotten to the point where I can't even record music in peace in the studio. I'm in the music industry. I write songs for other artists. Well, I was in the studio one night recording with a female artist, and out of nowhere, she shows up to my studio, bum rush the booth, takes the microphone away from the female artist and tells her she's not worthy of recording with me, she's not worthy of my lyrics, just because she's a female.
It's not that, it's just that he texts us all day, like, so it's like he gives me reasons for me to think that he's doing something. It's not just business, like, you get me?
Let me ask you this, though. She's in the booth making a song.
Yeah.
How is that inappropriate? Clearly that's business.
Yeah, but it's just beyond that. Like, you go home and it doesn't even seem like business. Like, you're FaceTime. I call him FaceTiming one of the artists and blowing kisses. How is that professional? So it's not just business. There's more than just business. So
is there more than just business, Mr. Rosado?
Definitely not, Your Honor.
They just say the
Definitely
truth.
not. I'm just trying to get money and move on in the music industry. The thing about the kisses, it's a song called Kisses that I was trying to...
Let him talk. Let him talk.
So, of course, I'm going to blow kisses at the girl on FaceTime because I want to get her in the mood. I want to get her in the spirit of kisses. That's all. You never heard of a song called
I want Nick to be happy. I want Nick to be here. I want Nick to feel good. I don't blow the man any kisses.
Different story.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, that's a little shady.
And then, yeah, that is super shady. And then on top of that, he wants to be super controlling. So it's like, I go to the store for 5 minutes, there's like 30 missed calls from him, but then look at what he's saying, that it's business, that you're blowing kisses. But then...
Tell me the most outrageous thing he's done tracking and trailing you.
Oh, every time I wake up, my phone is next to his side. He goes through my phone all the time. And it's like, I can't even put a password because he's always finding out passwords. He's always, even when I don't have a password, it's like he always wants to be through my phone. He never lets me, like I go out with my friends, 30, 40 missed calls. That is not normal. It goes beyond, but then you want freedom. Like,
Mr. Rosado, are you jealous and controlling like she's describing,
yes,
or is she misunderstanding what's going on?
I wouldn't say to the point that she's trying to predict me to be jealous and controlling, but I am a little jealous. Who wouldn't be? She's gorgeous. She's beautiful. So if I like something, I love somebody, of course I want to see what she's doing, what she's up to, who's around her. But there's no controlling thing like that.
Do you call her 30, 40 times?
Definitely not.
Yes. Do you check her phone every night?
Yes, nah, she's lying, Your Honor.
Yes, you do.
She's lying.
So how my phone how does my phone travel
Give me something,
to your side?
Ms. Arredondo, give me something specific. Give me something specific that he's done that you can point to.
Oh, I was super hungry. I had just came out of school. We're like, I want a taco so bad.
Right.
So we go to the taco store by the house, And then we're in line, and there's this really cute guy
You hear that?
in front. Okay, he's attractive. I could see with my eyes. You're over there blowing kisses. Like, what are you doing?
Concentrate.
And, okay, so then we're there. We're online. And he starts just going back and forth to me and the guy, like, and I'm literally just standing there. I just want tacos. I don't want nothing else. He goes up to the guy and he's like, oh, she's pretty. Oh, she's cute. Oh, like, you look crazy. Then the guy says, oh, yeah, she's very pretty. He does a crazy tantrum. He leaves the store, and he leaves me there. He takes the car and just leaves me in the store.
Mr. Rosado, did that happen? Did that happen?
That's not...
Yeah, it happened.
Stop.
It happened, but who told her to be saying he's cute for? If you want a taco, just get tacos. That's it.
Did you approach the guy and start some stuff?
I did. I told him, what's up? You think she's pretty and everything? He's responded, yeah, she's pretty. I'm like, oh, okay, no problem. So I just left her with her. You want her? Go ahead, have her.
You say that he is jealous of his own father.
Yeah. Oh, my
because he says his father's a player and thinks he's trying to play with you. Why don't you tell me about
my
that?
God.
Give me a story about what's going on between the three of y'all.
We went to a yoga class together because his father was...
You and his father?
Yeah, well, he was feeling down. He was feeling down, so I was going to yoga, so I was like... Come on with me. Relaxing, you know. What do you do in yoga? Relax, your mental state, everything. So I was like, if you want, come with me. You know, I'm not going to say no if he's asking for help. Oh, my God. Once he found out that his father went with me to a yoga class, he packed up my stuff. He was screaming in the house. Yeah, what is that? That's so inappropriate. Packed up my stuff in a garbage bag. And he starts going crazy in the house. He left the house, went to the studio, didn't come back for 2 days. Like...
Okay. Mr. Rosado, did that happen?
Yeah, it did happen, Your Honor.
Talk to me about your concerns about the relationship between your lady and your father.
I'm so over things.
I know my father.
Stop.
I know my father. That's why I'm telling her that he ain't to be trusted. He
Why
has
don't you
9
think he should be
kids, 6
trusted?
different baby mothers, 6 different women.
That's a lot of moving and shaking.
I come from him. I come from him, so I know what he's capable of doing, and every woman that he's presented to me, aside from my mother, has been younger than him. Around my age.
Right.
So I feel like he's trying to jump into my woman out of nowhere, trying to be sneaky, trying to go to yoga class. Like, you too old for yoga, bro. You should be home drinking tea, drinking coffee or something.
Has he done anything other than that? Anything else that makes you believe he's trying to get at her?
Yeah. He even went to the club where she works at, because she works at a bar also. And he's popped up at her bar, trying to be friendly with her. When I went to the bar and I see him there, I told him, like, yo, what are you doing here, Papa? He said, oh, I'm here, you know, mingling with your girl. She's mad cool. She's trying to hook me up with her friend, this and that. And I'm like, reading him, like, nah, it don't sound right. It just don't sound right because I know him.
But
and he's told me numerous times, oh, she's gorgeous. She has a nice body. You should be careful. Like, why would you tell me that for? You my father, right? Ain't you be supposed to be supportive of me, not trying to kick it to her? I know him. Like, she's just trying to be too friendly. Clout chasing.
Is there...
thirst trapping.
I'm not clout chasing.
I know what clout chasing is. I'm telling you. Ms. Ariando, if you know that he's jealous in general, and that he has a particularly, not contentious relationship with his father, but a lack of trust. That's... Hey, I'm still talking. But because of who he is and how he's conducted his past, would it not behoove you to be a little distant from the father in order to comfort your man?
Yes, you're right, Your Honor. But this didn't, like, it started building. He never told me this. He never sat down and really spoke to me about it. It was just like, me, I love family. I'm very big in family, so it's like, why am I not gonna be friends with your family? That's the way I grew up.
Yeah.
But then he has other issues, like his issues are personal with his dad. So that's why he overreacts.
Do you have personal issues with your dad?
Yeah, he didn't raise me. He didn't raise me. He was never there for me. He ain't teach me nothing.
He wasn't around?
Yeah, he was never around. So he started getting around me when I was like probably 28 years old, when I started doing more music, getting more music money. So I always found that fishy.
Right.
He ain't to be trusted, man. He ain't to be trusted.
That doesn't pass the smell test to me. You know what I'm saying? I understand exactly why you feel that way. You didn't do the hard work when I needed you, and now when I'm getting something done, here you come up, popping up out of nowhere. You know.
Come on.
What's the last? Is there something else you want to tell me? Something else I gotta know.
She's too jealous about my daughter.
Tell me about that.
Anytime I go see my daughter, it could be 2-3 hours, because I only get permission to see my daughter 2 times a week, right?
Right.
So I'll spend those days like 4 or 5 hours with her, and she's constantly calling me, constantly FaceTiming. She wants to know my every move with my daughter. In her mind, she thinks I'm with an ex or something, trying to do some other thing besides being with my daughter. And it's a headache, you're honest. This ain't no relationship, it's like a job.
But you act like
do you blow up when his phone? He's only got a few precious hours with his daughter. Do you blow up his phone and ruin those few precious hours that he has?
Not always, but I do call him just to make...
Why?
Just to check up on him. I mean...
Why?
Because I want to see what he's doing. But it's not like I'm on... You act like my father all the time. Like, I can't even do nothing without asking for permission.
Maybe you need some guidance, that's all.
Ms. Ariando, let me tell you this. Stop that right now. He's got some hours with this, you know, you've got him every day, all day long. He's got 8 hours with his baby.
Yeah.
He doesn't need to report to you. He don't need to tell you nothing. He needs to concentrate on that little girl. She has the right to have him all to himself, all to herself. Don't be that insecure chick that can't even let him live his life. Oh, I'm gonna yell at you both about that a little later on. But just, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get it.
It is of such value, not just to him, but to her.
Yeah.
He knows what it's like to grow up without a parent in the household.
Exactly.
Don't interrupt that. You with me on that?
Yes, I'm with you.
All righty. Do you have one last burning thing you must tell me that I have yet to ask about or that has yet to come up?
Well, just the modeling thing. I can, like, he doesn't support me in it.
You model?
Yeah, like I do a little I also go to school, but I do a little modeling on the side. It's like I can't post a picture without an argument. So it's like up to the point that I can't even have social media without an argument, or every picture, like, he wants me to, everything has to be about him. Nothing could be about me. He doesn't give me that space to be supportive with me either. He says I'm not supportive with him, but it's like, how do you want me to be supportive with you if you're not supportive with me at all, and like what I really like and what I want to do?
Your response to that?
All she do is post thirst trap pictures, miss. Thirst trap
No,
pictures.
I don't.
I know what thirst trap means and everything. I've been to Dish Nation.
So,
I
you know,
it.
if you're a guy and you scroll and you see something nice, oh, boom, like, you're gonna leave a comment. And the thing about the comments is she replies back to everybody like she knows them. Like, she's just trying to be too friendly. Clout chasing.
Is there...
thirst trapping.
I'm not clout chasing.
I know what clout chasing is. I feel sorry. I'm telling you.
Hey.
That's 2 in a row.
There you go.
As long as everything from the waist down remains where it should be, is not indicative of a lack of trust, care, fidelity, or kindness towards you. Are you clout chasing and thirst trapping?
No. No, I am not. I am not.
Is there an economic end that you are trying to reach with these pictures, or is it simply something you do for fun?
No, I mean, I do work at night. I bartend here and there, you know, just for like extra cash. So it's just, it comes with, you know, with everything, you know, like the clubs want me to promote for them.
Yeah,
so
everybody's branding themselves no matter what they do.
So I just put a picture, and every picture for him, I could be standing next to a dog. Oh, you're clout chasing. What am I clout chasing?
Yeah.
The ASPCA or something, right? Yeah.
But this is how she posts with the dog. She can have the dog carrying... Sean.
No, I don't.
Like, what is that?
No,
Just
I
show
don't.
the dog. You trying to show the dog?
No,
show the dog.
Yeah, I got you. I got you. Tell me about the $1,350 you are seeking to recover from Ms. Ariando.
Well, it's a BMW 2010. We paid $7,000 for it. The monthly payments are $450, and we only got 3 monthly payments left on it. I'm trying to get the money if she's not going to pay it no more because she said she don't want nothing to do with the car. So I'm trying to see if she can give me that half of the money.
So you had agreed initially to go half and half with the car.
Yes, correct.
Do you both drive the car?
Yes, correct.
And is the car in both of your names?
No.
It's in your name or her name?
My name.
It's in your name. What was the agreement, Ms. Arredondo, according to you?
We were gonna go half and half on everything. But like I said, he pays for studio sessions sometimes that he can't even afford to give me money for half the car. So how you bringing me to charge me for money when you want to keep the car? And you could keep the car, but it's like you also have to give me something for what I'm putting down. It's not just you paying everything. So I don't agree with me giving him money.
It's in your name?
Yeah, it's on my name.
And you gonna keep the car when you go?
I'm the responsible one, Your Honor.
You gave me no basis upon which to give you any money, but I am gonna give you some advice.
We like advice.
This advice pertains to both of you because you're a mirror reflection of each other. You live in a society where, and granted, I was not raised in this, where everything is out there and online. When every woman has got her butt turned to the camera and giving it the wild wiggle.
Definitely.
And it has become, almost de rigueur if you are a woman to show your butt to the camera. I don't think it's cool, but y'all do what y'all want. I don't think that is indicative of her mindset. I think she's doing what she's doing as a part of the constant culture of branding and beauty and likes and followers, and I don't think it's indicative of any lack of fidelity, love, or care for you. I really don't think that. Likewise, what he's doing at the studio and that all the life that is associated with, as long as everything from the waist down remains where it should be, is not indicative of a lack of trust, care, fidelity, or kindness towards you. You guys have to learn to trust one another. Yeah. It is very difficult living in a world where everything you see is a threat to your relationship. A comment at a taco store, this and that. Live mindfully of the concerns they have. You need to be mindful of his need to be with his daughter without you interfering. You need to be mindful of his rocky relationship with his father when you do other things. You need to be mindful of the fact that she's your woman and that you can trust her and that she can have conversations and that you support her in her growth and her attaining other things without feeling insecure about it. Y'all just insecure. Yeah. Nobody doing nothing wrong other than overreacting to the little itty-bitty things that happen in everyday life. Here's the deep part. Being mistrustful means that you are unhappy 364 days of year. On the off chance, on the 365th, she might do something wrong.
Yeah, right.
It's a bad trade. You're mad every day, all day, anything that happens, because you think that might mean that she might or that he might. Why do it? Just trust him. Yeah. Just trust her and love. And if one day he gets caught with his trousers around his ankle in the wrong place, that's when you go. Yeah. One day she gets caught doing the same thing, then you go. But in the interim, enjoy one another.
You're right.
Love that she's beautiful. Love that he's handsome. Don't. It's difficult to love from a place of fear. Do it from a place of confidence. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Sounds good.
You're right, Your Honor. I like that.
Y'all a gorgeous couple. I like you both. I wish you the best, and there will be no recovery in this matter.
Thank you so much.
Well, I'm feeling good about the advice that she gave us. I feel like I'm going to take it upon us to really be more positive and be more loving with each other and less insecure.
He kept saying you're too friendly, especially with his father. Are you going to distance yourself a little bit and kind of respect those boundaries?
Yes, I am. The judge gave us some really great advice. And, I'm going to respect the fact that he doesn't have that relationship with his father. So I'm really going to fall back and let them build their own relationship on themselves.
Follow us on Instagram for additional content from this case and preview our next all-new episode.
ती अलफ अल्लाह की ज़ात तू आई झोर सदके जेड़ो कुल कायनात चलाण आलो अल्लाह अल्लाह की जात तो झोर सदके जेड़ो कुल कायनात चलाण आलो हुक्म उसके बाजना पत्थर अल्लाह ओ तेरो मेरो वजूद बनाण आलो 18,000 मखलूक गो ऐ मालिक सुनो रब सुनो जमीन आसमान आलो अर्श फर्श लो कलम महफूज कुर्सी जिया जून ना रिज़्क खिलाण आलो दाल दुखांगी गल सो नौरे तमना एक बच्ची मासूम रोलाओ गई है दाल दुखांगी गल सो नौरे तमना एक बच्ची मासूम रोलाओ गई है ओ उसकी मारे गुलनाज है बहुत दुखिया ये मारा सीना माँ बर छिलाओ गई है नाओ बच्ची गो अफसा में मूद सोनो रोग उमरा गो सुनी लाओ गई है ओ जिला पुणछ गिरा शिंदरा सोनो ऐ दुखिया दिलाना अफजारो लाओ गई है दाल दर्द जो दयागा आई बहुत ओखा है पर बचागी नार जो दई ओवे दाल दर्द जो दयागा आई बहुत ओखा है पर बचागी नार जो दई होवे ओ माना सबर करार फिर नहीं रहा तो दख्ते जिगर की जद जो दई होवे बाप उसको मैं मुँह दियो हुसैन दुखिया अफसा जही बची सीने लाई होवे ओ दुख मुझ जावेद माँ बाप नावे ओ बचा किसे गी नारे जो दई होवे तेरे हो रब गा कर तमाम होए आस्तारा अप्रैल ना खुशी भरपूर होई रे हो रब गा कर तमाम होए आस्तारा अप्रैल ना खुशी भरपूर होई ओ अल्लाह पाक ने दिती एक बच्चियों सोनी ऐ गुनाहगारांगी अर्ज मंजूर होई दिन मां दाखिल रही महारात आई 10 बजे ऑपरेशन होयो ते टेंशन दूर होई ओ दीती खबर फिर आनी उन डॉक्टरां ने हो गई बची पर बड़ी कमजोरी होई सलाह दीती वीर डॉक्टर है कमजोर बची ले गए बीच मशीन रखाओ दीती ऐ सलाह दीती डॉक्टर है कमजोर बची ले गए बीच मशीन रखाओ दीती 18-19 तक रखी पुणछ अंदर और पर इकी नर जोरी कराओ दीती आई रात 9 बजे मामू आई नानी दोए गड्डी तरफ जोरी चलाओ दीती ओ मासा देरी ना लाई ले चल गया ओ 12 बजे जोरी पहुंचाओ दीती किसना चैन सकून फिरे आई उस दिन तो रास्ता बिच डाडा परेशान होया आई किसना चैन सकून फिरे आई उस दिन तो रास्ता बिच डाडा परेशान होया रात 12 बजे जोरी पुजया कि जल्दी डॉक्टरां कोल रवाने होया आई डॉक्टर नब्ज तके मुतू ये बोल न सके असली राज तू बे वो हैरान होया ओ अमानत रब की है तम सबर करियो ए आपसा बची गारू वे रवानी होया किसना होश रे ओ सुनी ये खबर जिस दम आया है आप जायमना छोड़ गई है ऐ किसना होश रे ओ सुनी ये खबर जिस दम आया है आप जायमना छोड़ गई है ये एम्बुलेंस करी वापस पुणछ चलना मारी किस्मत आज मुखरे मोड़ गई है आई गुल नाज वाणी अरे ईमान बाकी मेरी खुशी ना किंगा तू रोड़ गई है दाखिल बीच अस्पताल थी पुणछ अंदर हे मांगुल नाज गो दिल क्यों तोड़ गई है अप्रैल 22 ना सुबह गए 5 बजे वतन शींदरा पुजे आयान सदके अप्रैल 22 ना सुबह गए 5 बजे वतन शींदरा पुजे आयान सदके माना 10 बजे एम्बुलेंस आने तेरा तकन गाया अफजायर मान सदके ते कितना दुख था महंगा काल जामा जाने वाया रब रहमान सदके और वे बाप महमूद परवेज नानी नाले रोवे सजाद यमान सदके ते कफन दफन गोविलो हुणे यार के ओ इना दुखाना हुण मीटौरे किसरा कफन दफन गोविलो हुणे हार के ओ इना दुखाना हुण मीटौरे किसरा ओ जीता मांगे बचा गो टूर जानो इस शेर बर कलम चनो किसरा ते अच्छा रब वाले हुणे हई छोड़ गई है तीना सिना नाड़ू हुण लो किसरा सबर या तो नी दिल मां याद तेरी रोता दिला ना चुप करूं किसरा फिया मान इना दुखाने हई मुकणो नी 4 बजे रे आपदा दफनाओ छोड़ी हई फिया मान इना दुखाने हई मुकणो नी 4 बजे रे आपदा दफनाओ छोड़ी वतन पुणछ गिरा शींदरा अंदर ओ सोनी निकी जी कबर बनाओ छोड़ी सबर करियो महमूद गुल नाज दोए मानत रब गी रब ने छुपाओ छोड़ी ओए पिया मान जावेद इजाजत ले ले जख्म मोड़ी भी क्यों रे दुखाओ छोड़ी